You can make money from home by selling simple, everyday products on Amazon without any experience. And in this 8-hour step-by-step course, I'm going to show you the exact step-by-step process of how I started my Amazon FBA business and was able to start making money and be profitable within just 30 days of launching my very first product. I've taught so many people just like you how to make an extra $5,000 to over $30,000 a month using this simple step-by-step process that I'm going to teach you over the next few hours. So the first thing that you need to do in order to sell products on Amazon is set up a new Amazon seller account. So let's not waste any time and let's get started. So many beginners have trouble setting up their new Amazon seller account, so I'm going to show you exactly how I registered my new Amazon seller account and had it approved in less than 48 hours. So in your web browser, head on over to sell.amazon.com. But before you click on the sign up button here, I want to point out that registering for your new Amazon seller account is much more involved than the dozens of other websites that you've signed up for in the past. That's because if you choose the wrong options or enter the wrong information, you won't get approved, or worse, you'll get blacklisted and won't be able to sell on Amazon at all. So pay attention and follow along as I walk you through how to properly navigate the registration process so that you can get your new Amazon seller account approved as quickly and easily as possible. So before you click on the sign up button here, the first thing you need to do is decide which Amazon seller plan that you want to start with. It's important that you decide now because simply clicking on the sign up button here locks you into one of the plans. Okay, so Amazon offers two selling plans that you can choose from. There's an individual plan and a professional plan, and each plan has its own pros and cons. With the individual plan, there's no monthly fee. However, you do have to pay a 99-cent fee each time you make a sale, as you can see here. You also don't get access to a bunch of advanced selling features such as being able to create promotions and coupons, use the pay-per-click advertising system, and many other features. So essentially, if you don't sell anything, the individual plan is free. Now, with the professional plan, there is a monthly fee of $39.99 per month, but you get access to all of the advanced features as you can see listed here. Most importantly, you get access to create promotions and coupons, use the PPC advertising system, and you're eligible to win the buy box. You also don't have to pay the 99-cent fee each time you make a sale. And what most people don't know is that if you're just starting out and you don't actually have anything to sell yet, and you're not ready to sell anything yet, Amazon won't charge you the monthly fee until you actually start selling. How this works is if you sign up with the professional plan, Amazon will charge you $39.99 for the first month as soon as you register, but Amazon won't charge you again until you actually start selling. So that's a huge benefit since you'll be able to get started with full access to all of the features and you can learn the system before you start selling. So in my opinion, unless you're on a really tight budget, I suggest just registering your new Amazon seller account with the professional plan. You can do that by clicking on the sign up button here at the top of the page. However, if you do want to start with the individual plan, do not click here. You have to scroll all the way down to the bottom of the page and click this link here. Just have a few items to sell, sign up to become an individual seller. Pretty sneaky, right? But don't worry, regardless of which plan you choose, when you register your new Amazon seller account, you can change your plan anytime later on and as often as you want. Okay, so before moving on, let's go over two common questions that I get asked all the time. First, who can sell on Amazon? Well, pretty much anyone can sell on Amazon in any Amazon marketplace and from almost anywhere in the world. You don't have to live in any specific country or location. In fact, I have students from all around the world selling on Amazon without any issues. However, there are some restrictions. If you don't happen to live in one of the approved countries found on this list, then unfortunately, you can't sell on Amazon unless you jump through some hoops, such as registering for a business in the US marketplace if you want to sell in the US marketplace. And that's not too difficult to do, but that's beyond the scope of this video. I'll post a link in the description below to this list of approved countries if you want to take a look. And speaking of registering a business, question number 2, do you need to have a registered business to sell on Amazon? The short answer is no, you don't need to have a registered business to sell on Amazon. In fact, you can just register your new Amazon seller account using your social security number and start selling right away. And in the future, if you do decide to register a business, you can update your Amazon seller account business information at that time to reflect the change. All right, with that out of the way, let's get started. Click on Sign Up. Now, before moving forward, Each step of this registration process has some gotchas, mistakes that people make that can get your account denied or blacklisted if you don't do it right, so pay close attention. Here's where people make their first mistake on this very first step. You can see that there are two options for you to choose from. If you already have an existing Amazon account, such as one that you buy stuff on Amazon with, and you want to use that same account for your new seller account, you need to log in with that account email address and password here. Or if you've already started registering a seller account that you've left incomplete, you also need to log in with that email address here. Do not try to create a new account. Amazon does not allow you to have multiple seller accounts in the same marketplace, so you'll create a huge problem for yourself trying to sort out the multiple account problem that you've created. Now, what I suggest is, even if you already have an Amazon account that you buy stuff with, don't use that account. Create a new separate seller account. This will keep your personal activity separate from your business and make your bookkeeping a lot easier. I actually made this mistake when I started selling on Amazon. I originally signed up using my buyer account, and that just made things way more complicated. So I ended up having to close that account and created a separate new seller account. You can do that by just using a different email address than your buyer account. But like I said earlier, you can't just create a second account while you have an existing seller account, whether approved or not. According to Amazon's policies, in general, you're only allowed to have one seller account per marketplace. And if you violate this policy, Amazon will close all of the accounts. So in my case, what I had to do was close the first seller account that I created using my buyer email address. I had to do that first. Then I signed up and registered the new seller account using a different email address than my buyer account. Okay, so if you don't want to use the buyer account or you've never tried to create a seller account in the past, then click on Create Your New Account button here and let's create a new account. Now, pro tip to help you avoid potential problems and speed up the verification process, if you can, try avoid using free email addresses like Gmail, Hotmail, or Yahoo accounts. Too many scammers and bad actors try to create seller accounts with those emails. Ideally, the best practice is you should be using an email address from your own domain. For example, if your business is called Best Products and you own the domain bestproducts.com, then you should be using an email address from that domain, like crescent@bestproducts.com. Okay, so enter your name, email, and the password that you want to use. Click Submit. And Amazon will email you a one-time password that you'll have to enter to verify your email address. All right, now you can see here that Amazon is going to ask you to provide some information and documentation. Amazon will then verify your submission, and then once verified, you'll be able to start selling. And you can see here, you'll need all this information to complete the registration process. You'll need a valid government-issued ID or passport, a recent bank account or credit card statement, a chargeable credit or debit card, and a mobile phone. I'll get into the specifics of these when we get to them in the next few steps. All right, so on this page, you'll have to provide some information about your business. In this field, business location, choose where you're selling from. And as I said earlier, you can pretty much sell from anywhere around the world, so choose your country from the list. This is the country where your business is registered. And as you can see here, if you don't have a business, choose the country where you live. Now, since most of you watching this are in the US, choose US. Now, business type. There's several options you can choose from here, but the two that most of us are going to choose is going to be either privately owned or none, I'm an individual. If you've registered a business, whether a sole proprietorship or an LLC, you'll want to choose privately owned. If you didn't register a business and you're just going to sell using your social security number, then choose none, I'm an individual. Now, one thing I want to point out here is that choosing individual here has nothing to do with the individual seller plan. They have nothing to do with each other. One is the Amazon seller plan and the other is your business type. Choosing one doesn't mean you have to choose the other. I see a lot of people getting confused over this. Now, deciding whether or not to register a business is beyond the scope of this video, but in a nutshell, a registered business such as an LLC will give you tax advantages as well as liability protection, meaning if someone were to sue you for damages due to your service or products, they can't go after your personal assets such as your personal finances, home, or car. However, if you conduct business as an individual or a sole proprietor, you don't have this liability protection. It's also typically much more expensive to register an LLC versus a sole prop. The fees vary state to state, so check on your state's government website to find out what those costs are. Or if you need help registering a business, you can always hire a service such as LegalZoom. All right, now since I have a registered business, I'm going to choose privately owned. Then enter the business name here. Make sure you type this in correctly. It needs to match the legal business name. Then check on, I confirm this information is correct and that this information cannot be changed later. Then click on agree and continue. Okay, now we're on the first step out of 5. And on this step, you'll need to enter some more information about your business. The first field is your business name, and as you can see, it's already filled in from the previous screen. So make sure this matches your business name that you actually registered with your state. The next field is the company registration number. You can typically find this number on your business license, but it might not be called the registration number. So find that number and enter it here. If you don't have a registered business, then just leave this blank. Now, enter your business's address here. If you registered a business, make sure this matches the actual address that you registered with. This isn't your home address unless you don't have a registered business, then put your home address here. If you haven't verified a phone number yet, you'll have to enter your phone number here and choose how you want to have it verified. You can use your mobile phone number, but you don't have to. You can actually use a Google Voice phone number if you want. It's free to use, but I suggest using your mobile number just to make things easier and more convenient for you moving forward. Okay, once you've verified your number, click on Next. Now, with step 1 complete, we can move on to step 2. Here's where we need to enter our personal information. All of these fields should be pretty self-explanatory, so just fill them in. One important thing to note, do not try to use fake information here. Your account will get declined, and any future accounts you try to create will most likely get blacklisted. Okay, so once you've filled all of that in, you need to choose how you want to prove your identity. You can see in the drop-down menu that you can choose from a permanent residence certificate, a driver's license, or a passport. So choose the one that's most convenient for you and enter the details here. Now, here's where a lot of people make another mistake. The ID cannot be expired and the name on the ID must match exactly as you entered it. You can see here in the guidelines that it must be a valid active ID. I'll go over all of the rest of these requirements in the next few steps. Okay, and now you need to check which of these boxes applies to you here. If you're the owner or a part owner of the business, check this box. If you're creating this seller account on behalf of someone else, then check this box. You're most likely not, so only check the first one. Now, if you're the sole owner of the business, then choose yes here. If you have partners and you want to enter their details, then choose no. I'm the sole owner, so I'm going to choose yes. Then lastly, check this box to agree to this statement here. Then click next. All right, now we've completed step 2. And as you can see here, you need to provide information about your bank and credit card, and here's where people make another common mistake. You can see here that it requires you to have matching names on the bank account with whatever you've submitted in the previous 2 steps. So if the bank account that you want to use is under your parent's name, a partner or a friend's name, or some other business altogether, it isn't going to work. Open a new account under your name or get your name added to the bank account that you want to use. Once you have that information, you'll need to have a recent bank statement and a credit card or debit card, as you can see here. Now click continue. Okay, the first thing that you need to do is enter your bank account details here. So choose the country where your bank is located. If you're banking at one of the larger institutions, you should be able to find it in this list here. Otherwise, scroll down to the bottom and choose Other. I bank at a local credit union, so it's not on this list, so I'm going to choose Other. And then type in my bank's name here. Now enter the routing number and your bank account number. You can usually Google your bank's routing number, or if you have a check handy, it's the first set of numbers on the bottom of the check. Your account number is the second set of numbers. Then click on Verify. Okay, so since I don't bank at one of the major banks, I'm getting this message here letting me know that my bank doesn't do instant verifications, so I have to upload a bank statement to verify my bank account. You won't see this message if you bank at a larger institution. Okay, click Continue. All right, now here's where you need to provide a credit or debit card. And this is how Amazon is going to charge you each month for the professional plan, as well as collect any money that you owe them. Again, if you change your mind in the future, you can downgrade to the individual plan to avoid having to pay the monthly fee anytime that you want. In fact, you can upgrade and downgrade whenever you want. Now, here's where a lot of people make another mistake. Typically, you can't use a standard debit card unless it has a Visa or MasterCard logo on it. These are debit cards that can be accepted and charged as a credit card. If your debit card doesn't have a Visa or MasterCard logo on it, then contact your bank and ask them if your card can be used and charged as a credit card when you make purchases. If not, then you'll need to get a debit card from them that can. If you can't get a hold of a credit card or a proper debit card from your bank, an excellent solution is to sign up on wise.com and get yourself a virtual bank account and credit card that you can use on your Amazon seller account. Wise is actually one of Amazon's officially accepted payment partners. Basically, if you don't live in a country that Amazon allows for disbursements, you don't have access to a bank account that Amazon will accept, or you can't get a credit card or debit card that Amazon accepts, you can sign up on Wise and you'll be able to open a virtual bank account and get a debit card that you can use on Amazon here. And I'll leave a link in the description below that you can use to sign up on Wise, or just visit wise/CrescentKO. Okay, so enter your credit or debit card information here, and we're almost done. On step 4, you need to enter your store details. This is the store name that you want to use on Amazon. You can see an example of a store name on a product listing here. In my opinion, it should match your business name, but it doesn't have to. If you didn't register a business, that's okay. Just make up a store name that you want to use. If the name you choose is already in use on Amazon, you'll get an error message, so just choose another one. And don't worry, you can change your store name later if you're not happy with it. Now, the first option here is asking you if you have any UPC barcodes. And you should be familiar with these barcodes. It's what a checker scans when you buy something at the store. So if you plan to sell wholesale or arbitrage products, the UPC barcode is already on the products. If you plan to sell private label products, you're going to need to buy UPC barcodes for them. So essentially, regardless of how you plan to sell on Amazon, choose yes here. If you're doing private label and you need to buy barcodes, don't worry. Official GS1 barcodes only cost $30 each, and you only need to buy one barcode for each product that you sell. Do not buy from third-party sellers. You must buy directly from GS1. You can have your listing shut down or lose your selling privileges if you don't. I'll leave a link down in the description below that goes over everything that you need to know about barcodes and how to buy them. And a pro tip here, I highly recommend not selling wholesale or arbitrage. The competition is way too high and the profit margins are way too small. I'll leave a link to another video in the description below if you want to learn more about how to start selling private label products on Amazon. Now, if you enrolled in any diversity programs, you can select yes here. If you qualify, you can have your products featured and highlighted in the marketplace. Otherwise, choose no. And lastly, do you own a brand? If you plan to sell private label products, you want to choose yes here since you'll be selling products under your own brand. If you're not sure, then just choose some of them for now. Since I do private label, I'm going to choose yes. You can see it popped up another option here asking if I own a registered trademark. If you do, choose yes. If not, choose no. And it's okay if you don't have a registered trademark. You can still sell on Amazon using your brand and logo. You just won't be able to enroll in brand registry and get access to other marketing features like A+ content and brand protection. You need to have a registered trademark to enroll. Okay, click next. All right, and now we're on the last step. On step 5 here, you need to verify the information that you entered on the previous steps. But pay close attention here because there's still areas where you can make a mistake that will delay the entire verification process or get you blacklisted from selling on Amazon. Now, if everything does look correct here, you'll need to upload the documents that it's asking for here. So in my case, I need to upload the front and back of my driver's license, as well as a copy of my bank statement or credit card statement. Remember when I said people make mistakes on every step that can get their account denied or held up in the verification process? Well, here's where you can make a huge mistake that will get you stuck in limbo. When you upload these documents, you need to make 100% sure that you follow these guidelines that I showed you earlier. I can't stress this enough. If you do not follow these guidelines to the T, your new seller account application will get denied and you'll get canned responses that don't help you figure out why. And most of the time, it's because you did this last step wrong. So let's go over these requirements. First, you can see here that Amazon will accept the following IDs: a passport, passport card, national identity card, driver's license, enhanced driving license, citizenship card, permanent residency card, health card, or military identification card. The ID also needs to meet the following requirements. It must be a government-issued photo identity document, which is recognized and issued by the country where you are a citizen or resident. It must show your first and last name, and the name must match the name that you entered under the primary contact person information. And here's where people make another mistake. If you don't include your middle name or just entered an initial or whatever, it'll get rejected. Everything that you entered needs to match the information on the ID 100%. It must include the date of birth, and the date entered must be an exact match as we do not accept typos. And the ID holder must be 18 years or above. Must show the unique ID number. Again, no typos. Have an expiry date if applicable. And again, it cannot be expired. And note, if your document does not have an expiration date, you can enter a dummy date of 3 months from the date of registration. Have the bearer's signature if applicable. And note, certain passports have signatures on one of the initial pages or one of the last pages. So make sure to include that page. You must provide both sides of the ID if there is any vital information at the back of the ID, like the signature, date of expiry, date of birth, or barcodes. And note, if the upload page does not ask for separate front and back image uploads, be sure to merge the images into one file in order to upload. So in those cases, you can use a free online tool or Photoshop to merge the photos or scans into one single file. And last, and most people miss this part all the time, the documents you submit must be in color. Okay, so that's for verifying your identity. To verify your address, you can see here that Amazon will accept a bank statement, including current account, savings account, or loan account statement, credit card statements, or account statement provided by an e-commerce payment service provider, such as Payoneer, Hyperwallet, World First, and Alipay. And it says here that the document needs to meet the following criteria. Must be issued within the last 180 days and show the issuing date, due date, or transaction dates. Must have the financial institution details to show at least one of the following details: bank name, bank stamp, bank signature, or bank logo. Must have the name and address of the account holder. So again, if your name or business name isn't on the account or the address is different than the one you submitted, then you can't use that account. So either have your name added to the account or the address updated to match so that they appear correctly on the statement, or open a new account under your name and address. Okay, and that's not all. Too many people get their application rejected simply because they didn't follow these additional guidelines here. You can see that it says, in order to ensure your documents are not rejected, make sure that they meet the following requirements. Be valid, not expired, revoked, inactive, or closed. Be high resolution and unobstructed, clear, readable, visible, and in focus. Be complete and not cut off on any sides, not angled or cropped. Be a scannable image or photo of the original document taken from your mobile device's camera. Display the full document, front and back if applicable. Be less than 50 megabytes in size. Be in one of these formats. Do not include special characters in the file name. Is authentic and unaltered. Must not be password protected. Be in one of these supported languages. And if your document is not in a supported language, you must submit a notarized translation in a supported language along with the original document. Okay, so once you've uploaded the documents, click Next. Now you need to complete the identity check. You can do so by choosing from one of these two options. You can either upload a photo of yourself, which is the quickest method, or you can request a call from an Amazon agent to do a video call. And as you can see here, this option can take much longer due to the high volume. So I suggest taking a photo. Click Next. Click the checkbox to consent to having your photo taken and processed. And click Start. Choose the country of the ID that you want to use. Now choose the type of ID you're using. In my case, I'm going to use my driver's license. Then follow the on-screen instructions to take a photo of the front and back of your ID. Now you have to take a photo of your face. So follow the on-screen instructions. And once you've completed that, you're done. Click Close and you'll see the final application summary page. You can see here that it says they may reach out to you if they require more information within 2 business days. Now, here's where a lot of people make another mistake. This verification process can take time. And like I said at the beginning of the video, my account got verified within 48 hours, but it can take much longer. It can take a few days or sometimes even weeks. So you need to be patient here. Do not pester them with constant emails and questions. That's why it's important to start this process early so that you're not waiting around for your account to get approved in order to start selling. And also take note, if you scroll down, you can see that in my case, Amazon is also requiring an address verification. This is where Amazon will mail a card to my address that has a code on it. And once you receive this code, you need to enter it here to verify your address. Again, this process can take weeks, even though you can see here that it says it will be delivered by this date. I've seen this card take several weeks to over a month to receive. So again, you need to be patient here. If you don't receive the card or you just happen to lose it, you can request to have another one sent. Now, once you've completed these steps and your account is verified, some people still end up getting their accounts shut down. And this is typically because as soon as they're verified, they go into their account settings and start changing their bank account info or credit card details. Don't do that. Changing those details is a red flag that you might be a scammer. If you do need to update that information for whatever reason, wait at least a month before you start changing it. And along those same lines, you need to be aware that if you need to update your account type, such as change it from an individual to a registered business or change your business details, you will trigger the verification process again, and you'll have to go through this whole verification process to get re-verified with the new business details. Now, once your account is verified, you'll be able to start selling on Amazon right away. But what do you sell? The success of your Amazon business is tied solely to the products that you choose, and most beginners end up choosing the wrong products. Finding your first product is tough, but I was able to do it without any special skills, and I was able to make all of my money back and turn a profit within just 30 days of launching it, and I'm going to show you how. Imagine you wanted to hunt for gold. Would you just start digging around in your backyard hoping to strike gold? Of course not. You'd at least do a little bit of research. Where's the best place to look? What tools do you need? And what's the best strategy? Well, that's the exact strategy and approach that I took when I started hunting for my first product. What I did is I broke everything down into 3 stages, and I'll explain what each stage is and how to properly execute each stage so that you can set yourself up for success. Let me ask you a question. If you want to find a product to sell, you would need a list of product ideas to choose from, right? And the bigger that list, the better, right? It gives you a better chance of finding a winning product idea. Well, if I asked you to sit down and make a list of products that you think would sell well, how long would that list be? A dozen? Several dozen at most? Well, wouldn't you think that would kind of be a problem? In an ideal situation, what you need is an endless list of product ideas for you to analyze and choose from. And so this is the first stage. And I call this stage the product discovery stage. This is where you find product ideas that you can eventually narrow down to a winning product. For me, I can't think of more than a few dozen product ideas off the top of my head, so I started with a product database tool. A product database tool allows me to scour the tens of millions of products that are sold on Amazon and pick out products that fit specific criteria that I'm interested in. Important metrics such as sales volume, monthly revenue, sales history, profit, and fees. Data that I would never be able to collect on my own. Luckily, there's powerful product research tools available nowadays that can do this for me. And the product database tool that I use and recommend is called Black Box from Helium 10. It has a ton of filters, as you can see here, that allows me to tailor my search for specific products that meet certain criteria that I'm after. Specific criteria that I believe will lead to finding a winning product idea. So let me break this down. First, if you want to follow along, you can download a free trial for Helium 10 using the link I have down in the video description below. There's also a link to a huge discount for my community if you decide to upgrade. Once you've created your account, you'll also want to download and install the Chrome extension. It's important that you do this because we're going to be using the Chrome extension in stage 2. So go to Helium 10/extension and click on Add to Chrome and follow the instructions. All right, with that out of the way, there's several ways that you can use Black Box, but we're going to start with the Products tab. This is what most people refer to as the product database tool. It's called Products or the product database because Helium 10 has gone through and analyzed the millions of products in the Amazon marketplace. And by using these filters here, we'll be able to find a list of product ideas that meet specific filters that we can set. Now, you'll notice that we're on the advanced option here. You can try the simple option if you want. In the simple mode, you can simply choose the marketplace, which categories you want to look in, how much improvement you'd like to make to the product, the level of competition, a price range, and monthly revenue. However, I suggest using the advanced mode as it gives you much more options. Okay, so first, you can choose the marketplace where you want to research. In this case, I'm selling in the US, so I'm going to choose the US marketplace. Then pick the categories you want to focus on. You can select all of them. However, I personally only choose specific categories like the ones that you see here and avoid categories like clothing, shoes, and jewelry because there's way too many variations with all the different sizes and colors. And people often change their minds after buying these types of products, so you get a lot of returns, and that's not something that I want to deal with. Cell phone accessories and electronics can be difficult to use and break all the time, and it's also difficult to improve or differentiate due to the manufacturing process, which is usually complicated or expensive. I also avoid anything that you eat, ingest, or put in or on your body, like food, lotions, and creams, because I just don't want to be liable if someone gets injured or hurt. I also avoid toys and games because there's way too many restrictions, it's way too competitive, and the life cycle of the products is often very short. The review count is how many reviews a product listing has. It's a number that you see on every product listing. And this is a very important metric because this is how we determine how competitive a product or niche is. The more reviews the product listings have in a particular niche, the higher the level of competition. And I suggest staying away from highly competitive niches. Anything much more than 300 reviews is too competitive. So set the maximum to 300. The review rating is the feedback score the listing has or how many stars that it has. So that's a range between 0 and 5. I typically leave this alone to start, but if you want to find products that need improvement, meaning people are buying this product despite the fact that they have poor reviews, you can set an upper limit to like 3.5 or 4 stars here. That way you can differentiate your product by creating a better, improved version. BSR is the best seller rank. The lower the BSR, the better the product is selling. You can use this filter to find products based on how well they're selling compared to their competitors. I typically leave this alone. Now, I suggest sticking with only standard size products. This keeps your shipping and Amazon fees low. Oversized products can be a logistical problem with high storage, shipping, and Amazon fees to the point where it may not even be cost effective to do FBA. So for the same reason, I suggest keeping the weight 2 pounds or less. For fulfillment, check all of them. Now, for the rest of this column, leave everything blank for now. Except I suggest excluding specific keywords like I have here. You can use this field to remove common products that keep showing up in the search that you don't want to sell. For example, I don't want to sell clothes, but quite often clothing makes it through the filters that I set. So as you can see here, I have a huge list of keywords I want to exclude, like men's, women's, shirt, pants, etc., etc. And if you're doing private label, you're not reselling branded products. So you can exclude these brands here, like Nike, Under Armour, NBA, and so on. And to make things easier, if you want to use my list, I'll post these keywords down in the description below. Okay, under the competitors column, leave everything here alone. If you want to know what these filters do, you can always hover your mouse over the icon here to see a tooltip, but I don't use these filters. Now, in the sales section here, this is where you can fine tune everything to find specific micro niches. The key here is to understand what each one of these filters does so that you can use them effectively and not use the same settings that everyone else is using. That way you can find products that other people aren't seeing. You always want to be thinking outside of the box. The first filter you want to set here is the price. This is where you can set the minimum and maximum price range of the products to show in the search results. What I suggest is setting a price range between $15 and $50. The reason is because anything less than $15, if you subtract your manufacturing costs and the Amazon fees, there won't be any money left for profit. The Amazon fees alone are going to be around $6 to $7. So if you use the rule of thirds here, typically 1/3 will go to manufacturing, 1/3 to fees, and the last third is your profit. So at $15, you can expect a third of that will be your profit at around $3 to $5. The bare minimum. But I do want to point out that with the recent increase in Amazon fees, products priced below $20 are seeing more around 50% going to fees. So be cautious and do your due diligence to make sure the products that you are selling will actually be profitable. Now for the upper end, I wouldn't go higher than $50 because products beyond that price point Shoppers will typically put more thought and research into their purchase, and they'll do more price versus value comparisons, so it's no longer an impulse buy. Now, with the current e-commerce climate, I actually suggest searching for winning products in the $30 to $50 price range. This will help you avoid a lot of competition because most beginners or people with smaller budgets are looking in the lower price range. Higher priced products also generally have higher profit margins as well. Okay, for the price change percentage, leave it alone. Monthly revenue is how much gross revenue the product is making each month. Revenue is how much total money is made in sales without subtracting the Amazon fees or your costs. I suggest setting this between $6,000 and $18,000. The reason is because, as I mentioned earlier, typically about 1/3 of the revenue is profit. So if your product is generating $6,000 per month in revenue, a rough estimate of the monthly profit is around $2,000. So you can always adjust this to suit your own needs, but I don't suggest setting the upper limit to something astronomical in an attempt to find that golden nugget. Products that have huge monthly sales are usually from major brands or top sellers. And these products are on everyone's radar and are way too competitive. Just because they're selling well doesn't mean you can, so stay away from those types of products. Sales change percentage, leave it alone. For monthly sales, start with the minimum of 300. That's a good starting point if you're looking for products with a $5 to $10 profit margin. If you do the math, 300 monthly sales with a $5 to $10 profit margin puts you around $1,500 to $3,000 in profit per month, which is in line with the $6,000 monthly revenue that we set earlier. And leave the rest of the filters here alone. Now, keep in mind that none of these filters are set in stone. You can play around with them to find different product ideas. Now, I know a lot of you will just copy what I'm showing you here, but don't do that. You're just gonna see the same list of products as everyone else. For example, you can set a maximum review rating to like 3.5 so that you can specifically look for products that are selling well despite having poor reviews. Or you can combine strategies such as looking for products that have a low BSR, meaning they're selling well while still having poor reviews. Or you can target high value premium products. Search for products that are in the $70 to $100 price range and have a minimum monthly sales of only 150 units. This will typically pull up products that have very high profit margins. And a pro tip, I don't like to use whole numbers in the price and revenue fields. Most people will just put $30 or $50 and go with that, but I like to think outside of the box, and instead I'll use numbers like $29.67 and $50.14 or whatever. It really doesn't matter, just so that I can find those outliers that are right at the border of those price points. Sometimes I'll even search right at the breakpoints since sellers like to set their prices there to see what I can find. For example, I'll look right at the $20 breakpoint and set the range between $19.52 and $20.13. Again, the decimal really doesn't matter, just choose something random. And I'll check at the $30 and the $40 breakpoints and so on. Thinking outside of the box is what separates winners from losers. Again, there's no right or wrong way of doing product discovery, so play around with these filters and see what you can find in order to get endless product ideas. Now, to save time, you can save these filters so that you can pull it back again later by clicking on Save as Filter Preset. You can also use Helium 10's preset filters by choosing one of them here. However, again, I suggest learning what these filters mean and using your own strategy so that you can find products that other people aren't seeing. All right, now click search. And Blackbox will then pull up the products in the marketplace that match the filters that we set. You can see that Blackbox pulled up 500 results, and that might seem overwhelming. So you can always tighten up the search filters to reduce that number of search results. For example, only look at products within a smaller price range today, then tomorrow using the same filters set a different price range and so on. That way it's more manageable for you on a day-to-day basis. Okay, so now in the search results, you can see that Blackbox has pulled up a ton of products that match the filters that we set. You can see data such as the BSR, monthly sales, reviews, total sales, and so on. But we're not gonna worry about those. The key here in the product discovery stage is instead of having to think up product ideas on our own, we now have a list of products that we can search through to see if any of them look promising to sell. However, the thing is, just because these individual products matched our search criteria, it doesn't mean that these are good products to sell. This is an important fact to remember. Now, another pro tip, instead of starting on page 1 of the results, I actually like to work backwards. That's because everyone else is going to start on page 1. Again, thinking outside of the box, I want to try to find products that other people aren't seeing. Okay, so the key to efficient product discovery is to not waste time doing a deep analysis on every product that you see here. Browse through these listings and specifically look for products that you don't immediately recognize or appear strange and out of the ordinary. These are the best products to do deeper analysis on. Products that you're familiar with are almost always going to be too competitive, so don't waste your time looking at them. If you don't believe me, I encourage you to analyze a few of them to prove it to yourself. Okay, so scan down the list of products and look at the photos and the titles. And when I find a product that catches my eye, like this Mepalex AG, I have no idea what this is. So let's open it up on Amazon and take a look. Okay, I still have no idea what this thing is, but it looks like it's some highly absorbent foam dressing. And it looks like it has silver in it or something, and I'm guessing it's for wounds or something along those lines, but I don't know. But regardless, it doesn't matter. Here's where we begin stage 2 of product research. Once we've found a potential product idea, we need to analyze the product niche to validate whether or not this is a good product to move forward with. I call this stage the product analysis stage. Okay, so now that we've found a potential product idea, what we need to do is analyze the entire niche to see if this is a good product to sell. Remember, just because this particular listing meets our search criteria, it doesn't mean that this is a good product to sell. By analyzing the entire niche, we can determine if there's enough demand, if it has low competition, and if it meets a number of other factors. So in order to do that, we need to do a search on Amazon for the main keywords for this product. I want to point out that it's extremely important that you choose the correct keyword phrase when you're analyzing niches, because if you use the wrong keyword phrase or a keyword phrase that is too long tail, meaning it's too specific, you'll still see similar products in the search results, but you're looking at the wrong set of listings. Listings that you're not actually competing against. I have a separate video that goes into detail on this, which I'll post a link to in the video description below. And again, this is a very important step that you need to get right. Otherwise, you're analyzing the wrong data. I can't stress enough how important this is. I see too many beginners make this mistake. So for this product, I think it's obvious that the main keyword is foam dressing from looking at the title and these other listings here. If you're not sure or you want to verify what the keyword is, you can always take a look at the other listing titles and see what the other sellers are calling it, or simply head on over to Amazon and make sure to choose all departments. And in the search field, type in what you think the main keyword is. In this case, foam dressing, and see if the products that show up in the search are in fact the same product. Now, verify if you use the correct keyword phrase by browsing through the search results to make sure that the majority of the listings are indeed the same product you're interested in. If you see a whole bunch of unrelated products, then you've probably used the wrong keyword. However, this can also be misleading. If you used a related long tail keyword, you're still gonna see all the products are related to what you're interested in, but the result in the search is a tiny subset of what the actual competitor listings are. So in this case, everything looks good. So now we can pull up the Helium 10 Chrome extension by clicking on the icon at the top here and use the tool called X-Ray. Now, as you can see, X-Ray has pulled up all of the details for these top listings in the search results. This is data that you wouldn't be able to get by any other means. Amazon themselves simply doesn't provide this data to the public. We can see each listing's monthly sales, sales history, revenue, how much their fees are, and so on. Now, one extremely important point I want to mention here, do not sort these listings and rearrange them. I see way too many people doing this. You always want to analyze niches with the listings in their organic order. That's the order that they appear in the search results. This is because these top listings are the listings you'll be competing directly against. So don't sort the listings by sales or revenue or BSR or whatever that I see other people doing. Okay, so you also want to ignore all of these sponsored listings. These are listings placed on the page based on Amazon's PPC or pay-per-click advertising system. They're not organically ranked here. You can actually turn these off so that they don't show up at all by clicking on the filters button here and checkmark hide sponsored products. Now, oftentimes some unrelated products do end up showing up in the search results. So go through the top 20 or 30 listings and remove them from the list so you don't consider them in the product analysis stage here. If you see any unrelated products, you can checkmark them and click on delete. Now, by analyzing the data in X-Ray, such as the price, sales volume, revenue, and reviews, you can determine if this entire niche meets the criteria you've set out for yourself to be able to hit your profit and sales goals, not just the one product listing you found in the product database. The first thing I like to check is if the niche is too competitive. Scan down the top 15 listings and see if the majority of the listings have less than 300 or so reviews. That means out of the top 15 listings, you want to see at least 10 to 12 listings have less than 300 reviews. Actually count them. Don't rely on the summary that you see here at the top. Again, too many people rely on this summary. The summary here is showing you averages, and averages don't tell you the whole story. A few listings that have a lot or very few reviews can throw off an entire average. For example, if only 1 or 2 listings have extremely high sales, but all the other listings have barely any, an average will still make it appear like the entire niche has decent sales, when in fact only 1 or 2 sellers do. So only use these averages at the top here as a reference. Never base any decisions on them. Now, we can see that most of the listings here have more than 300 reviews, so the competition for this product is too high. I'd pass on this product. But for the sake of this video, let's keep on analyzing. Keep in mind though, for a niche to be a viable product idea, it needs to pass all of the criteria. So if it fails any of the metrics that I'm about to show you, just skip the product and move on to the next one and don't waste any more time on it. The key to doing product analysis as efficiently as possible is to analyze as many product ideas as you can in the time that you have available, because most of them aren't going to pass. Now, if it passes for low competition, in this case it doesn't, let's check to see if it meets the sales and profit targets. Do most of the listings have 300 or more sales per month? Again, count them. Don't use the averages at the top. Do most of the listings generate $6,000 per month or more in revenue? Now, another extremely convenient tool that Helium 10 has built in is the profit calculator. It's important that you take a look at what the potential profit margin is, because the sales and revenue that you see here is just a small picture. For example, you can choose a couple of the top sellers and get a rough estimate of their profits by opening up their listing, then click on the Chrome extension and choose Profitability Calculator. What's great about this tool is you can see that it pulls up all the product details for you as far as the size and weight and other relevant information. It's important that you have the actual product details when figuring out the profit margin, because these factor into the FBA fees. Now you can see the sale price here. You can adjust it if you want, the estimated manufacturing and shipping costs, the FBA and referral fees, as well as the storage fee. And down here, it shows you what the net profit is. Pretty cool, right? Of course, you can adjust all of these parameters. For example, if you head on over to Alibaba and do a search for this product, you can get an average price for what it would cost you. Or if you've added value to the product, such as you plan to bundle it or add a feature, and so you want to increase the price, you can change it here and you'll get a pretty good estimate of what your profit would be. If the profit is less than $5, then that's a red flag that this may not be a good product idea to pursue. Now, if you don't have Helium 10, you can also use Amazon's FBA calculator. Just do a search on Google for FBA calculator and it'll be the first link, or I'll post a link down in the video description below. And while we're here on the listing page, Helium 10 also has a convenient summary at the top here. For example, you can see the listing quality and how you can possibly improve on it, as well as the top keywords this listing is ranking for here. And if you scroll down, you can find a historical graph of the sale price and BSR, which can give you a good idea of how well this product has been performing over time. You can also get an estimate of their inventory levels and other tools here, including the calculator that we just went over. Okay, now continuing on with the data analysis, an important metric that sellers don't consider is the listing age. This is how long the listing has been available for sale on Amazon. And this is an important metric to consider because you want to avoid niches where there's a lot of new listings. This is what I call niche saturation. If you see too many new listings, that means a lot of people have recently discovered this niche and they've all launched their products around the same time, and there's probably more to come. This increases the competition and drives up the PPC costs. You also need to keep in mind that because these are new listings, you can't trust their sales and revenue data. Their sales are mostly generated from doing deep discounts, coupons, promotions, and rebates in order to generate those sales. They're not organic sales. Therefore, out of the top 15 listings, you want to make sure that you don't see more than 4 to 5 new listings. These are listings that are less than 3 months old, the typical duration of a product launch. Now, you also want to make sure that the niche isn't brand dominated, meaning that there isn't any brands that have more than 3 or 4 listings here in the top 15, and that there isn't any major well-known brands. The reason is because top brands are well established and have brand loyal customers that will only buy from them. They may also be generating sales from direct traffic outside of Amazon, so you won't be able to compete with them since you can only rely on organic Amazon searches and PPC sales. Not to mention, major brands generally have unlimited advertising budgets, so it'll be difficult for you to outcompete them. Another factor you need to consider is seasonality, meaning products that only sell well during a short period of time during the year, like pool noodles or Halloween costumes. You want to sell products that sell well all year round. An easy way to check is to click on the sales graph of one of the top sellers that's been selling for more than a year, select all time, and it'll be pretty obvious if the niche is seasonal. It'll have a hump or a spike for a short period of time each year. We don't see that here. It sells about the same throughout the entire year, so this product isn't seasonal. If you don't have helium-10, you can check for seasonality by doing a search on Google Trends. Do a search for the main keywords, change the period to past 5 years, and again, the graph is relatively the same all year round. Some niches may have spikes during Christmas if they're giftable products, so that's okay. But if the graph looks like this is Halloween decorations, you can see there's a spike before Halloween and literally no searches or sales for the rest of the year. So for that reason, I don't recommend selling seasonal products until you have more experience. Now, beyond just analyzing these metrics, there are other factors that you need to consider in order to validate a product idea, such as making sure the product isn't patented and trademarked, if the product is restricted or prohibited to sell on Amazon, or if Amazon requires any compliance tests or documentation before allowing you to sell it on Amazon. One way to check for patents is by using Google Patents at patents.google.com. For example, let's say we want to sell this full face snorkel mask. If we do a search on Google Patents for full face snorkel mask, we can immediately see that there are a couple of hits right here at the top. In fact, we can already see from the thumbnail images here that this is the exact product on Amazon. And if we take a look at the first hit here, we can actually browse through these images here. And this definitely is the product we saw on Amazon. And if we take a look over here, we can see that on October 5th, 2017, Shenzhen Link Electronic Co. applied for this patent, and on May 6, 2020, the patent was granted. It also says here that the patent currently is active and that it doesn't expire until 2037. So you might be asking yourself, how are all these sellers selling this product on Amazon then? Well, they either purchased their inventory directly from Shenzhen Link Electronic Co. or from an authorized distributor. But if they didn't, then they're selling counterfeit products and they just haven't been caught yet. So don't sell patented products. Amazon also has a list of restricted and prohibited products. Restricted products will typically require you to get ungated in that category in order for you to sell products in that category. You can find a list of gated categories here and what the requirements are to get ungated. Prohibited products are products that you can't sell on Amazon, period. I'll leave a link to these pages down in the description below. Now, as for compliance requirements, you need to make sure that if the product you want to sell has any compliance requirements, that you're able to get a hold of them, or at least they are not cost prohibitive to get. Otherwise, you'd be investing into a product that you won't be able to sell on Amazon. Thankfully, Amazon has a new compliance tool that can help you determine if there are any certifications or testing that's required. You can access the tool on the List Your Product page. Click on the compliance self-assessment link here and notice this disclaimer. If you supply products for sale on Amazon, you must comply with all applicable laws and Amazon policies for each of those products and product listings. The information on this page is provided as an informational resource only, and the user is ultimately responsible for confirming the accuracy of the information before submission. Okay, so down here, do a search for the product you plan to sell, and the tool will show you if there are any required documents or certifications that you'll need to provide. For example, let's say you plan on selling these outdoor LED lights like you see here. These seem pretty innocuous, right? Well, let's take a look here. You can see here that string lights is the top result, and if we click on it, you can see that this product is regulated under UL 588, and in order to sell these on Amazon, you need to provide the following documents. Test reports from an ISO 17025 accredited laboratory that shows that the product complies with the regulations, standards, and requirements listed above. So if you're not able to get these documents and test reports from your supplier or manufacturer, then you'll have to pay to have the product tested to get them. And these tests are often extremely expensive. Okay, now the most important step during this stage, and this is one of the biggest mistakes beginners make, and that's not differentiating your product. Once you've identified a good product idea, you can't just sell the same thing as everyone else. You absolutely need to give your product some sort of competitive advantage. I can't stress enough how important this is. Think about it. When you're deciding between several products to buy, what are you considering? Which one looks the best? Which one has the best features? Which feels the best or tastes the best? And which one has the best value? And if two products are exactly the same, then you basically choose the cheapest one, don't you? So don't fall for this trap. Just because you see a product that is selling well, don't think that you can just sell the exact same thing and do just as well. Your product needs to have a competitive advantage. Never compete based on price. If your only point of differentiation is the price, then basically everyone that's selling the same thing will end up in a price war, and everyone will just keep lowering their prices until no one is making any money. Always differentiate by adding value. Improve the product. Add a feature. Fix a problem. Bundle it with something. Think outside the box and be creative. That way, by adding value, you can charge a premium rather than competing in a price war. You can find excellent ways to improve the product by reading through the reviews. Or you can get bundling ideas by seeing what people are buying along with this item by looking at the frequently bought together section here. And a pro tip, don't differentiate based on something that's subjective, such as the color or theme. These are too personal. You can have the best product on the market, but if someone doesn't like the color, they're not going to buy it. Differentiate based on objective features that will benefit anyone that buys the product, such as better quality or materials or better features. Make sense? Okay, now if you find a viable product that meets all of these criteria or at least comes close, you can move on to stage 3, which is product tracking. And this is an important step because things can change between the time you discover the product idea to when you're fully committed to it by making your payment to your supplier or manufacturer. In fact, this has happened to me before. Sometimes while you are moving forward with a product idea, during the following weeks or months, the climate changes that affects the market or whatever reason, and the niche tanks, and suddenly demand and sales fall to the point where the product is no longer viable and doesn't make sense to sell. This is a situation that you want to be aware of as soon as possible so that you can pivot or abandon the product idea before you're fully committed, which in my case saved me from making a huge mistake and investing into a product idea that turned out to be bad. To track a product, you can check the niche every day to make sure that it's still viable. And if you want to track specific listings, such as the top sellers, you can checkmark the listings you want to track in X-ray and click Track Competitor. You'll be able to see your tracked products on your product list in Helium 10 here. And a pro tip, if there are any new sellers, you can track them too and see how well they're doing. That will give you an idea of how difficult it is to break into the niche once you launch your own product. So don't just identify a viable product idea and then assume it will always be viable. Continue to track it until you're fully committed to selling it, which is typically once you've paid for your inventory. Until then, you can always back out and minimize your losses if necessary. Okay, so that's the 3-step strategy that I used to find my very first winning product on Amazon. If you want to try out Helium 10, remember I have a link down in the description below to a free trial period, and I also have a coupon for a huge discount if you decide to upgrade. Now, using this strategy is just one way to find your first product, and I suggest all beginners start here. Now, if you really want to be thinking outside of the box and avoid finding products that other people are seeing, I've found excellent product ideas using other simple yet powerful strategies that you'll learn about in this next section. This product, and this product all make over $10,000 every single month on Amazon. And in this video, I'm going to show you the exact product research methods that I use to find these incredible products. And no, you don't need to be a genius, have any special skills, or have an IQ over 150 to apply these strategies. All you have to do is pay attention, think outside the box, and smash the like button for the YouTube algorithm. Okay, so the last one isn't gonna help you find any products, but it will help other people find this video, and it lets YouTube know that you found value and to show it to more people, just like you, and I'd really appreciate it, so thank you. And with that said, let's get started. Okay, so product research is the most important part of your Amazon business, as selling good products makes your life so much easier, but trying to sell a bad product is just an uphill battle the entire way. And if you haven't already, you will eventually realize that product research isn't easy, so before I dive into my strategies, I'm going to share with you some valuable tips that I learned along the way, and you're not going to get from anywhere else. First, you need to understand that there's no such thing as the perfect product. Every product idea is going to have some inherent risk. The key to being successful is to mitigate as much risk as possible. And when it comes to product research, that's making sure that you understand your competition, how you can beat your competition by having a competitive advantage, and ultimately making sure that the product that you're selling is profitable. So if you follow my proven strategies, you'll already be miles ahead of everyone else. But I want to point out that if you follow my strategies exactly to the T, you're just going to see the exact same product ideas that I'm going to show you in this video, along with all the other people that are too lazy to apply a little bit of their own intuition and think outside of the box. The key is to take the techniques I'm about to show you and add your own little twist to them so that you can find product ideas that no one else is seeing. That way you can find product niches that aren't saturated and avoid much of the risk of dealing with competitive niches. Okay, so the first powerful method is exactly how I found my latest product, and I call it the letter method. And this is a technique that I came up with on my own, and up until now, I've only shared it with my students, but I won't tell if you won't. So the letter method is actually really easy. All we're gonna do is jump onto Amazon, and in the search bar, we're gonna choose a random letter and see what the Amazon A9 autocomplete pulls up for us. For example, if we start with the letter A, we can see that the autocomplete has pulled up a bunch of product ideas here. These autocomplete phrases are listed by popularity, so you know people are searching for these products. Now, what I like to do is scan down the list of phrases and see if any of them catch my eye. The key here is to look for products that you don't immediately recognize. If you know what the product is, I would skip it. It's most likely gonna be way too competitive. You wanna focus on strange and out of the ordinary products. So as you can see here on this list, I'm sure we all know what these products are. So to get a new list of product ideas, add another letter. For example, B. Scan on the list and see if anything else catches your eye. If not, add another letter. Let's try O. Let's see here. So above ground pool cover clips. What's that? That sounds interesting. Okay, so I've never heard of above ground pool clips, but I assume this is something every pool owner is going to need to keep the cover on. Okay, so let's analyze this niche. First, we want to make sure we're using the correct keyword phrase. This is very important. You always want to use the shortest, most relevant keyword phrase. In this case, I'm assuming these clips don't apply to just above ground pools, so I'm going to do a search for just pool clips. You can see that the same products pulled up in the search results, so this is the better keyword phrase. Okay, so to analyze the niche, we need to use a product research tool that will give us data to look at, such as how well these listings are selling and how much money they're making. The tool that I use is called Helium 10, and they have a Chrome extension called X-Ray that's gonna give us access to a ton of data that you would never be able to get on your own. I'll leave a link in the video description below to a coupon that you can use to get a huge discount. Now, if we pull up X-Ray, we can see exactly how many units each listing is selling every month, how much money they're making, their sales history over the last few months, and a ton of other metrics. Now, to fully analyze and validate a niche is an entire video on its own, but just to give you a brief idea of what's involved, you want to make sure that the niche meets a few specific minimum metrics. So to do that, first, we want to ignore the sponsored listings. These are the listings that have the SP logo next to them. We can actually turn them off in the settings so we don't have to see them. For example, most of the top listings should be selling their products for $15 or more. And if we take a look here, it looks like they are. You want to make sure that the top listings are making at least $6,000 to $9,000 in revenue every month. And it definitely looks like this is the case here. In fact, these listings here are making over $40,000 each month. Wow, isn't that amazing? And we also want to make sure the niche isn't too competitive. And we judge competition based on the number of reviews that each listing has. We want to make sure that most of the top listings have less than 300 reviews. Now, if we take a look at the reviews, it looks like we're pretty close to a low competition niche. Most of the listings here have less than 300 reviews. And what also is interesting and catches my eye here is that most of these listings have great sales despite having average reviews. Like this one here, it has 3.9 stars, but they're making $44,000 a month. And you know what? I'm actually recording this video in real time, and I can decide right now if I actually want to share this product or keep it a secret and not share it on YouTube, since I honestly can't believe I think I found my next product idea. So yeah, this is actually pretty crazy. Can you see how powerful this letter method is? Anyways, if I do decide to share this product idea on YouTube and you're seeing this now, then I hope you appreciate it. And I know most people keep it for themselves and know from firsthand experience how frustrating it is when you can't see for yourself what a good product idea is. Anyways, if you're seeing this video and you appreciate it, smash the like button for me. It'll make it worth my while. Okay, so like I said earlier, analyzing a niche is an entire video in itself. So if you want to learn more about it, I'll leave a link in the description to a video on this topic. So as excited as I am right now that we found this product, let's get back to the letter method. So if going down this path doesn't lead you anywhere, you can go back one letter and choose a different one and see where that leads you. Or you can start all over and choose an entirely new letter from the beginning and start over. Okay, that was pretty easy, right? The next strategy I'm going to show you is actually just as easy. I call it the random string method. Okay, so I didn't put too much thought into coming up with some catchy names for these strategies, but they work, like I just inadvertently showed you. So anyways, the random string method is just that. We're going to jump back onto Amazon and choose a category that you want to find products in, like home and kitchen. And in the search field, we're going to enter a random string of letters. Make sure you enter at least 8 characters for this to work. And it's not rocket science. You can literally just hit any random keys on your keyboard. But make sure you put a dash in the beginning of the string. The dash is the minus key next to the backspace button. And when you hit search, you'll see a random list of products in the search results. How this works is each time you search for a random string, you'll get an entirely different list of products in the search. This is perfect because you want to always be thinking outside of the box to find product ideas that no one else is seeing. Now, what you want to do is pull up the X-ray Chrome extension again so we can analyze the products that were pulled up. Hit load more at the bottom so that all the listings are pulled in. And then in the filters menu, we're going to filter out the listings that don't meet our minimum criteria. So let's hide the sponsored listings, set the minimum price to $14.95, the minimum sales to 300, and set the minimum revenue to 6,000 and the max weight to 2 pounds, the maximum reviews to 300, and hit apply. Now we can see that these listings here meet the criteria that we set. So if any of these listings are strange and out of the ordinary, then like we did before, we can analyze the niche to see if it's a valid product idea to pursue. If not, then go to the next page of the search results, open up X-ray, and repeat the process. Now, if you want to start all over, you can always enter in a totally new random string of characters and start again. Pretty easy, right? Like I said in the beginning, anyone can do this. You just need to put in the time and use a little bit of your own intuition. Okay, so moving on. The next strategy I like to use is called the Inception method. Okay, I have to admit, this one has a pretty cool name. And if you haven't seen the movie, it's all about diving deep into your dreams, like dreams within dreams. So with that same idea, the Inception method is looking for new product ideas within other product ideas. For example, when you're using any product discovery method and you find a product idea, so let's say we're looking at these reusable coffee pods. Actually, while we're here, let's take a look at the niche. I'm pretty sure it's going to be way too competitive, but let's take a look anyway. So let's do a search for reusable coffee pods and open up X-ray. And let's take a look at the numbers. If we take a look at the reviews, we can see that this niche is way too competitive, just like I thought. So anyways, to use the Inception method, one place to dive deeper is to look at the seller's store. If this product happened to meet the criteria we had set in our filters, maybe the seller has other products that might meet the criteria. So if we click on the store, Brick and Night, we can see all the other products this seller has. Now, if we open up X-ray, let's see if any of these products are viable. Again, let's set the filters here and click apply. So we can see that none of the products are good. Okay, so the store didn't produce anything for us. So let's go back to the original product detail page. And if we scroll down, we can take a look at the frequently bought together section for ideas. We can see these items are frequently bought together. Now, if any of these catch your eye, you can always dive deeper into these products. Or we can take a look at the related product section. You can scroll through all these different products here and see if anything here catches your eye. Don't forget, there's also another section at the very bottom. So as you can see, as you dive deeper into other product ideas, it can lead you down different paths to products that you wouldn't normally find using the original product discovery strategy. Okay, so this next strategy I'm going to show you is actually how I found my very first product. I actually suggest using this method if you're new to Amazon and you're still learning how to find product ideas and analyze niches. This strategy uses Helium 10's product database called Black Box. Basically, Helium 10 has analyzed all of the products in the Amazon marketplace, and the tool lets you set filters to find products in the marketplace that meet those specific parameters. How powerful is that? Okay, so this is what the product database called Black Box on Helium 10 looks like. It's a great place to start looking for viable products, and it'll let you get used to looking at specific data and metrics and familiarizing yourself with what the different filters mean. Now, this strategy will work in any marketplace, but if you're planning to sell in the US marketplace, choose US. Then pick the categories you want to find products to sell in. I personally only choose specific categories, as you can see here. I avoid certain categories because, like clothing and shoes, there's way too many variations and returns to deal with. Electronics break all the time and can be hard to use. I avoid anything that you ingest or put in or on your body like lotions and creams because I just don't want the liability if someone was to get injured or hurt. Toys and games is way too competitive and the life cycle of the products is way too short. So here, set the maximum reviews to 300. Reviews is how we determine how competitive a niche is, so you want to find niches that have low competition. Niches where most of the listings have a lot of reviews will be much more difficult and expensive to break into. I suggest sticking with standard size products. Oversized can be a logistical nightmare with extremely high fees. Set the maximum weight to 2 pounds. Anything heavier will be considered overweight and the fees will be higher. And for the seller types, select all. Now in the sales section, I suggest setting the price range between $15 and $50 to start. Anything less than $15 and there won't be any money left for profit. Basically, if we use the rule of thirds, 1/3 will go to manufacturing, 1/3 to fees, and the last third is your profit. So at $15, you'll make around $5. And anything over $50, the product won't be an impulse buy and the buyers will tend to do more research and comparisons before making their buying decision. Okay, so a pro tip. Instead of just putting $15 here like what most people would do, most people will just set a round number here, but what I like to do is think outside the box and go slightly beyond the price range to capture any listings that are priced close to the minimum and maximum price range, since sellers like to use different pricing strategies. So I'm gonna put $14.75 and $50.27. Again, this isn't rocket science, you can use any decimal point. Now remember the rule of thirds I just mentioned? If your goal is to make $3,000 of profit every month, then using the rule of thirds, we can roughly estimate that you'll need to find a product that generates around $9,000 in revenue every month. So set the minimum revenue to $9,000. But hold on, again, always think outside the box. I'm actually gonna set it lower to $6,000. I wanna capture any outlier products that might be selling decently well, but if I can improve the product, then perhaps it'll meet my revenue target of $9,000. Make sense? Okay, set the minimum monthly sales to 300. That's a good starting point based on a product that has a $10 profit margin in order to hit the monthly profit goal of $3,000. Okay, so keep in mind that none of these search criteria are set in stone. You can play around with them to find different products. For example, with the review rating, which is how many stars a listing has based on its reviews, you can set the maximum to 3.5 or something so that you can specifically look for products that are selling well despite having average or poor reviews. Okay, now when you click on search, Blackbox will pull up a list of all the products on Amazon that match the search criteria that we set. You can see the product image, title, price, monthly sales and revenue, the number of reviews, and the review rating, how old the listing is, and a ton of other metrics. So again, browse through the products and look for anything that's strange or out of the ordinary that catches your eye. And a pro tip here is if you notice, a lot of the listings made it past the filters that we set. Listings such as clothing, food, and brand name products like you see here. So what I do is I have a ton of keywords that I want to exclude from the search results. Now this is an evolving list of keywords that I've built over the years, and if I keep seeing the same type of products showing up in the search, then I'll add the product keyword to the list. For example, you can see here I have men's, women's, Nike, Under Armour, shirt, pants, sock, and so on. The key is making your product research as efficient as possible, so anything that you can do to save time and energy will help. Now I'll post this list of keywords in the description below if you want to copy and use them. Okay, so the next strategy I'm going to share with you is a method that I've been using more recently. I call this strategy the barrier method. I call it the barrier method because I'm looking for product ideas that generally have some sort of barrier or have some difficulty for most people to get involved with. For example, in today's economy and for how popular e-commerce and selling on Amazon has become recently, I highly recommend selling high-ticket products. High-ticket products are products that sell for around $50 and up. The barrier here is the higher startup cost since the products are typically going to cost more to produce or manufacture. But high-ticket items typically have higher profit margins. And because of the higher costs, those niches typically have far less competition due to the barrier of entry. Now, another barrier you can explore is by looking at products that are difficult to sell. These are products that may need special handling, are easily breakable, require special certifications, or are only accessible behind categories that are difficult to get ungated in. For example, beginners tend to stay away from large or oversized products and seasonal products. If you can navigate around the hurdles surrounding selling those types of products, you can access products that most people can't or won't even attempt to sell. However, I would still stay away from patented and trademark products though. Trying to sell those products are just way too much of a hassle and risk to deal with. And the last strategy that I'm going to share with you is what I call the intuition method. This method doesn't involve sitting in front of your computer, but rather taking a new outlook on how you view your day-to-day activities. Whether you're just driving around town, shopping, watching TV, visiting a friend's house, or whatever, take notice of the items and products you see or interact with. You never know what might catch your eye or didn't even know was something you could buy. In fact, this is exactly how I found another product that I actually shared in a video a while ago. It's actually a pretty funny story. I was shopping at the grocery store and on my way back to my car, the paper bag I was holding ripped and everything scattered all over the parking lot. So not only was I embarrassed, I was super frustrated since I basically had to balance everything in my arms and juggle them back to my car. But anyways, to make a long story short, when I got home, for whatever reason, I decided to look up the paper bags niche on Amazon, and literally within just a few minutes, it ended up leading me to a product that was selling for over $40,000 a month. I'll actually leave a link to that video in the description below if you want to check it out. So basically what I'm saying here is to just keep your eyes open and you'll start seeing the world in a slightly different way. There are endless product idea possibilities around you every day. You just have to take notice of them. All right, before moving on, I realize that some of you have limited funds or want to minimize your risk. So for those people, you can actually start selling on Amazon without having to purchase any inventory at all. So let's talk about how you can do that next. Do you want to start selling on Amazon, but you don't have the money to buy inventory? Well, I'm going to show you how complete beginners are earning $100 to $800 a day without any inventory and no experience at all. Yes, it's possible. And no, you don't need to invest in any inventory, expensive software subscriptions, or even the Amazon Seller Professional plan. And I'll show you two incredible ways to do just that. First, let's talk about the traditional way of selling on Amazon. Most sellers are looking for popular products that have low demand. For example, this screw-in camping tent stakes that I'm currently working on selling. To take advantage of Amazon's FBA services, which stands for Fulfillment by Amazon, it's a fantastic service where Amazon handles the storage, packing, and shipping of your products as well as all of the customer service. However, this business model requires capital. You need to buy inventory, design attractive packaging, ship the inventory to Amazon, and have professional photos taken, just to name a few, which all cost money up front without any guarantees that you will be successful. You also have to worry about cash flow to repurchase inventory, and you carry the risk of the product not selling at all. The biggest risk being the money you're investing. So how can we minimize this risk? Well, as it turns out, buying and having inventory for a product idea isn't the most crucial part of selling on Amazon. The most important key to a product success is to get the product listing ranked on the first page of the search results. Products on the first page get the most eyeballs. If you think about it, just like on Google or YouTube, the top search results get the most clicks or views, and similarly on Amazon, the product listings on the first page get the most sales. In fact, over 70% of all online sales takes place on the first page. So how can you leverage that strategy without spending any money? Well, the key is to get your product ranked on the first page of the search results without having to spend any money on inventory. And Amazon actually has two ways that you can do that. The first option is utilizing Amazon's Merch on Demand. This service allows you to sell custom designs on things like t-shirts and hoodies without having to invest on any inventory. Amazon already has all the merch. All you need to do is provide the design. And just like FBA, Amazon will handle everything else for you, from printing the designs on the t-shirts or hoodies, packaging and shipping, and all of the customer service. And the best part, you don't need to be an artist or a designer, and you don't even need to be creative and come up with any designs yourself. In fact, the best way to find designs that people are already buying is to look on websites like Pinterest. Just do a search in specific niches such as sports. You can look for golf t-shirts, for example, and see what's popular. Or specific interests like cats. You can find a ton of cool ideas like you can see here. And a pro tip, the best place to look for popular designs is actually on Etsy. For example, if we take a look at a popular movie theme like Top Gun, my all-time favorite movie and easily the best movie ever, unlike on Pinterest, you can actually get an idea of which designs are the best sellers by looking at the reviews. You can see that a ton of these have thousands of reviews. And by using this strategy, you can spot the most popular designs that you know people are already buying, because Etsy is an online shopping marketplace. Then all you have to do is either copy the design or create something similar to make it your own. Now, if you don't have any artistic talent, that's okay. You can hire a graphic designer from websites like Upwork or Fiverr for as little as $2 to $5 per design. Just show them the idea and have them recreate the design or come up with something similar. Or if you want to do it the completely free way, you can sign up for a free account on canva.com and choose the t-shirt template and create it yourself. For example, here's a cool cat t-shirt design. How's it going? Back on Canva, find a template that's similar. Change the text to match the design. Then search for a cool cat image, like this one here, and place it on the canvas like this. Resize it so it looks nice. And there you go. In just a few clicks, I created my own version. And once you've got your design, all you have to do is upload it to Amazon, set your list price, and focus on keyword optimization to get ranked, and it doesn't cost you a penny. And because Merch on Demand is free, upload several designs and see which ones catch on, and you can get ranked onto the first page. I call this the shotgun strategy method because instead of just focusing on one idea, you're shotgun blasting a bunch at the same time. And once they start selling, you can collect royalties from the sales, money that you can then use to start selling your own private label products or a different business altogether. Now, the second strategy is taking advantage of Amazon's KDP platform, which stands for Kindle Direct Publishing. This is Amazon's publishing platform that allows anyone to publish ebooks for free. And just like Merch on Demand, it doesn't cost you anything to get started, and the books you publish are made available to the millions of readers around the world. Unlike people that are searching for information on Google, the massive difference with KDP is people that search on Amazon are looking to buy that information. Therefore, there's a specific strategy you can implement to take advantage of that. What you do is you write free ebooks. And just like with Merch on Demand, you don't have to be a good writer or author, you just have to be resourceful. For example, you can easily identify popular topics to write about by leveraging Google Trends. You can do searches for specific topics or niches, or click on the Explore tab to see what's popular, like you can see here. The Paralympics or ChatGPT are popular right now. Or you can click on the Trending Now tab here and see what people have been searching for. You can write books or guides on popular topics such as fitness, weight loss, finance, self-help, or whatever's trending at the moment. For example, you can write a guide on how to use ChatGPT for people 50 years and older. And guess what? You can actually use ChatGPT to write it for you. Go to chatgpt.com and search for ebook creator. Then give it a detailed prompt like, write an ebook that's around 20 pages in length, explaining step by step how to use ChatGPT for people 50 years and older. And look at that. In just a few seconds, ChatGPT provides a title, all the chapters, and a detailed step-by-step guide that you can copy and create as a PDF and upload to KDP. So if the book is free, how do you make money doing that? Well, if you take a look at the yoga niche, for example, we can see there are a ton of free yoga books on Amazon, like this one here. You can see it's one of the top ranking sellers in the search, and it's only 30 pages long. And what authors like this have figured out is instead of just posting their books as a blog on a website and ranking it on Google, they can rank on Amazon to access Amazon's millions of customers that make money through affiliate marketing by promoting other people's products. Again, setting up a KDP account is free, unlike FBA, which typically costs around $39.99 a month. So you can create tons of ebooks just like this one, and then head on over to another free website, clickbank.com, which has a ton of products in specific niches that you can promote and earn commissions without ever spending a single penny on inventory. For example, you can see here, if you create an ebook in the fitness niche, you can promote this product on ClickBank, this Sumatra Slim Belly Tonic Dietary Supplement, and they'll pay you a $138 commission. And this supplement, someone else has already done all the advertising and marketing and purchased all the inventory, so you don't have to spend a single penny. And they'll handle all the packing and shipping and customer service. And you can see here, over 140 people have earned this commission in the last 30 days. And there's a ton of other options for you to choose from. And this is just the health and fitness niche. So as you can see, with very little work up front, you can set yourself up to earn a ton of money on the back end without having to spend $1 on inventory and taking on any risk. You can see here, it says, ClickBank has hundreds of platinum affiliate marketers who earn more than $250,000 per year. And beginners are earning up to $1,000 per month, while intermediate marketers are earning up to $10,000 per month. And once you've put together some capital and you're ready to scale your business on Amazon, you can start selling private label products like I do. With very little starting capital, I was able to earn all of my investment back and turn a profit in just 30 days of selling my very first product. And a ton of my students have done the same thing. Like Kara here, she's selling $2,000 a day. Or Ahmed, he's selling $5,000 a month. And another one of my students here hit $10,000 a month. And so many more selling private label products on Amazon. But the thing is, you can't just sell whatever you want on Amazon. One of the biggest factors that so many beginners overlook that lead to massive time and financial losses has to do with IP infringement. So pay close attention. You can't just sell anything you want on Amazon. One of the biggest problems I see beginners running into is selling patented and trademarked products. Many of them actually investing thousands of dollars into these products, only to find out that they can't sell them on Amazon. In fact, I've even seen some of them not only get their listing shut down, but also get sued. In this video, I'm going to show you how you can avoid going down the same path as these people and show you 4 ways how you can easily do a patent search as well as a trademark search, a crucial step that you must do before investing a single penny so that you don't get yourself into trouble and end up wasting a ton of your valuable time and money. But first, as a disclaimer, I want to point out that I'm not a patent or trademark attorney or a professional. I'm just sharing with you my experience and how I approach this. This isn't professional advice. If you need professional advice, consult a professional. Okay, so I think a lot of people simply don't understand why it's important to make sure that the products that you want to sell aren't patented or trademarked. Well, patented or trademarked products are protected and are the sole intellectual property of the holder who has expressed legal rights to manufacture and sell them. No one else is allowed to manufacture or sell the product or use the name or logo without their permission. So if you violate their intellectual property, in the best case scenario, Amazon will shut down your listing and you won't be able to sell the product on Amazon. However, in the worst case, you can get sued. So in my opinion, you want to avoid selling patented and trademarked products altogether simply because most of the time you won't get legal permission to sell them, and if you do, the fees involved will make it cost prohibitive. Now, without going into too much detail, there's actually 3 types of patents, but really only 2 apply to selling on Amazon. That's the utility patent and there's the design patent. Basically, a utility patent protects a novel function of a product, a unique construction or method that a product is manufactured, functions, or operates. Whereas a design patent protects the physical appearance of a product. Basically, a design patent only protects how a product looks. For example, imagine an inventor develops a new and more efficient solar panel technology. The solar panels significantly increase the efficiency of converting light into electricity. A utility patent would protect this novel technology and prevent others from making, using, selling, or importing a similar device without their permission. Whereas a design patent would only protect how the device looks, the physical appearance, shape, and placement of any buttons or other design features. A design patent would not protect the unique technology of how it converts light into electricity. Basically, around 90% of design patents get approved. However, less than 60% of utility patents are granted. And patents can take a few years to get granted and are generally good for 20 years. One thing I want to make clear is that violating someone's IP is a serious issue. The excuse of you didn't know or other people are selling it or my supplier told me it's not patented aren't valid excuses. The intellectual property owner does not have to disclose that there is a patent or trademark on the product in their listings, and Amazon itself doesn't enforce intellectual property rights. It's up to the patent owner to police and enforce their own intellectual property rights. So just because you see other listings or other people selling the product doesn't mean it's not patented. The other sellers could be legally licensed resellers, or they could be illegally selling counterfeit products and they simply haven't been caught yet, or the patent owner hasn't made a claim against them yet. It's your sole responsibility to make sure you're not violating someone else's IP. Now, how can you find out if a product you want to sell is patented or trademarked? For example, let's say you want to sell these snorkel masks. These look pretty cool, right? Well, one way to check if there is a patent or not is by using Google Patents at patents.google.com. What you want to do is do a search for the main keywords for the product that best describes the product or its function. In this case, we want to do a search for full face snorkel mask, since this keyword phrase clearly describes exactly what this product is. You don't want to search for diving mask or diving gear or foldable 180-degree panoramic view snorkeling mask. In some cases, you should try different search terms, since what you call the product might not be how other people refer to it or what term the patent owner registered it under. So if we do a search on Google Patents for full face snorkel mask, we can immediately see that there are a couple of hits right at the top here. In fact, we can already see from the thumbnail images here that this is the exact product on Amazon. And if we take a look at the first hit here, we can actually browse through these images here, and this definitely is the product we saw on Amazon. And if we take a look over here, we can see that on October 5, 2017, Shenzhen Link Electronic Co. applied for this patent, and on May 6, 2020, the patent was granted. It says here the patent is currently active and that it doesn't expire until 2037. So you might be asking yourself, how are these sellers selling this product on Amazon then? Well, they could have purchased this inventory directly from Shenzhen Link Electronic Co. or from an authorized distributor, or if they didn't, then they're selling counterfeit products and they just haven't been caught yet. Now, just to show you an example of what an expired patent looks like, I'm sure everyone is familiar with these slap chop food choppers, right? I always enjoyed their commercials.
Breakfast to go. You're gonna love my nuts. Watch this.
Anyways, so if we do a search for food chopper, we can see here that this thumbnail looks like the slap chop. And if we take a look at the patent itself, we can see that it actually expired way back in July of 1974. Okay, so now a second way that you can do a search for patents is actually on the US Patent and Trademark website at uspto.gov. Click on Search for Patents, Patent Public Search, Advanced Search. So just like on Google Patents, you can do a search using the best keyword phrase and then browse through the results to see if there's a patent. Now, I actually prefer using Google Patents since it's way easier to use and navigate. Now, another way to search for patents is to just do a search on Google. For example, if you simply do a search on Google for full face snorkel mask patent, you can see that it pulled up several results, the top hit being the one we found already on Google Patents. Sometimes if there isn't a direct link to a patent, you can find info on the owner's website or related websites that might say that there's a patent or a patent pending. For example, if we scroll down, we can see that it says it's patented here, and here, and here, and so on. Now, one thing to keep in mind, if you do a search and you don't find anything, it doesn't necessarily mean that there isn't a patent. You might be using the wrong keyword phrase. It could be patented under a different term or name. That's why this fourth method, which is extremely important, especially if you're serious about pursuing this product idea, is to actually hire a professional patent attorney. The thing is, you don't have to spend hundreds of dollars to hire one. You can actually hire a patent attorney to do an in-depth search for you for $5 or $10 on Fiverr.com. Just do a search for patent search. Okay, now moving on to trademarks. Trademarks are completely different than patents. A trademark protects a name or logo, such as your business name, logo, or brand. For example, Apple, Sony, Batman, Nike, or Lego are all registered trademarks. You can't use them without their permission. The thing is with trademarks is that you don't actually have to register them to have legal protection. Common law takes effect the moment anyone starts using their brand name or logo. Amazon doesn't always enforce this. With most of the major well-known brands, Amazon will automatically prevent you from using their brands in your product listing. However, with the lesser-known brands, the intellectual property owner has to enforce their legal rights, just like with patents. Either way, you can't use other people's brand names or logos in your listing or on your product without permission. If you do, you might get away with it for a while, but once the legal owner notices or decides to take action, Amazon will shut down your listing, and again, you can be sued. If the brand name or logo isn't obvious like Nike or Apple, then you can do a trademark search on uspto.gov. You also need to be very careful with brand names that have become synonymous with a type of product, like Velcro, Kleenex, Lego, or Xerox. Those are actually trademark brand names that people now use in common language to describe similar products. For example, instead of using Velcro in your listing, you can use Hook and Loop. Or instead of Lego, you can use building blocks. And lastly, let's quickly talk about copyright. Unlike patents and trademarks, copyright protects works of art like literature, lyrics, or photos. And this is very important because I see people using other people's photos all the time in their product listings. Don't do that. This includes using random images you found on Google. People have been sued for doing this. Basically, the rule of thumb here is that if you didn't take the photo or write the copy yourself, don't use it. Even if you found the photos on Google or if your supplier gave you the photos, those photos are owned by someone else. Always have your own professional photos taken and write your own product descriptions. You've been warned. All right, now once you've identified a product that you want to sell, the next step is finding a supplier that you can purchase it from or have it manufactured for you. And the best way to do that is to look overseas in China, where you can generally find suppliers who offer products and manufacturing with excellent quality at the best prices. Alibaba.com has become one of the best resources to find high quality products to sell, as well as manufacturers to make them. But if you're new to selling online, I realize that it can be a little bit overwhelming sourcing products and finding a reliable manufacturer to work with on Alibaba.com. So in this video, I'm going to show you how easy it is to use Alibaba.com to discover new product ideas or find a manufacturer for a product idea that you may already have. I'll also show you the best practices for selecting and contacting manufacturers, including a free initial contact template that I've put together that you can use when contacting manufacturers so you can sound professional and cover all of the necessary details on the first correspondence. All right, so let's hop on to Alibaba.com. And the first thing you'll need to do is create your Alibaba account. Just click the sign in button at the top, and you can click the join button or log in by linking one of your existing online accounts like Google or Facebook. Now, if you're looking for a manufacturer for a product idea that you already have, with over 40 industries and more than 5,900 different categories, Alibaba.com makes it super easy for you to find countless manufacturers for you to choose from. Just type in the product you're interested in into the search, and you'll find a massive list of manufacturers that make them. For example, if you want to sell soap dishes, just do a search for soap dish, and you can see that there's a list of over 10,000 manufacturers available. Now, in order for you to narrow down the results to show only the best, most reliable, and trustworthy manufacturers, make sure you select trade assurance and verified suppliers option in the filters. What this means is that trade assurance is Alibaba's secure form of payment for both the buyer and the manufacturer. Instead of paying the manufacturer directly, you send Alibaba the payment, and they'll essentially hold the funds like an escrow until the transaction is complete. When all conditions of the contract are met, such as the quality of the product and on-time delivery, and once both parties are satisfied, the funds will be released. Otherwise, you can get a refund. And verified suppliers are manufacturers that have been vetted by Alibaba and have a proven historical track record. By selecting the trade assurance and verified supplier filter, only the manufacturers that agree to use trade assurance and are verified will appear in the search results. So make sure you choose these filters to help reduce the risk of any potential problems dealing with manufacturers. Now you can see in the results that all of the listings show the verified and trade assurance icons. Okay, so if we take a look at the search results, it can be a little bit overwhelming, like, how do you choose a manufacturer? There's so many for you to choose from. Well, the first thing I do is smash the like button for the YouTube algorithm. Turn that thumb blue so YouTube knows to show this video to other people just like you so they can get value from it too, and it would really help me out and I'd appreciate it. So back to the search results. Take a look at the products themselves. You can easily ignore the listings that aren't the product that you want to sell. So if I want to sell these wooden soap dishes, I'll just ignore all the listings that aren't this style or type, like these plastic or glass ones. And then I'll only consider the manufacturers that have been on Alibaba for at least 3 years or longer. You can see here, it shows how long each manufacturer has been on Alibaba.com. You can also take note of their overall rating here. It's a score out of 5 stars, similar to what we see for products on Amazon. Now, on the search results page, 2 factors you'll see are the price and the minimum order quantity, also known as the MOQ. The prices are usually shown in a range because the price you ultimately pay more or less depends on how many units you order. Typically, the more units you order, the lower the unit price. And of course, if you're a shrewd negotiator, you can also get yourself better pricing. So for example, if we take a look at this one here, the price is 52 cents to 60 cents. and the minimum order is 100 units. So because the order size is so small, the price you'll be paying is most likely on the higher end. You can see that for orders of 100 to 499 units, it's 60 cents per unit. And over 1,000 units, it's 52 cents. I also want to point out that some manufacturers also have a minimum order for customization. Like you can see here, if you want your logo printed on each unit, the minimum order quantity is 200 units. And if you want customized packaging, you need to order at least 500 units. Keep in mind though that everything is negotiable. Just because the price and MOQ is listed as such, doesn't mean you can't negotiate a better price or lower MOQ. For example, if you really want to work with a specific manufacturer, but the MOQ is too high, like you only want to order 300 or 500 units, but the MOQ is 1,000, offer to pay a little bit more per unit on your first order so you can place a smaller order size to reduce your risk. All right, now if you don't know what to sell and you're looking for product ideas, you can use Alibaba.com to browse through their different categories. So instead of using the search, you can choose a category here, or you can see what the top ranking suppliers are selling, or even browse by top ranked products by category, just to give you some ideas. During the March Expo, there's 50,000 suppliers that have been selected to participate. You can find new products being introduced, trending products by category, and even participate in live streams that are put on by the manufacturers themselves. They're actually pretty entertaining to watch, and you can interact and ask them questions. And once you've discovered a few product ideas, you can analyze them over on Amazon to see if they're viable product ideas for you to pursue. Okay, so when it comes to contacting manufacturers, you want to contact many of them. Don't be afraid to contact around 20 or 30 or more. I want to point out that they're just people too, just like you and me, and they welcome new business. So don't be afraid to contact several manufacturers, and this is for several reasons. First, many won't respond, so don't be surprised if you don't hear back from them, and some may be slow to respond, taking several days or even weeks. You obviously want to avoid working with those manufacturers. Others may have poor communication skills, and that's nothing against them, but you want to stick with manufacturers that are easy to understand and communicate well, and also thoroughly answer the questions that you have. This is so you can avoid having any potential miscommunications or misunderstandings. And of course, the more people you contact, the more quotes you can get to find the best price and option to go with. Now, one crucial point when communicating with manufacturers is to be sure to sound professional. If you send an email with slang, a bunch of spelling mistakes, and emojis, well, that's not very professional, nor would anyone take you seriously. Okay, because I know this will be the first time contacting manufacturers for many of you, a common question I get asked is, well, what do I say when I contact them? How can I sound professional? Well, I've made that easy for you. I've made the exact initial contact template that I use available to you to download and use for free. It covers all the necessary details, questions, and information you'll need from the supplier in a single correspondence, so you don't have to go back and forth several times to get all the information that you need. Otherwise, because of the time zone difference, this can take several days. Just customize the template for each manufacturer, edit the fields I have enclosed in brackets with your own information, fill out the product information and any customization you'd like, and then on Alibaba.com, click the Contact Supplier button. Customize the form for your needs like the MOQ, warranty. Always choose on-site inspection, and if you need any other services, you can choose it here. Then copy and paste the template into the form. If you have any files or images of details, any customization like materials, color, or features that you want them to see, you can attach them here, and then click on Send Inquiry Now. And make sure you're not contacting the same manufacturer more than once. Quite often, manufacturers have multiple listings, so take note of whom you've already sent an inquiry to so you don't contact them again. It doesn't look professional. You can see who you're contacting here. Another option you can use to find manufacturers, especially if you have something in mind that's particularly unique or customized, is to use the RFQ option. RFQ stands for Request for Quotation. So it's up to you if you want to select this option here. If you do, you may end up getting contacted by suppliers that you may not want to work with. But if we go to rfq.alibaba.com and click on Submit RFQ, you can fill in the details for the product you want made. Just like on the contact template, be as specific and detailed as you can, and suppliers that are interested and can meet your requirements will contact you. You'll typically get replies within the hour. Now, a pro tip. I like to stay organized, especially when there's a lot of information or data involved. What I like to do is make a spreadsheet to keep track of all the suppliers that I'm talking with. As replies come back, I'll note the company and what their quote is. I like to keep a separate column for each item, such as the price per unit, shipping per unit, labeling costs, packaging, or any customization costs. This way, I can see who's offering me what and at what price, and I can use that information to negotiate between suppliers to get the best deals and prices. For example, if one supplier is willing to do free labeling, but another has a better price per unit, I can negotiate to get a better deal and narrow down the list of suppliers. And one thing to note, most suppliers aren't going to give you quotes based on a per unit price, or the quote includes the production and shipping costs together. In those cases, ask them to give you a quote for the product separately from the shipping or the EXW price. Or even better is to itemize everything. Then just divide the quote by however many units you're ordering to get the price per unit and the shipping price per unit, as well as the itemized cost for each bit that you want done, like labeling and packaging. It'll make comparing quotes between suppliers much easier. All right, you can find links to everything I discussed on Alibaba.com in the video description below, as well as a link to download the free contact template. Now, besides sourcing your products overseas, in some circumstances, it can be beneficial to source your products locally here in North America. For example, if you're looking for faster turnaround times, cheaper shipping, or even just to find a backup supplier in case your main supplier runs into logistical issues, you can minimize that impact, which has happened to me before. So here's how you can do that. We're going to take a look at how you can find suppliers here in the US, and we'll go over the pros and cons of choosing a US supplier. All right, so let's start with the pros of sourcing your products here in the US and why you would choose this route over sourcing overseas in China. As I mentioned, because of COVID-19 and the government mandates with shutdowns, quarantines, and social distancing, the speed and efficiency of the global economy has taken a huge hit. And although the production times of Chinese manufacturers may still be pretty short, relatively speaking, the biggest advantage we're sourcing in the US in terms of lead time is with shipping. Again, because of COVID-19, shipping times across the ocean are taking much longer than normal, mostly with sea freight. Incidences like the one last week in the Suez Canal with the container ship Ever Given blocking the entire shipping lane hasn't helped, preventing around $10 billion per day of merchandise from passing through. Shipping by air has also been affected too due to delays at the ports. So sourcing your products in the US not only cuts down on the shipping times, but it can also cut down on the shipping costs for obvious reasons, as the shipment doesn't need to travel as far. It also dramatically reduces the lead times by not having to deal with customs when commercial goods are being imported, further cutting down on the lead times by days or even weeks. And depending on where the goods are being imported from, you also avoid having to pay duties. Now, one thing you don't want to overlook is the fact that it's also much easier to communicate with suppliers. Because they're here in the same time zone as the rest of us in the US, you get much faster communication, and because English is the primary language, it's much easier to communicate with far less of a chance of having a misunderstanding or miscommunication, especially if you're making design changes. Furthermore, another advantage you can consider is the fact that the products are made here in the US. Depending on the product you're selling and its perceived value, being able to claim that it's made here in the USA can certainly help with sales, as buyers tend to relate that with quality, because as it stands, there's still a common perception that Chinese manufactured goods are of poor quality, which isn't so much the case nowadays like it was a few decades ago. Okay, so what are the cons of sourcing here in the US? Well, mainly because of the higher labor costs here, the manufacturing costs are going to be much higher, so you can expect to see higher quotes despite having lower shipping costs. You can also expect to see higher MOQs, which is the minimum order quantity. Because of this, sourcing here in the US may be a more viable solution for those that are ready to scale their business and place larger orders rather than those that are just starting. Okay, so choosing to have your products manufactured here or overseas kind of depends on your own situation. So if you're experiencing or expect to have problems with overseas suppliers, then explore your options here in the US and compare the costs. Because remember, Business is all about providing the most value at the lowest possible cost to maximize your bottom line. All right, so now that you know what the pros and cons are, where can you find US suppliers? Well, you can start by smashing the like button for the YouTube algorithm. It's not going to help you find any suppliers, but it will help other people find this video and get value from it like you, and I'd appreciate it. Unfortunately, there isn't a single resource like Alibaba for US suppliers, so you'll have to use a few different options to find a supplier. First, there's thomasnet.com. Thomasnet is free. However, they're more geared towards industrial and commercial type products rather than consumer goods. You can also use a website called wholesalecentral.com. This is the closest resource to something like Alibaba. It's also free, and you can do a search for the product you're looking for, and it'll pull up a list of manufacturers that make them. Wholesale Central also lets you find upcoming trade shows that you can attend. Trade shows are a great place to find suppliers. Trade shows are usually specific to a certain niche or category, like there's boat shows, home shows, or what have you. So depending on what you're looking to sell, you can do a search here to see if there's any trade shows in your local area or you'd like to travel to. Another great option is a service from makersrow.com. It's different than the previous websites I've mentioned, where instead of just searching for a manufacturer for your product, Makers Row is an end-to-end service. If you have a product idea, they'll help you with the resources to develop the idea, design it, and then manufacture it. Makers Row isn't free though. There's a monthly subscription ranging from $35 to $99 per month. And lastly, if all else fails, you can always use Google. Just jump on Google and type in the product you want to sell, followed by the word manufacturer, supplier, or wholesaler, and see what comes up in the search results. Okay, so anytime you purchase inventory from your supplier, they're going to charge you sales tax if you don't set things up properly for your business. And this can add up to a lot of money that you don't have to pay, especially if you're purchasing your inventory through Alibaba. So in this next section, I'm going to show you how you can avoid having to pay that. Let's be real. No one likes to pay taxes. Well, the long arm of the tax man has finally reached all the way to Alibaba. And if you haven't already noticed, there's a new line on the Alibaba invoices that says tax. Ick. And of course, no one wants to pay taxes if you don't have to. So why is Alibaba suddenly charging sales tax? Well, in this video, let's talk about that and how it affects you, and I'll show you how you can easily avoid paying this new tax added by Alibaba. And do you know what else you can do easily? Smash the like button for the YouTube algorithm. It doesn't cost you anything, but it does help me out tremendously by letting YouTube know to show this video to more people, and I would really appreciate it. So thank you. And with that said, let's begin. So if you've tried to make a purchase or ask for a quote recently on Alibaba, you've probably noticed a new tax line on the invoice. Alibaba never charged sales tax before, so why the sudden change? Well, recent changes in legislation has deemed Alibaba as a marketplace facilitator to third-party sellers, similar to eBay and Amazon, so Alibaba is now required to collect and remit sales tax. That's why we're seeing this new tax line on the quotes and invoices. But in case you didn't know, having to pay sales tax only applies to the end user, not the retailer, wholesaler, or supplier. The end user is the person that is actually going to use the product for its intended purpose. For example, if you buy a tube of toothpaste and you're actually going to use it to brush your teeth, then you're the end user, so you have to pay the sales tax. However, if you're Target or Walmart and you're buying toothpaste with the intent to sell it, then you're a retailer and you don't pay sales tax. This is the same if you're doing private label and you're manufacturing products to sell under your own brand. You don't pay sales tax. So if you're watching this video, then I'm assuming you're not the end user. So how do you get around having to pay the sales tax on Alibaba? Well, if you already have an Alibaba account, then you probably already got an email notification letting you know about the change and what you can do about it. You can see here that it says, to get verified as a tax-exempt buyer, you can sign up for our Alibaba US sales tax exemption program called ASTEP. And if we jump over to the help section, it says, the ASTEP is a program that can easily help buyers identify himself or herself as an eligible tax-exempt buyer for US sales tax purposes. All you have to do is enroll in the ASTEP program by completing a few steps and answering some questions, which I'll go over with you in a second. And Subject to tax law requirements and changes, once Alibaba confirms you as an eligible tax-exempt buyer, your future purchases eligible for exemption will not be subject to sales tax at checkout. And I should mention here that if you haven't already figured this out, this new sales tax issue only applies to US-based buyers. All right, so in order to enroll in ASTEP, you'll need to have the following information: the states which you have sales tax exemption certificates or qualification, entity type of your organization, organization's address and exemption numbers or exemption form, if applicable. Now, as for the tax exemption certificate, this is typically issued to you by the state where you registered your business. How you get that tax exemption certificate varies by state, so it's beyond the scope of this video, but if you don't have one already, you can visit your state's government website and you'll probably find information on how to get it. For example, my business is registered here in Washington State. If I do a quick search on Google for Washington State Sales Tax Exemption Certificate, the first link conveniently takes me to what I need to do. You can also find more information on how to apply for sales tax exemption certificates for your state on this website here. And I'll leave a link to it in the video description below. Okay, now, once you have your sales tax exemption certificate, you'll need to jump onto Alibaba to enroll in ASTEP. Now, if you don't already have an Alibaba account, you'll have to create one. Just click on the My Alibaba button at the top and create a new account. Now, after you've signed in, click on Alibaba, My Account, My Profile. In the My Company section, click on Edit and fill in your details. If you have a registered business, enter the business name here. Otherwise, you can just make one up. All right, now once you've done that, you can apply for the ASTEP program. So click on My Alibaba, Account, Tax Information, Add Modify Tax Exemption. Now on this first page, make sure you read through the terms and conditions here so you understand what's going on here and that it's applicable to you or not. Now once you've done that, click on the checkbox to agree and then click on Start Your Application. Now in this first step, click on the state that your business is registered in or has tax exemption status. Now it doesn't matter if you're selling on Amazon or Shopify or whatever, and you're selling products all over the country, this is the home state where you're conducting your business in. If you don't have a registered business, this is the state where you live. In my case, my business is registered in Washington State. Okay, and on this next field, you're gonna need to choose the exemption type. Here's where you need to provide a reason why you need a tax exemption. Now, there's a lot of options to choose from here, but most are not going to apply to us. For most of us here, we're doing private label or wholesale, so we're going to choose resale, which is one of the two most popular options. We're buying inventory or products with the intent to resell it. The second most popular option is industrial production/manufacturing. You would choose this option if you're selling a product that requires you to buy parts and assemble them together for the final product. For example, if you're selling a lawnmower and you need to buy the plastic wheels and the engine from another manufacturer and then assemble those parts into the final lawnmower to sell, you don't need to pay sales tax on those subcomponents. Okay, so then click on Continue. All right, so on this step, you're gonna have to provide your business details. Again, if you don't have a registered business, just use your personal information here and make up a business name. Once you've filled in all of the fields, click on Continue. All right, and on to the next step. You're gonna need to answer a few questions on this page. The answers you provide here will help pre-fill the tax exemption form or resale tax certificate for your state. So keep in mind, the tax exemption form or resale certificate varies by state. So the questions you see on this step may differ from what you're seeing on my screen. So in this case, for Washington State, I need to choose the exemption type. And in my case, I'm gonna choose resale. And I need to select the type of business. And I'm gonna choose manufacturing. And finally, do I have a Washington registration number? I do. And in my case, I have a business tax account ID. And then click on Continue. And now in this step, we're going to make our signature. So just scribble something with your mouse. That looks terrible, but anyway, click on Continue. Okay, so now you can download the completed application form. And based on all of the information you just entered, it filled in the proper tax exemption form for you, as you can see here. And this is what's going to be submitted to the state. Now, once you have it downloaded, make sure you go over everything to make sure everything looks correct and the information is accurate. Make sure you look through this thoroughly so that the application isn't rejected. So once you've done that, click on Submit. All right, so now you can see that the application was submitted successfully. So click on Return to Home Page. All right, so now on this page, you can see the status of the current application. You can see that the current status is in the reviewing state. Now, the approval process will take some time, so you'll just have to come back and visit this page to see what stage your application is in. Once the status changes to verified, then you'll know you've been approved. All right, and that's it. Once your exemption is active, you should no longer see you're being charged tax on Alibaba. However, if for some reason you still see the tax line, contact Alibaba support. Don't contact the supplier that you're working with. They can't help you. All the transactions are taken care of by Alibaba, not the supplier. And a pro tip here, when you fill out your purchase order on Alibaba, it's going to ask you where you plan to ship your inventory to. If the destination address isn't in the same state as where your business is registered, such as an Amazon fulfillment center or a 3PL, Alibaba will still charge you sales tax even though you're enrolled in the ASTEP program. So to get around that, instead of putting your actual destination, instead put your home state or the state your business is registered, the same state that you put when you enrolled in ASTEP. And that way, Alibaba won't charge you sales tax. This strategy works because Alibaba doesn't actually know where you're really going to be shipping your inventory to. Your manufacturer or freight forwarder is the one that will be handling and arranging the shipment, not Alibaba. Now, speaking of shipping, the whole process can be quite confusing for most beginners since shipping commercial goods isn't quite the same thing as sending a letter or a package to a friend. So let's go over how the shipping process works. One of the most confusing aspects of starting your Amazon business is how to ship your products from overseas, such as in China, to Amazon's FBA fulfillment centers. It's not as simple as slapping a shipping label on your boxes like you're sending a package to a friend. There is a lot of Amazon rules and guidelines that you need to follow, labeling requirements, federal import and export regulations, duties, and other shipping logistics. In fact, there are a lot of moving parts and several parties involved in the shipping process that if any of one of them is done wrong, it can delay your shipment, you can incur fines and penalties, or even have your shipment sent back to China. So in this video, I'll explain to you how the entire shipment process works and how you can have your products shipped from China to Amazon's FBA warehouses in the most efficient and cost-effective way possible. So I'm going to break this video down into 3 parts. First, I think it would be beneficial if we went over how the entire shipment process works from end to end. That way you'll understand all the steps that are involved from when your products leave your supplier or manufacturer's warehouse in China to when it arrives at Amazon's fulfillment centers. Then I'll break down the shipping process into 2 separate shipping strategies. The first is how to ship your products directly from your supplier or manufacturer in China to Amazon's FBA warehouses. And the second, I'll show you how to ship your products from China to a third party, such as a 3PL, first, and then to Amazon's FBA warehouses, and I'll go over the pros and cons of each. All right, so let's talk about how the entire shipping process works from end to end. When your product begins its journey, in order to get your product from the supplier's warehouse to the local port, it can travel by train, truck, or plane, or a combination of the 3 to get there. Then it'll cross the ocean either by plane or boat to a US port. And finally, from the port here in the US, it'll travel to Amazon's warehouse or a third party, either by air, train, or by truck, or a combination of the 3. Shipping by air is the fastest, but it's also the most expensive. Shipping by air typically takes 7 to 10 business days, whereas shipping by sea, which is significantly cheaper, can take anywhere from 3 to 8 weeks. Now, what I suggest is if you're shipping a small quantity, like during a product launch, then ship by air so that you can start selling right away. However, if you have large or heavy products, or if you're shipping large quantities, then ship by sea. Or you can ship a small portion by air so that you can get some inventory in stock and ship the bulk of the inventory by sea to cut down on the costs. But because shipping by sea takes significantly longer, you'll want to make sure that you plan your restocking shipments appropriately so that you don't run out of stock. All right, so in order for your shipments to leave China, cross the ocean, and enter the US, a lot of things need to happen behind the scenes besides just physically moving the products from one place to the other. You need to have a customs broker. That's someone that files all the import-export paperwork and deals with customs, duties, and fees. All of the proper documents need to be filled out. Insurance and the arrangement of the shipment itself between all the parties involved also need to be coordinated. So who does all of this? Well, you can do it yourself, but I highly recommend that you don't do that. It's pretty complicated, and if you don't do it right, it can cause massive delays, fines, and even have your shipment sent back to China, or all of the above. What I suggest you do is hire a freight forwarder. A freight forwarder is someone who is going to handle the entire shipment process for you from beginning to end. They'll talk to everyone involved, such as your supplier or manufacturer and the shipping carrier, take care of all of the paperwork and insurance, and they'll usually have a customs broker that will file all the import-export documents and handle the duties and fees on your behalf. So basically, a freight forwarder will handle all of the logistics for you. And once all that is done, a shipping carrier like FedEx, UPS, or DHL will pick up the shipment from your supplier or manufacturer's warehouse in China and transport it to a local port in China. Your shipment then gets loaded onto a plane or a ship, crosses the ocean, and travels to a port here in the US, usually in California. And once it clears customs and the duties are paid, a shipping carrier picks up your shipment from the port and transports it to Amazon's warehouses or a third party like a 3PL. Now, sometimes your supplier or manufacturer can handle the shipment for you, so you don't have to hire a freight forwarder. You can ask them to see if they offer this service, and if they do, you can compare prices and options with a freight forwarder to see which option is best for you. Now, if you decide to use your supplier, there's one important factor that you need to consider, and that's the Incoterms. Unlike hiring a freight forwarder where they'll handle everything for you, your supplier or manufacturer may not. They may only be willing to handle a small portion of the shipment. You may have heard of some of these Incoterms such as FOB, EXW, and DDP. These are terms used in the shipping industry to describe who's responsible for what during the shipping process. There's actually many more terms like you can see here on this chart here, but these three are the most common ones that you'll see. EXW stands for Ex-Works. This is when your supplier is only responsible for manufacturing your product and having them ready for pickup at their warehouse. You would then be responsible for arranging the pickup and the rest of the shipment, or like I said earlier, you can hire a freight forwarder to handle it from that point. FOB stands for Free on Board or Freight on Board. This is where your supplier is responsible for transporting your shipment from their warehouse to the local port in China. Then you would be responsible for arranging the shipment from the port to the final destination. And DDP stands for Delivery Duties Paid. This is the easiest and simplest method and the one I actually recommend. This is where the supplier will handle the entire shipment for you, basically acting like a freight forwarder. They'll handle the arrangement of the shipment from their warehouse to Amazon or third party, including filling out all the paperwork, dealing with customs, and paying the duties. All you have to do is pay your supplier and you're done. Now, this service, as well as any duties, would be already included in the final fee that you would pay your supplier. Okay, so that's how the entire shipping process works. Now let's talk about the two different shipping strategies. First, let's talk about shipping your products directly from your supplier or manufacturer in China to Amazon's FBA warehouses. Now, shipping directly from your supplier to Amazon is going to be the fastest and least expensive strategy. This will also usually save you around 1 to 2 weeks of transit time, since your products are going directly to Amazon and not making any extra stops in between. This strategy is the least expensive since you don't have to pay any additional handling or storage fees that a 3PL would normally charge. What you do need to be aware of is if you ship directly to Amazon, is you have to make 100% sure that your products are prepped and labeled correctly and that there isn't any damage to inventory. Your products need to have the proper barcode on each unit, any warning labels, expiration dates, and country of origin placed on them. And the shipping cartons need to be properly packaged and labeled as well. These are all mandatory requirements by Amazon and US Customs. That's why it's crucial that you always have an inspection done before your products leave your supplier or manufacturer's warehouse. Otherwise, incorrectly prepped or labeled products will incur fines and penalties, and you'll get bad reviews from selling damaged goods. Now, there can be some potential problems with shipping directly to Amazon. For example, due to your storage capacity limits, you might not be able to ship your entire inventory to Amazon at once. You can see here that sellers with the individual seller plan have a storage capacity limit of only 15 cubic feet. New sellers that are active less than 39 weeks don't have any storage limits, and sellers older than 39 weeks will have a storage capacity limit based on their IPI score and sales performance. You can actually see what your storage capacity limit is in Seller Central by clicking on Menu, Inventory, Shipping, and down at the bottom of the page, click on Capacity Monitor. And here you can see how much total storage you have and how much remaining storage you have available. You also need to consider Amazon's new inventory placement service fees when you ship to Amazon's FBA warehouses. Depending on which option you choose here, for example, if I choose to ship to 5 Amazon warehouses, there's no placement fee. However, if I want to ship to fewer FBA warehouses, shipping to only 3 will cost this much here. and only shipping to one warehouse will cost much more, as you can see here. And these inventory splits can vary depending on what you're shipping in and how many. In some cases, you may not have all three options available to you, as you can see here. Now, shipping directly to Amazon from China will require you to create a shipping plan. And in order to create a shipping plan, you need to have a verified Amazon seller account and added your product to Amazon's marketplace or created a new product listing. The shipping plan will allow you to specify what products you plan to ship to Amazon, how many of each product, and when the product will be shipped, and an estimated delivery window. You can also choose whether you plan to arrange the shipment yourself through your own freight forwarder and shipping carrier like FedEx, UPS, or DHL, or you can use Amazon's partnered carrier program where you can ship your products through one of Amazon's shipping partners, like you can see here, and take advantage of Amazon's huge shipping discount where the savings can be as much as 50% or more. What you can do is get a quote from a freight forwarder and compare prices to see which option is best. You can also save money by entering a California address here in the shipping plan. This way, Amazon will tend to have you ship your inventory to their FBA warehouses that are closer to the port instead of in the middle of the country. Now, if you want to learn how to create an Amazon seller account, add your product to Amazon's marketplace, and create your first shipping plan, I'll leave a detailed video down in the description below. All right, now let's talk about shipping your products to a 3PL, how that works, and what the advantages are. Now, a 3PL is a third party that will receive and store your products for you and ship your products to Amazon on your behalf whenever you need to restock. The advantages here are if you don't have enough storage capacity at Amazon, or if you want to save money by not storing your inventory at Amazon's FBA warehouses, since their storage fees are much higher, you can use a 3PL to store the inventory for you. A 3PL can also do product inspections, labeling, any additional prep that you might require, consolidate your shipments, and even break them down into smaller batches for you. For example, by using a 3PL, they can check for damaged items, reconsolidate your inventory to ship to multiple Amazon warehouses, and ship smaller batches of products to Amazon whenever you need to restock. And here's a pro tip. Although a 3PL can inspect your products for damage or improper labeling, you still want to have an inspection done before your products leave your supplier or manufacturer's warehouse in China. That way they can fix the problem before it leaves their hands. It becomes infinitely more difficult to resolve problems once your products have left their warehouse, since they can deny liability for any damage, or the cost to ship the products back to China can be cost prohibitive. Now, the cons with using a 3PL are that you have to pay for these extra services, so it can be more expensive than shipping directly to Amazon. It also adds around an additional 1 to 2 weeks of transit time, since your products need to ship to the 3PL first before moving on to Amazon's FBA warehouses. So keep that in mind if you're on a time constraint to restock. There's also a higher chance for lost or damaged products since your shipment is now being handled multiple times. But again, like I mentioned earlier, if you need additional quality control, prep or labeling, or storage space, using a 3PL can be a much better option for you, especially since it's a much cheaper long-term storage solution compared to Amazon, especially during Q4 when Amazon storage fees increased by as much as 3 or 4 times. As you can see here, between January and September, the standard storage fee is 78 cents per cubic foot, but it skyrockets to $2.40 between October and December. So how do you ship your inventory from China to a 3PL? Well, here's where you need to arrange the shipment yourself, either by having your supplier or manufacturer take care of the shipment and logistics for you, or by hiring a freight forwarder. And like I mentioned earlier, you don't want to do this yourself. I highly recommend hiring a freight forwarder. They'll be able to make sure all the proper documents are filled out correctly, all of the fees and duties are paid, your shipments are labeled correctly and picked up and shipped on time, and if any problems arise, they'll be able to handle it for you. And I do want to mention here that you don't need to create a shipping plan if you're not shipping directly to Amazon. You only need to create a shipping plan when the final destination is Amazon's FBA warehouses. Amazon needs to know what you're shipping in and when to expect it. So only when you're ready to ship your products from the 3PL to Amazon, that's when you need to create a shipping plan. All right, so now that you understand how the shipping process works, if you plan to do FBA, which stands for Fulfillment by Amazon, this is where Amazon handles all of the order fulfillment for you. Amazon will store your inventory, handle all the packing, labeling, and shipping, as well as all of the customer service. All you have to do is send your products to Amazon's fulfillment centers. However, before you can actually send anything to Amazon's fulfillment centers, you need to create what's called a shipping plan. The shipping plan lets Amazon know what you're shipping, how many units to expect, and who sent it. However, In order to create a shipping plan, you have to first create a new product listing for your product. The product listing is what shoppers see on the Amazon website, but creating a new product listing isn't a straightforward process. You need to first buy a UPC barcode, so let me explain what that is and where you need to buy them from, since this is probably one of the most confusing parts of selling on Amazon. Which barcodes do you need? How many? UPC, EAN, FNSKU? Where do you buy them from? These are all common questions people new to selling on Amazon have, especially if you're selling one product, hundreds of the same product, more than one product, variations of a product, and multiple products in a bundle. So in this video, I'm going to clear all of this up for you so you can stay compliant and avoid any problems selling on Amazon. All right, first let's talk about what the Amazon barcode requirements are. If you're selling on Amazon, regardless if you're doing FBA, which is fulfillment by Amazon, where Amazon is storing all of your inventory, handling all of the order fulfillment and the shipping and handling for you, or if you're doing FBM, which is where you're storing your own inventory, handling all of the order fulfillment and the shipping and handling yourself, or regardless if you're selling wholesale, arbitrage, or private label products, Amazon requires all of your products to have a barcode on it. If we take a look at the Amazon barcode guidelines page here, you can see that it says, fulfillment by Amazon uses barcodes to identify and track inventory throughout the fulfillment process. Each item that you send to an Amazon fulfillment center requires a barcode. But that doesn't mean that if you're not doing fulfillment by Amazon that you don't need a barcode, and I'll explain this in a minute. Now, in order for your products to meet the Amazon barcode requirement, you need to have one of the following barcodes on your product. You can use a manufacturer barcode, such as a UPC, EAN, JAN, or ISBN, or the Amazon barcode, which is also referred to as the FNSKU or FNSKU. There's a third barcode called the transparency barcode, and this is slightly different than the other two, and I'll talk about how this one works in a minute, but the two main types you need to use is either the manufacturer barcode or the Amazon barcode. Okay, so what is a manufacturer barcode? A manufacturer barcode, which can be a UPC, EAN, JAN, or ISBN, is something that I'm sure you've all seen before. It's found on every product and looks something like this. This is what's being scanned at retail stores when you check out to pay for something whenever you're buying a product. This code identifies the item and the price so that the store knows what to charge you and to keep track of their inventory. Each product sold in retail stores around the world must have a unique barcode, because obviously if more than one product had the same barcode, how would the store distinguish between the two? Think of the barcode as a product's social security or VIN number that's found on cars. No two people have the same social security number, and no two cars around the world have the same VIN. So if you're selling wholesale or arbitrage products, you're selling other manufacturers' products like Xboxes or Nike shoes, so they're already going to have a UPC barcode printed on the box or package. And these barcodes are standardized globally, meaning a UPC for a product like an Xbox game console. Every Xbox console will have the same barcode on it, and it's recognized worldwide no matter where it's scanned. However, if you're selling private label products, meaning you're selling your own branded products that are being manufactured by you, then your products won't have a UPC barcode, so you'll need to buy them and have them printed on the package, and I'll explain how this works in a minute. Now, similarly, the Amazon barcode, which is also called the FNSKU, which stands for Fulfillment Network Stock Keeping Unit, it's also used to track products. However, it's only used for products that are sold with FBA in Amazon's marketplaces. It looks something like this, and the FNSKU is only recognized internally by Amazon, which means if you try to scan the FNSKU at a retail store like Costco or Walmart, it's not going to work. So why does Amazon's guidelines list these two types of barcodes, and which one should you use? Well, if we take a look back at the guidelines, it says, by default, Amazon will use the manufacturer barcode to track eligible inventory throughout the fulfillment process unless you change the barcode setting. What this means is, if you leave the default setting, your inventory will be tracked using the UPC or EAN barcode. But there's a problem with using this method that most beginners don't realize. Like I mentioned earlier with the Xbox console, every Xbox console will have the same barcode on it. So if you're selling an Xbox and 10 other people are selling the same Xbox, if you send your inventory to Amazon to be sold with FBA, then all of your inventory with all 10 sellers will get mixed together. The problem with this is that you no longer have any control over the quality or the condition of the product being shipped to your buyer. You may have sent in Xboxes that are in perfect mint condition, but another seller could have sent in inventory that's damaged or the package is crushed or dented. And this can be a huge problem if you're doing private label, since how selling on Amazon works is everyone selling the exact same product sells their inventory on the same listing. And if you're selling your own private label products and another seller sends in damaged products to sell on your listing, you'll get bad reviews. Believe me, it happens. So if you're following me, you want your inventory to be separated from any other inventory that gets shipped in. Thankfully, there is a way to do that. In order to keep your inventory separate, even if you're doing wholesale or arbitrage, instead of using the manufacturer barcode, which is the default setting, you can switch to using the Amazon barcode or the FNSKU. You can see here that it says, Amazon barcodes must be applied to all products that are not tracked using the manufacturer barcode. Okay, so that might have been a little confusing, so let me summarize. What I suggest is regardless if you're doing wholesale, arbitrage, or private label, always use the Amazon barcode or FNSKU so that your inventory is kept separate from everyone else's. Okay, so now that you understand what the difference is between the UPC and FNSKU and why you should always use the FNSKU, how do you need to put the barcodes on your products? If we take a look at the packaging requirements, you can see here that it says, any FNSKU you use on a unit must be unique and must correspond to one unique product. For example, each assortment type, such as size or color, must have a different FNSKU. This is like the example I mentioned earlier with the social security number and VIN numbers. Every product needs to have its own unique barcode, and I'll show you exactly how this works in a minute. Each unit must have an exterior scannable barcode or label, which includes a scannable barcode and the corresponding human readable numbers that is easily accessible. This means that the barcode needs to be on the outermost packaging of your product, just like at the store, so someone can quickly and easily find it and scan it. It can't go on the inside or be covered by anything. Remove, cover, or render unscannable any existing scannable barcodes on the outside of shipping boxes. For example, cover existing barcodes with opaque tape or use a black felt tip marker to render the barcode unscannable. This prevents the incorrect barcode from being accidentally scanned during the receiving process. Now, this should be pretty self-explanatory. Only one barcode can be visible on your product. So if you're doing wholesale or arbitrage, you need to cover up the existing UPC barcode if you're going to switch to the FNSKU barcode. The simplest and easiest way is to just cover the original UPC barcode with the new FNSKU barcode label sticker. All right, so now that we've covered what the different types of barcodes are, which barcode to use and where you need to place them, the next question is, where do you get a UPC barcode or FNSKU? Well, first, you can't get the FNSKU barcode without a UPC barcode, and I'll explain that in a second. If you're doing wholesale or arbitrage, like I said earlier, the products you purchase are already going to have the manufacturer's barcode or UPC printed on it, so you don't need to worry about buying a barcode or putting the barcode on the product. To list your inventory for sale on Amazon, you can just type in the UPC barcode that's on the product to pull up the original product listing and add your inventory and set your price. However, if you're doing private label like I do, then you're selling your own branded products, so you're the manufacturer. And unlike wholesale or arbitrage where you're selling the same product as someone else, so you're selling your inventory on an existing Amazon listing, in order to sell your product on Amazon, you need to create your own product listing. And in order to create your own product listing, you need to buy a UPC barcode for your product because your product isn't going to have a UPC barcode from your manufacturer. Now, if you want to learn how to add your product to sell on Amazon, I'll leave a link to a video down in the description below. Okay, so if you're doing private label and you need to buy a UPC barcode, where do you buy it from? Now, pay close attention here because if you don't follow this guideline, you're putting your account at risk. If we take a look at the barcode policy on Amazon, we can see that it says here, we verify the authenticity of product UPCs by checking the GS1 database. UPCs that do not match the information provided by GS1 will be considered invalid. We recommend obtaining your UPCs directly from GS1 and not from other third-party selling UPC licenses to ensure the appropriate information is reflected in the GS1 database. And you can also see here that it says, If you do not buy directly from GS1, all invalid product UPC listings will be removed and may result in your ASIN creation and selling privileges being temporarily or permanently removed. So, although it may be tempting, do not buy your UPC barcodes from third-party websites. Only buy directly from GS1. It's not worth the risk, especially since GS1 now offers individual barcodes for only $30. And for the same reason, I don't suggest trying to save money by getting a GTIN exemption. It's not worth the hassle, especially since a GTIN exemption needs to be continually renewed every 6 months. Just buy a GS1 barcode for $30 and save yourself the hassle. Okay, I know what some of you are thinking. $30 is still pretty expensive for just one barcode. How many barcodes do you need to buy? And this is where a lot of beginners get confused, so I'm going to try to make this as easy as possible to understand. When you're buying barcodes, there are 4 possible scenarios. The first is if you're selling a single item. For example, let's say you're selling this blue smash the like button pillow. The single blue pillow is considered 1 unit, and every unit that you sell that's 100% identical to this blue pillow will use the same barcode. And when I say identical, I literally mean they are exactly the same product. If you had a bunch of them, you wouldn't be able to tell them apart. So in this scenario, it doesn't matter if you have 1 unit for sale or 10,000 units, they all use the same UPC barcode. Therefore, you only need to buy 1 UPC barcode. Does that make sense? Every product that is exactly the same will use the same barcode. Now, in the second scenario, let's say you want to sell variations of the same product. So let's say you want to sell the blue like pillow and a red like pillow. Since these are 2 different pillows and you plan to sell them separately, each pillow will need a different UPC barcode. Therefore, you'll need to buy 2 UPC barcodes, one for the blue pillow and another one for the red pillow. All the blue pillows will use one barcode and all the red pillows will use the other barcode. This is also true if you're only selling the blue like pillow but in different sizes. Each size is a completely different product even though they have the same design. So if you have a small pillow and a large version of the pillow, these are 2 different variations, so you need 2 barcodes. Now, the third scenario is if you're selling different products. This is the same process as variations. So for example, if you're selling the like pillow and you also want to sell a subscribe pillow, and you also want to sell a follow pillow, these are 3 different products, so you'll need 3 UPC barcodes. With me so far? Now, in the fourth scenario, and this is the most confusing for new sellers, what if you want to sell a package or a bundle of products? For example, let's say you want to sell a pack of 3 like pillows. Well, the entire pack or bundle is considered 1 unit. Someone that buys the pack or bundle, they're getting all 3 pillows, so it's considered 1 unit. It doesn't matter how many items are included inside the pack or bundle, it's still considered 1 unit. So you only need to buy 1 barcode. If you want to sell a pack of 3 blue pillows and also sell a pack of all 3 pillows, then you'll need to buy 2 UPC barcodes. One for the 3-pack of like pillows and one for the 3-pack of different pillows. Make sense? So to bring this all together, let me show you one more example. Let's say you want to sell this smash the like button shirt and this subscribe shirt separately. You have 3 different sizes of each shirt, small, medium, and large. You have a total of 60 shirts to sell, 30 for each shirt and 10 of each size. How many barcodes do you need to buy? If you said 6 barcodes, then you're right. Now, I also created this barcode flowchart to help you figure out how many barcodes you need, depending on how you're selling on Amazon and what you're selling. You can download this flowchart for free on my website, and I'll leave a link to it in the description below. Okay, so once you've purchased your UPC barcodes, you need them in order to create a product listing. You'll need to assign a barcode to the new listing like you can see here. And once you've assigned it, that UPC barcode can never be reused again on a different product. And one thing to note, in some cases, when you enter your new UPC barcode here, you might run into an error where it doesn't accept the barcode. In this situation, if you just purchased the UPC barcode from the GS1 website, you may need to wait 24 to 72 hours for the GS1 database to update before you can use the new barcode to create your new product listing. Okay, so now that you know how many barcodes you need to buy, where do you download the barcode to put it on your product? Again, if you're doing wholesale or arbitrage, your product will already have the UPC barcode on it. However, if you're doing private label and you purchased your UPC barcodes from GS1, you'll get a PDF of the barcode that looks like this. You'll need to have this printed on the product packaging or printed onto a sticker label to put on your products. Now, if you want to use the FNSKU barcode like I suggest, You don't buy the FNSKU. The FNSKU is automatically assigned to each product once you've added it to the Amazon Marketplace. Now, in order for you to use the FNSKU instead of the default UPC barcode, you'll need to change the barcode setting in Seller Central to use the Amazon barcode. Log into Seller Central, click on Settings, Fulfillment by Amazon, scroll down to FBA Product Barcode Preference, click Edit, and change it from Manufacturer Barcode to Amazon Barcode. Now, if you navigate to the Inventory Management page in Seller Central, and next to your listing, if you click on the drop-down menu here, you can choose Print Item Labels to download the FNSKU label. You can save it as a PDF and email this to your package designer or manufacturer to have them put it on your product. And just like the UPC barcode, no two products will ever use the same FNSKU. The blue like pillow will have its own FNSKU and the subscribe pillow will have a different FNSKU. And the FNSKU will never change for the lifetime of you selling the product on Amazon. Okay, and one thing I want to point out, you can see here that it says Amazon barcodes, such as FNSKU labels that start with an X. Take note because when you switch to using the Amazon barcode, if you download the FNSKU label and you notice that the barcode number starts with a B0, like you can see here, that's your product's ASIN, not the FNSKU. The FNSKU would look like this. Notice it starts with an X. If you encounter this, then you can change it from the ASIN to an FNSKU by following the steps on this page here. Basically, you can delete the listing you've already created and create a new one, but make sure to use the same UPC barcode that you did before. Or you can add a new condition by following the steps here. And once you've done that, when you download the Amazon barcode, it should now start with an X instead, and I'll leave a link to this page down in the description below. All right, now remember, if your product already has a barcode on it, you'll need to cover it up so that only one barcode is visible. So if you're going to use the FNSKU, just cover up the UPC with the FNSKU sticker. And a pro tip, if you plan to sell your product at brick and mortar stores like Walmart or Target, where they're going to require your products to have the UPC barcode on them, and you also plan to sell it on Amazon, instead of having to create two different package designs, one with the UPC barcode and another with the Amazon barcode, you can save some money by designing your product packaging with the UPC on it so that the UPC is already printed on the original product. This way, for the units that you're shipping to Amazon to sell on Amazon, you can simply cover up that UPC barcode with the FNSKU label. Make sense? Now, also take note that requiring a barcode on your products is only necessary if you're doing FBA, meaning you're shipping your inventory to Amazon's warehouse. If you're doing FBM, meaning you're shipping your products directly to your customers yourself, then your products don't need to have any barcodes printed on them since Amazon isn't tracking your inventory and they're never going to see or handle your inventory. But you still need to buy a UPC barcode to create your Amazon listing though. Okay, so once you've purchased your GS1 UPC barcode, you can continue on to creating your product listing. When I was adding my very first product on Amazon, I ran into a bunch of fields and options that were honestly quite confusing, and I wasted a ton of time trying to figure them out. But not only that, I've learned that you always need to add your Amazon product to the Amazon platform before you purchase anything to sell, because I've seen way too many beginners buy products first, only to find out that they can't sell it or they're not allowed to sell it on Amazon, and they end up stuck with hundreds or thousands of dollars of products that they don't know what to do with. Okay, so in order to add your product to Amazon's marketplace, you need to sign up for an Amazon seller account. You can sign up for an Amazon seller account by going to sell.amazon.com. And once you've done that, you can log into your new Amazon seller account, and on the homepage, you can click on the Add Products link here, or you can click on the menu at the top, click on Catalog, Add Products. You'll then end up on the List Your Products page. But before we move on, I want to go over how listing products on Amazon works. It's not quite like listing products on other platforms like eBay or any other e-commerce platform, where they put the seller first. On those platforms, each seller creates their own listing to sell whatever item that they have for sale. So for example, if you want to buy an Xbox, you're going to find hundreds of listings of Xboxes for sale. Whereas on Amazon, their platform is product first. So instead of seeing hundreds of Xbox listings, you see one for new consoles and another here for renewed. Everyone selling the same product adds their items to one listing and competes for sales on that same listing. So with that in mind, when you go to add your products to Amazon, you need to ask yourself, am I selling something that's already being sold on Amazon? Such as if you're doing wholesale or arbitrage, it most likely is. So you'll need to add your products to the existing product listing that's already on Amazon. Otherwise, if you're doing private label, where you're the manufacturer and you're selling your own unique branded product, then you'll have to create a new product listing. Now, both options have similar steps, but creating a new product listing is definitely more complicated. So what I'm gonna do is start with creating a new product listing first. And that way, most of the steps that you'll see will already be covered for adding a product to an existing listing. All right, and back on the List Your Products page, you can see that you have several options here to choose from, which I'll cover later. But since we're going to create a new product listing for a product that's not currently sold on Amazon, we're going to choose the blank form option here. But before we click start, remember the beginning of the video, I warned you about getting stuck with products that you can't sell? Take notice down here, it says products requiring approval and compliance references. You can't sell whatever you want on Amazon, and some products need to meet specific government compliance requirements in order for you to sell them on Amazon. Just because you see other people selling the product on Amazon doesn't mean you can, and I'll go over these two issues in the next few steps. All right, let's click on Start. Now, the first field here is the item name, and if you hover your mouse over the question mark, you can see that this field is the product title. This is the title of every listing that you see in the Amazon Marketplace, as you can see here. Now, the final version of your title needs to be keyword optimized using properly researched keywords. Keywords that are relevant and accurately describe your product. Amazon doesn't know what you're selling, so you need to accurately describe what it is here so your listing will show up in the search results. And it's very important that you do this properly so that the Amazon search algorithm can index your listing in order to get you more sales by showing your listing on the first page of the search results. And it's crucial that your listing appears on the first page. Over 70% of all online sales happens on the first page. So not doing this properly will dramatically affect your sales and Amazon success. Now, I'll go over how all of this works later on in the video, but if you're just getting started and you're creating your product listing to see if you're allowed to sell this product, or if there's any potential problems with selling this product, then you can just enter a title that generically describes what you're selling. So for example, here's a product that I'm working on, the screw-in camping tent stakes. And on this listing, you can see that it has a fully keyword optimized title. Now, I can just copy this title and paste it here, or I can just type in camping tent stakes for now. You can always change and edit this later. Okay, and once you've done that, in the product type field, it's going to automatically choose the category that it believes your product falls under. If it's not the correct category, you can click on Select Other and choose the correct one from the list. If you're not sure, just pick the closest one, or you can check on a competitor's listing by scrolling down on the product detail page and see which category they're using. Once you've done that, click Confirm. All right, and now here's where we're going to enter all of the details and information that's related to our product. You can see at the top here that we're on the first step of 5, product identity. And as you can see, the first 3 fields are already filled in since we already entered those details in the previous step. If you made a mistake, you can always click on Edit to change the product type or choose a different category from the drop-down menu here. And in the variations option, select this option if you're selling products with different colors or sizes, for example. But in my case, I'm not. I only have one version, so I'm going to leave this unchecked. Now in the brand name field, this is very important, so pay attention. You don't want to get this wrong because it can create a bunch of problems and you won't be able to change it later. Now, if you're doing wholesale or arbitrage, you're going to enter whatever you're selling's brand name here. So if you're selling Xboxes, you would put Microsoft here. And I'll go over this in more detail when we talk about adding your product to an existing listing later on in the video. But for now, if you're doing private label, you would put your own brand name here. The thing is, if this is your first product that you're selling on Amazon and you're using your brand name for the very first time, you'll need to go through a brand approval process. And there's 2 ways to get brand approval. If you've registered your brand as a trademark, then you can get your brand approved through brand registry. But if you don't have a trademark, then you can go through the standard brand approval process. Registering a trademark actually has a ton of advantages, such as getting access to brand registry, A+ content, the Vine program to help you get your initial product reviews, and a ton more. So I highly suggest that you go that route. You can register your trademark on the USPTO website, and it only costs around $250. Now, getting brand approval can get quite confusing, so I'll go into detail on how you can get brand approved in the next section of this course. So for now, let's continue on. Now, if for whatever reason you don't want to go through the brand approval process, then you can checkmark this option here. This product does not have a brand name. However, if you choose this option, your product will be listed as generic, and I highly discourage you from doing that. You always want to build a brand, and if you list your item as generic now and you decide to build a brand later, you won't be able to change it to your brand later. You'd have to start all over and create an entirely new product listing and lose all of your sales history and reviews. Okay, and moving on to the external product ID. This is the unique identifier for your product, and so many beginners screw this part up. Every product sold around the world has a barcode on it, and this barcode is called the UPC barcode. UPC stands for Universal Product Code, and this is what is scanned when you check out every time you go to a store like Costco or Walmart. And the UPC barcode is unique for each product. No two products have the same barcode, so again, if you're doing wholesale or arbitrage, there is going to be a UPC barcode already on the product, so you can enter that here. However, if you're doing private label, you're manufacturing your own products or buying generic products from a supplier, so they're not going to have a UPC barcode on them, so you'll need to buy one. But here's the thing. You need to buy your UPC barcodes directly from the GS1 website. Don't do what I see so many beginners do, and that's buying them from third-party websites to save some money. It's not worth the trouble and the risk. Official GS1 barcodes are only $30 each, and you only need to buy one. The one barcode represents and identifies this camping tent stake, no matter how many units I'm selling. Now, I also see people trying to save some money by choosing this option here. I don't have a product ID, and applying for what's called a GTIN exemption. I highly discourage you from doing that also because a GTIN exemption creates a whole bunch of problems and hassle for you. One of which is the GTIN exemption expires every 6 months, so you constantly need to renew them. Okay, so once you've purchased your UPC barcode from GS1, you can copy the UPC barcode and paste it here. When you buy your GS1 barcode, you also get the EAN version and the image versions of both barcodes as well. Choose UPC EAN from the drop-down menu and click Next. And now we're on step 2, description. The first field is the product description. This is the paragraph that appears on each product detail page, like you can see here. This is where you want to provide more information about your product, such as the features and benefits and why your product is superior to your competitors. And again, you need to also do keyword research and include the best keywords here to help you generate more sales and improve your listing rank. There's actually powerful tools to help you do this. And the tool that I use and recommend is Magnet from Helium 10. By entering a seed keyword, Magnet will pull up all of the most relevant keywords for you, like you can see here. And another powerful tool, Cerebro, will actually steal all of your competitors' keywords. If you enter some of the top sellers into Cerebro, you can find all the best keywords they're ranking for and use them in your own listing. How powerful is that? If you want to give Helium 10 a try, I have a link to a free trial as well as a coupon for a huge discount for my community. So you can save a ton of money if you decide to upgrade, and I'll leave a link to that down in the description below. All the fields that are highlighted in red or have a asterisk next to it are required, so in the meantime, you can just enter something random or generic. If you want to add more than one paragraph, you can click on Add More here. Next here is the bullet points. The bullet points is the section you see at the top of the product listing here. You can add up to 5 bullet points, so if you want to add more than just one, which I highly recommend using all 5, click Add More here. What you want to do for your bullet points is really put some thought into choosing the best 5 key benefits for your product. How is your product uniquely solving a problem that the buyer has? What is your product's competitive advantage? Don't just put something generic that doesn't help sell your product. I see a lot of sellers just putting some generic product features that all the other sellers are saying. Don't do that. Basically, a test that I use is if I can take my bullet points and place them onto a competitor's listing and they apply for their product, then that's a bad bullet point. And just like in the title, you also want to include the best keywords here. Okay, now the images section here. Here's where you're going to upload your product photos. Now, I can't stress enough how important it is to get professional photos taken. Just because you have a nice camera or you know a friend that has one doesn't mean they are experienced product photographers. The quality of your photos alone can determine the success of your product. And professional photos aren't that expensive and typically cost around $75 to $300 range depending on what you want done, and it'll pay off in the end if done correctly. You can find really good photographers on Fiverr.com or even look for one locally. But the thing is, everyone has high quality photos nowadays, so you need to go the extra mile. Your photos need to tell a story. Shoppers are going to primarily make their buying decision based on your photos. Think about your own buying habits. When you're shopping online, what's the first thing that you look at? Everyone looks at the photos first, and if you don't see what you like, you move on to another product. Your photos need to highlight the key benefits and features of your product and what your competitive advantages are so shoppers can see why they should buy your product over your competitors. So really put some thought into it, especially the main photo, since that's the photo that appears in the search results. The main photo needs to be attractive and capture shoppers' attention. Otherwise, your listing will just get lost in the sea of competitors. What I do is I do a search for my product and scan through the listings that show up in the first page and see which listings catch my eye. Figure out why those particular listings caught your attention. Is it the layout, the colors? Use those listings as inspiration. Now, if you don't have professional photos yet to upload, you can always upload a temporary photo for now. In fact, it doesn't even have to be a photo of the product you're selling. You just need to upload at least one image in order to continue on or for the listing to go live once you have inventory. But be aware though that if you decide not to take your own photos, that you don't inadvertently use someone else's photos. That means be careful using some random photo on Google. It might be copyrighted. And don't steal a photo from a competitor. Use common sense. Violating someone's intellectual property is a serious offense, and you can have your listing shut down, your selling privileges revoked, or worse, you can actually get sued. So don't use copyrighted material on your listing. And also take note, the photos you upload need to meet Amazon's image requirements. For example, images must be 500 pixels to 10,000 pixels on their longest side. Images must be in JPEG, TIFF, PNG, or non-animated GIF formats, and they must be clear, unpixelated, and have no jagged edges. The main image must accurately represent the product as a realistic, professional quality image and not be a placeholder. Have a pure white background. Show the product as 85% of the image. Not have text, logos, borders, color blocks, watermarks, or other graphics covering the product or in the background. And all of these requirements here and down here. Make sure you follow these guidelines, otherwise your listing will be suppressed until you resolve the issues. Now, click on product details. Okay, so from this point forward, some of the fields that you see on the next few steps may be different than the ones you're seeing when you create your own listing. The fields and field names can vary depending on the product you're selling and the category that it's in. All right, the first option here is customizations. If you hover your mouse over the question mark, we can see that this option is if you're selling a product where the buyer can create personalized and configurable products by offering buyers the ability to add text, upload an image, or select from a set of options, available for seller-fulfilled products only. Now, most of us aren't doing that, so choose no. Okay, and now the model number and model name fields. These are for your own bookkeeping purposes, so you can just make something up to help you keep track of the product. I recommend using something descriptive that describes the product. For example, for the model number, tent steak, 12-inch, orange. That way, as your product line grows, you can identify what each item is by the model number. If you have different sizes, you can always add LG or SM to the end of it or something. Just use whatever method works for you. And for the model name, I just put whatever the product is. Screw in tent steak. If you're doing wholesale or arbitrage, then the manufacturer will already have a model number and a model name. It's usually on the box or on the product itself somewhere, so enter them here. And in the manufacturer field, if you're doing private label, you're the manufacturer, so put your brand name here. Otherwise, if you're doing wholesale or arbitrage, put the product's brand name here. And now in the style and materials field, you can see that they're not required, but I suggest entering something here to help with the search algorithm if it applies to your product. In my case, style doesn't apply, but in the material field, I'm going to enter stainless steel. If there's more, you can click on add more here. Color, well, that's pretty obvious. Enter the color here. Number of pieces. This is how many items the buyer will get when they purchase one unit from you. So in my case, they're getting a pack of 15 tent steaks in one unit or box, so I put 15 here. You can see that it says enter the number of pieces within the unit being sold. For the part number, I just copy the model number. And now down here in the item dimensions, you're going to enter the size of the product itself, not the package. So for example, my pack of 15 tent stakes comes in a box, but each tent stake is only 12 inches by 4.5 inches. Now a pro tip, you can see on the side here it says it's displaying the recommended attributes right now. If you click on all, you can see that a few more fields popped up. Again, this can vary depending on what you're selling. In my case, you can see that this unit count section popped up. It's not required, but you can fill it in if you want. In this case, these fields aren't going to help with generating sales, but depending on what you're selling, some fields may appear that do, so you want to fill them in. So always take a look at all the available fields. So in my case, the unit count section doesn't apply, so I'm not going to fill it in. You can see it says this is for products that are consumed by volume, weight, or linear dimension. Okay, now in the next step, offer. In this step, you're going to enter all the details on how you plan to sell the product. In the first field, enter the SKU. This is the stock keeping unit. Again, this is for your own bookkeeping purposes, so if you're tracking your products by SKU, then enter it here. You can make one up if you don't already have one. You can just keep it simple and use the same thing as the model number from the previous step if you want, but this field isn't required. Quantity is how many units you have available for sale. So if I have 1,000 units to sell, then enter 1,000 here. Your price is the price you want to sell the item for on Amazon. This is the price the buyer is going to pay. Offering condition type. This is almost always going to be new unless you're selling books or other products where you're reselling used items. So choose new. List price. This is the suggested retail price from the manufacturer. So if you're selling wholesale or arbitrage products, this is what the manufacturer suggests it should be priced at. Now, if you're doing private label, you can make up the price here. I suggest setting this to the highest price you can ever imagine selling the product for. It's important that you set this at the highest price because it can affect the buy box. That's the buy button on your product detail page. And it can also affect whether or not these price badges show up or not, like these limited time deal or the strike through pricing like you can see here. I have a separate video that goes over a bunch of price hacks and how to properly set these pricing fields so you can leverage these badges as well as make sure that you don't lose the buy box, and I'll leave a link to that video down in the description below. Now, if each time you make a sale, you plan to fulfill the order yourself, choose I will ship this item myself. Otherwise, if you plan to use FBA, which stands for Fulfillment by Amazon, then choose Amazon will ship and provide customer service. Now, I highly recommend using the FBA option, and that's because by using FBA, Amazon will handle all of the order fulfillment for you. Each time you make a sale, Amazon will take care of the picking and packing, labeling, shipping and handling, returns and refunds, and even all of the customer service. All you have to do is ship your inventory to Amazon's fulfillment warehouses. And sellers who use FBA will have the Amazon Prime badge on their listing. This is the Prime logo you see on these listings here. This is where Amazon Prime members can get Amazon's free 1 and 2 day shipping. Sellers who use FBA generate far more sales than those who don't because shoppers want their purchases faster and get free shipping. Okay, and now in the item package dimensions, enter the size and weight of the product package. So this isn't the size of the item itself like we entered in the previous step. This is the size and weight of the package the item comes in. If you're doing private label, you might not physically have a product on hand to measure and weigh it, so you can ask your supplier for this information. Okay, and now scroll up to the top and remember to check all of the attributes. And here's where a lot of beginners make a huge mistake. There's several hidden options here that can drastically improve your sales. Notice there's now a sale price field. If you want to offer your product at a lower price, you can use the sale price and set a date range for when the sale happens. When you set a sale price, your listing will get this limited time deal badge and the your price will be struck out like you can see here. These are great attention grabbers, especially during a product launch to help you gain traction. For example, you can set the actual price that you want to sell the product for here in the sale price field and set the your price higher or match it to your list price. And a pro tip, if for whatever reason your product listing won't be ready when your inventory arrives at Amazon, such as your photos aren't ready or whatever, set the offer release date to sometime in the future to postpone your listing going live. And when you're ready to go live, set the offering release date to today's date. That way your product won't appear in the marketplace with a poor quality listing and trigger the start of the honeymoon period. The honeymoon period is when Amazon helps boost your listing in the search results to help generate your initial sales. And typically it only lasts around 15 to 30 days, so you don't want to waste it. Again, I have a video that goes over these price hacks and I'll leave a link to that in the description below. Now notice this gift wrap option also appeared. I suggest always turning it on. This gives buyers the option to send your product as a gift and can improve your sales, especially if your product is something people would give as a gift. And always set the max order quantity option to something other than 0. This is a huge mistake that I see so many beginners make. Leaving it at 0 means someone can buy as many units from you as they want. Now, you might be thinking, that would be a great thing. Why would I want to stop someone from doing that? Well, the problem is, I've seen this happen way too many times where a beginner would create a promotion, coupon, or a sale, and they don't set it up correctly where the buyer could only use the discount one time for one item. And a buyer would come along and use that coupon and wipe out a seller's entire inventory for pennies. So don't let this happen to you. Make sure you set this to something other than 0. And once you've done that, let's move on to the last step, safety and compliance. Okay, I'm going to mention it again. Depending on what you're selling or the category that your product is in, you're going to have different required fields here. In my case, you can see that these fields are required. In the country of origin, put where your product is manufactured or purchased. In my case, they're made in China, and it doesn't require any batteries. If your product is considered dangerous goods, you'll need to choose the applicable options here and provide additional information and documentation. If there's more than one, you can add them here by clicking Add More. Then in the last field here, if your product needs to meet any government regulations, such as California's CARB compliance, or you might see something different if you're selling a different product, you can select it here. In my case, it's not applicable. But be aware, just because you choose not applicable doesn't mean you can bypass any requirements if they are in fact required for your product. And I'll go over that in a minute when I talk about the product compliance requirements. Now again, it doesn't hurt to take a look at the hidden attributes. If there's anything there that you feel you need to enter, you can do so, but they're not required. And once you're done with this step, you can click on Submit. And that's it. You can always come back and edit your listing anytime and as often as you want. Just click on the menu, Inventory, Manage All Inventory, and click on the Edit Listing option here. Now, if there's one thing you're going to get out of this video, it's this next part, so pay close attention. Just because you completed the steps to add your product on Amazon and you didn't see any errors, it doesn't mean everything is fine and dandy. Like I mentioned earlier, if there are any restrictions or compliance requirements, you will still need to address them. Amazon's system may not have caught it right away, but it will. And when it does, you will have to go through the product approval process or provide compliance documentation before you can sell the product on Amazon. So let's talk about that now. First, Amazon has a list of prohibited products. These are products that you absolutely cannot sell on Amazon. You can see a list of them here. Also, Amazon has products and categories that require approval ahead of time in order to sell them. This is what's called gated categories. In order to sell products in these categories, you need to get ungated first. You can see a list of categories here and if they are gated or not. And just because the main category isn't gated, there might be subcategories that are. Getting ungated isn't difficult. For some categories, all you need to do is fill out a form and answer some questions and you'll get instant approval. Whereas others, you may need to submit some documentation and invoices. I'll leave a link to these pages in the description below. Now, compliance is the bigger issue. For safety, some products may also require certifications and testing like certain electronics, food, beauty supplies, toys, and baby-related products. You won't be able to sell these products without providing the proper paperwork and certifications. Usually, your supplier or manufacturer will have these certifications and test results, but if they don't, it can end up being cost prohibitive if you have to get the product tested and certified at a testing lab. So it's crucial that you find out if the product you plan to sell has any of these requirements, and if so, that you're able to get them. Thankfully, Amazon has a new compliance tool that can help you determine if there are any certifications that are required. So back on the List Your Product page, click on the Compliance Self-Assessment link here. Notice this disclaimer. If you supply products for sale on Amazon, you must comply with all applicable laws and Amazon policies for each of those products and product listings. The information on this page is provided as an informational resource only, and the user is ultimately responsible for confirming the accuracy of the information before submission. Okay, so down here, do a search for the product that you plan to sell. And the tool will show you if there are any required documentation or certifications that you'll need to provide. For example, let's say you plan on selling these outdoor LED lights. Seems pretty innocuous, right? Well, let's take a look here. You can see here, string lights is the top result. And if we click on it, you can see that this product is regulated under UL 588. And in order to sell these products on Amazon, you need to provide the following documents: test reports from an ISO 17025 accredited laboratory that show that the product complies with the regulations, standards, and requirements listed above. And make sure you click on the Dangerous Goods Compliance tab here. If the string lights have a battery, for example, you'll also need to provide all of these requirements listed here. Do you see what I mean? If you plan to sell this product and you're buying them from China or having them made by some fly-by-night manufacturer where they can't provide these test results, or the product simply doesn't comply with the UL 588 standard, then you'll end up with products that you can't sell on Amazon. And there's one more issue that can stop you from selling your product on Amazon, which I'll show you in the next step here. All right, now, what if you want to add your product to an existing listing, such as if you're doing wholesale or arbitrage? Again, navigate to the List Your Products page here, and you can choose from these other options to find the product listing. One way is to use the keywords option. Type in what your product is and then select it from the products that appear. Make sure it matches exactly. Or you can use the product ID option and enter the UPC barcode that's on the product and enter it here. The UPC barcode is usually on the package or the product itself. You can see here that if you want to sell these Xbox consoles, you need to get approval first. But this isn't always the case. Let's say you want to sell this elf skin makeup remover. It's selling well and has over 4,000 reviews, and there's a dozen other sellers selling this product. So let's try to sell them ourselves. Here's the listing here. And if we take a look at the limitations, you can see that you need to get approval to sell this brand. But also take a look here. You are not approved to list this product, and we are not currently accepting applications. Can you see now how important it is to do this first? That's why it's vital that you add your product to Amazon first before you buy anything, so that you can make sure you're allowed to sell it and not get stuck with products that you can't sell. Now, if it's an item that you can sell, like you can see here, then all you have to do is fill in the details in the offer section. All these fields should look familiar to you, and submit it. But remember, if you're doing wholesale or arbitrage, you're selling the exact same thing as everyone else, so everyone is basically competing on price. If you want to get sales, you'll need to sell it at a lower price than everyone else in order to get the buy box. You can see that this seller currently has the buy box and they're selling it for this price here. So in the Your Price field, you'll have to set your price accordingly. And like before, choose your fulfillment option and set your prices here if you're selling in other marketplaces. And notice that you don't have to enter any more details other than what you see here. The listing owner, that's usually the brand themselves, they've already entered all the product details when they created the listing. All right, so as I mentioned earlier, in many cases, you want to be able to sell branded products or sell your products under your own brand. So in this next section, I'll explain how you can do that. When it comes to selling branded products on Amazon, so many people get stuck with not being able to sell them on Amazon because of issues surrounding brand approval, brand registry, trademarking, which one to apply for, and how to apply for them. So in this video, I'm going to demystify all of this for you. I'll explain which one you need to apply for in your specific situation, the exact steps you need to follow to apply for them, as well as some common mistakes that people make all the time that get applications rejected. All right, let's start with brand approval. Most people aren't aware of this, but there's actually two types of brand approval. The first has to do with gated products. This is where so many beginners make a mistake that end up costing them a ton of money. You can't just buy some items from your local retailer like Target or Walmart and expect to be able to sell them on Amazon. Gated products are products sold on Amazon under a brand like Nike or Cuisinart that require you to get brand approval before you can sell them. Brand approval may be required for not just name brands, you may need to get brand approval for private label brands too. You can check if a product requires brand approval in Seller Central. For example, let's say you found this Nivea skin cream on sale somewhere and you want to resell it on Amazon. In Seller Central, click on Add Products, and in the Product ID option, enter the UPC barcode that's found on the bottle here. Click Submit. You can see that it says here, Approval Required. You need approval to sell this product. And if you click on Apply to Sell, on this next page, It says you need approval to sell Nivea branded in new, used, refurbished, collectible conditions. So in order for you to be able to sell this product on Amazon, you need to apply and get approval first. And in order to get approval, you need to provide the following documentation. Submit at least one purchase invoice for products from a manufacturer or distributor. That means you can't just buy this product from your local retail store or online. Retailers and online stores only provide receipts. The only way you can get an invoice is to purchase directly from the manufacturer or from an authorized wholesaler or distributor. And the only way you can do that is if you have a registered business and a resale certificate. You won't get approval if you provide receipts. The invoice also needs to meet all of these requirements here. Most notably, it says here, to sell this Nivea skin cream, you need to show the combined purchase of at least 100 units. So as you can see, if you plan to do arbitrage or sell wholesale products, before you invest any money on products, make sure you check to see if you need brand approval first and that you can meet all of the requirements to get brand approved so that you don't get stuck with inventory that you can't sell on Amazon. The second type of brand approval is if you want to sell your own branded products, such as if you're selling private label products under your own brand. The process isn't that difficult, but you do need to follow some specific steps. However, a common misconception is that you need to have a registered trademark to sell under your brand. Well, you don't. In fact, you don't have to enroll in brand registry. And I'm going to show you how you can quickly and easily get your brand approved so that you can list your products using your own brand. And more importantly, not list them as generic. A huge mistake that people make that will hurt you in the long run, which I'll explain in more detail in a minute. So in order for you to use your own brand without a trademark, what you need to do is go through a process called brand approval. And in order to trigger that process, the first thing that you need to do is create a new product listing, even if you're not ready to start selling yet, or even if you don't have a product to sell. So log into Seller Central, and at the top of the page here, click on Add Products. Or if you don't see this option, click on Menu, Catalog, Add Products. And since you want to list your own branded products, these are typically private label products, do not search for a product using the keywords option here. You must choose the blank form option here. Then on this page, enter the item name. This is the title that you see for any product on Amazon, as you can see here in this example. Now, it doesn't have to be perfect. You just want to describe what the product is. You can always go back and edit this later. So in this case, I'm just going to make something up for the purpose of this video. Now, in the product type field, choose the category for your product. Now, it should automatically choose the category for you, but if it's not correct, then click on Select Other and choose the right one. In this case, it's the wrong category, so I'm going to click on Select Other and manually choose the correct category. Okay, now here's the most important part. You need to follow these next steps exactly. In the brand name field, here's where you need to enter your brand. This is the brand name that you want to use and get approved to sell under. Again, you don't need to have a registered trademark for this brand. This is just the brand name that you want to use to sell your products on Amazon. So for demonstration purposes, I'm just going to make up a name here. Now, make sure you do not check this option here. This product does not have a brand name. If you check this box, this indicates that you want to list this product as generic, and you do not want to do that, so do not check this box. This is a huge mistake too many people make, as I mentioned earlier. If you choose this option, your product will be listed as generic without a brand name, like you can see in this example here. You don't want to do that. In fact, I highly suggest never listing your product as generic, as it's going to create a whole bunch of problems for you. The biggest problem is that you won't be able to change it to a brand in the future. If you do decide to brand it later on, you'll have to start all over by creating an entirely new listing, and you'll end up losing all of the work that you've done. You'll lose all of your reviews, all the sales history, the listing rank, basically everything, so don't do it. Now in the product ID field, here's where you need to enter the UPC barcode that you purchased. Now, buying barcodes, where to buy them from, and how many that you need to buy is an entirely different topic on its own. So I'll leave a link in the description below to a detailed video if you want to learn more about it. But a quick overview, do not buy your UPC barcodes from third-party sellers. Only buy them directly from GS1. They only cost $30 each, and if you don't buy them directly from GS1, you can have your listing shut down, as you can see here. And I also want to point out that you do not want to choose this option here. I don't have a product ID. This option applies for what's called a GTIN or G10 exemption. And again, you do not want to do this. It'll create other problems and hassles for you, and you won't be able to change it to a UPC in the future. So do not do this just to save $30. It's not worth it. So enter your barcode here, choose UPC, then click on Next. Now, notice that this error just popped up. Brand name approval required. You have entered a brand name that has not been approved by Amazon. You need to apply for approval to list products using this brand name. So here's where we've triggered the brand approval process that we're looking for. You need to go through this brand approval process in order to use your brand on Amazon to sell your branded products. And once you've completed this approval process and you get approved, you can come back to this listing and complete it. Now, if for whatever reason, when you create your new listing and you don't see this error message prompting you to go through the approval process, then you'll have to get to the brand approval page using a different method. So on the top of the page here, click on Help, Get Help and Resources, scroll down to the bottom and click on My Issue is Not Listed. Then type in error 5665 and click on Continue. Choose the first option here, Received an error code or message. Then choose the first option here, error 5661, 5665 brand name authorization. Now, you can see that it's telling you to create a new listing and basically go through all the steps that I just showed you earlier. And then when the brand approval error pops up, then go through the brand approval process. But since that didn't pop up, you can see it says here, if you are unable to create the error or if the selling application is not available, click on Create a Case and provide the required information in the next step so that we can assist you further. So in this situation, click on the Create a Case button here. Now, basically this form that you see here is the same form that you'll normally see if the error message did pop up. So now that you know how to get to this page, let's head on back to the previous page and continue from there. Okay, so back on the Add a New Product page, when this error pops up, click on Apply to Sell. All right, so now we're on the brand approval application form. You can see that it says here, brand approval for Acme Outdoors. This is a brand approval application for Acme Outdoors. Brand names need to be approved by Amazon before they can be used by sellers. And again, if you do have a registered trademark, it says here, are you a brand owner and have a registered or pending trademark? You may be eligible to enroll in Brand Registry. Please leave this workflow and enroll in Brand Registry instead. So if you do have a registered or pending trademark, you do not go through this brand approval process. You need to enroll in Brand Registry, which will give you access to much more advanced selling features, such as brand protection and A+ content. I have a video that goes through how to enroll in Brand Registry, and I'll leave a link to that video down in the description below. Okay, so in this first field, if you have a website for your brand already, you can enter the URL here. If you have a website, it will make the brand approval process much easier and faster with Amazon. But as you can see, this is optional, so you don't have to go through the trouble of creating one if you don't already have one. Now, in the Submit Documents section, this is where you need to provide photos of your product with your branding on it to prove that you are the brand owner. You need to make sure that you follow these 4 guidelines exactly, or you will get denied. You need to provide at least 2 images of your brand's product and packaging. And the documents must meet the following requirements. Product pictures should not be blurry or truncated. The text in the images, like the brand, must be legible. The branding on your product or packaging must match exactly. Differences in capitalization are allowed. This should be pretty self-explanatory, but so many people often screw this up. The branding that's on your product must match exactly what you entered in your application. So for example, I entered Acme Outdoors. So I can't say Acme Outdoors as one word or Acme-Outdoors or some other variation of the name. It must be Acme space Outdoors. The pictures are taken by you and the items are handheld or placed on a table. Digitally altered or photoshopped images will result in your application being declined. Again, these must be real life photos, not fake or Photoshop photos, like photos of your product where you photoshopped your branding or logo on it. That's not gonna work. I've found that it helps if you're actually holding the product rather than just having photos of it on a table. Just make sure that your hand or fingers aren't covering your brand, the logo, or the barcode. Now, I probably shouldn't suggest this because so many people get this wrong and end up getting their application rejected, but I've had my students get away with photoshopping their logos on their products. They had to go this route because they didn't have a product yet, or their manufacturer didn't have their products ready for them to take photos of it with their brand on it. And I must stress here that if you do Photoshop your brand on the product, the final image must look 100% real. That means if you showed this image to 100 people, none of them would be able to tell that it was Photoshopped. I've seen so many people attempt to Photoshop it themselves or have a friend do it that has poor Photoshopping skills, and the final result was just terrible. So again, unless the final result is indistinguishable from a real photo, do not attempt this strategy. So if you don't have a product to take real photos of, then ask your supplier if they can make a sample unit with your branding on it. However, keep in mind that this is unlikely because most of the time it'll be cost prohibitive, but it never hurts to ask. Or if you're in the middle of manufacturing, have your manufacturer pull the first unit off the production line and expedite the shipping to you so that you can take photos of it. And here's a little secret tip, which I've actually done in the past. A third option is if you're having custom packaging done, such as a custom designed box, then have the box printed out and take photos of the box following these guidelines. And since you don't have to take photos of what's inside the box, you don't actually have to have your product inside it. Make sense? And to go even further, you don't even have to have a real box made. Print out the box design on your color printer in high resolution and glue it to a generic box so that it looks like a real product packaging. Just make sure that you do a good job so that it doesn't look like a grade school art project. Next, the branding must be stamped, stitched, printed, or stick on the product and or packaging so that it's not easily removable. If apparel or jewelry, branded hang tags are acceptable. What this means is your branding or logo must be permanent. It can't be a sticker label. So like I said earlier, if you're designing a custom box, then your branding or logo must be printed on the box. If not, then it must be directly printed or molded into the product like you can see here in this example. And this last guideline here doesn't apply because you're not going to apply for a G10 exemption. Okay, so checkmark these options to verify that you followed these guidelines. And once you have those photos ready, you can upload them here. What I suggest is actually uploading 3 or 4 photos, not just the 2 that it suggests. Take photos from different angles and from several different sides of your product so that they can see all around your product. Make sure the lighting is good and that it's in focus. And a pro tip here, although it doesn't say that it's required, it seems to help if you also show the UPC barcode in the photos. Now, enter your email address here. It's required. And although it says your phone number is optional, I suggest including it here so that if they do need to contact you, it's often much easier to clarify any issues when you can speak to an agent directly over the phone. Then click on Submit and wait. And be patient here. This process can take several days to over a week. And again, if you get a notification that your application was denied, then follow the suggestions in the notification, fix the problems, and resubmit the application. And like I said before, 99% of the time, the applications are rejected due to the photos. So if you do get rejected, take better photos and resubmit your application. And don't worry, just keep trying until you do get accepted. And once your brand is approved, you won't have to go through this process again. You can list all of your future products under that brand regardless of what category it's in. But that doesn't mean that you'll be allowed to sell in any category that you want. You still have to get category approval if the category is gated. Okay, so once your brand is approved, you can go back and complete the product listing that you started earlier. Okay, so now that we've covered the 2 types of brand approval, the third option is brand registry. Enrolling in brand registry has massive benefits as an Amazon seller, and enrolling in brand registry is painless if you follow 3 simple steps that I'm going to show you in this video. And right now, Amazon is offering $50,000 worth of savings for new sellers that enroll in Amazon brand registry, which I'll go over later on in this video. Okay, so to get started with enrolling in brand registry, head on over to brandservices.amazon.com and click on Get Started. As you can see here, it says you can get started in 3 steps. But in order to enroll, there are some eligibility requirements that you need to have before you can begin your application. So You can see here, in order to enroll in brand registry, first, brands must have a pending or registered and active text-based or image-based trademark. To be eligible for Amazon brand registry, your brand must have an active registered trademark in each country where you wish to enroll or have a pending trademark application filed. So what that means is before you can enroll in brand registry, you have to first register for a trademark. The trademark doesn't have to be active. You can enroll in brand registry even if your application is still pending. This is a huge benefit because in the past, in order to enroll in brand registry, you had to wait until your trademark was approved and active, which can take 6 to 8 months or longer. Now, once you've applied for your trademark and get your application number, you can enroll in brand registry right away and reap the benefits without having to wait 6 to 8 months. Okay, so before registering your trademark, what you need to do first is make sure you're even allowed to sell on Amazon. So if you haven't already, sign up as a new seller on Amazon, get your new seller account verified, and make sure you have an Amazon professional plan if you want to take advantage of all of brand registry's features. Now, signing up and getting a verified seller account isn't a simple process to navigate, and a lot of beginners end up getting stuck or their application denied. So if you want to learn how to get your seller account verified as easily and quickly as possible, I'll leave a link to a detailed video down in the description below. Okay, so once you have a verified seller account, let's move on to step 2, registering your trademark. Now, registering your trademark is actually a pretty straightforward process. You can actually apply yourself by going to uspto.gov and follow the step-by-step instructions that you see here. Now, of course, when you apply for your trademark, you're going to need to have a brand name that you want to register. You can register either the name of your brand, meaning the text form of your brand, like you can see here in this example, or you can register the image-based mark or logo that represents your brand, or you can register both. You can see that it says here that the trademark must be in the form of a text-based mark, word mark, or an image-based mark with words, letters, or numbers, design mark. What that means is, for example, if your brand is Pepsi or Target, you can register the text form of your brand, which is just the letters or words that make up the brand, or you can register the logo or image that represents your brand, or both. What I recommend is registering both at the same time so that you can use both, have brand protection for both, and save on time and money by not having to update your trademark later on in the future. Now, as I mentioned earlier, the trademark application process can take 6 to 8 months or longer to get approval since USPTO is so backed up. You can see here that if you apply today, they're currently processing applications that were submitted over 6 months ago. Yeah, talk about backed up. All right, so what does it cost to apply for a trademark? Well, it isn't too expensive. As you can see here, it only costs $250 per class. However, Amazon currently has a ton of new seller incentives, which I'll go over later on in this video, where you can get huge discounts and rebates, essentially making the trademark application free. And who doesn't like free? And one thing I want to point out, if you decide to apply for the trademark on your own and you end up messing up the application, it will delay your application and it can result in you having to pay penalty fees. So if you're not comfortable with doing it yourself, Amazon has a service called IP Accelerator where you can hire a vetted law firm to help do it for you. Or you can find a lawyer on Fiverr.com or LegalZoom.com. You can even find someone local to you, just do a Google search. Now, hiring someone will typically cost around $400 to $800 on top of the trademark registration fee. So do your research and choose which option is best for you. Okay, once you've applied for your trademark, you'll be issued an application number right away. And once you have that trademark registration number, you can move forward with step 3, enrolling in brand registry. So scroll down to the bottom of the page here and click on Enroll Now, and let's begin. On this first step, you're going to see this option here, Enroll a New Brand. Now, if you haven't registered your trademark, you can register through the Amazon IP Accelerator program by choosing this option here. Otherwise, click on Enroll Your Brand. All right, so now as you can see, we're on the first step of 3. The first thing you need to do is enter your brand name here. And here's where a lot of people make a mistake. This is the brand name that you trademarked, not your Amazon store name or your business name. It needs to match exactly what you registered on your trademark application, letter for letter. See here it says, please enter your trademark name. This includes the preferred form of capitalization for your brand name. Next, upload a brand logo. Again, if you registered a mark or logo on your trademark application, then upload the same mark or logo here. If you didn't, then just upload a mark or logo that you want to use on Amazon. But take note, the logo must represent your brand and should fill the entire image or be on a white or transparent background. If you don't have a logo, upload a high-resolution image of your brand name. Do not upload images of your product. Okay, now select the trademark office that you registered with. In most cases, you registered through USPTO, so choose United States. Then enter the trademark registration number that you received when you filed your application and click Verify. Now, specify if you own the trademark that you're submitting. If you do own the trademark, in most cases you do, so select the first option here. If you don't own the trademark, then choose one of the other two options that apply. Now, upload a copy of the trademark registration certificate, filing receipt, filing notice, filing certificate, or e-filing of the application that you received here. Once you've done that, choose the categories that describe the type of products that you'll be selling under your brand. Make sure to select all the categories that apply. Now, in the product information section, if you've already listed your products on Amazon, enter the ASINs here. You can find the ASIN from the Manage Inventory page under the product name. It starts with a B0. Now, although it doesn't say so, entering an ASIN is optional, so if you don't have any products, just leave this blank. Next, this is also optional. If you have a website for your brand, enter the website URL here. If you don't have one, that's okay, so don't go through the trouble of creating one. Having one just helps with verifying that you are the brand owner. And if you're selling your product on other websites or marketplaces, such as eBay or Walmart, you can enter those URLs here. Again, this is also optional. All right, and in the product images section, it's very important that you do this properly. You need to upload at least one photo of your product that clearly shows your brand permanently affixed to it. Your branding needs to be either on the product itself or on the packaging. It can't be photoshopped or be a sticker or a label. You could read the exact requirements by clicking on this link here. A lot of applications are rejected because they didn't follow these guidelines here, so make sure you read through these. Now, if you don't have your product yet, which most beginners don't, then what you can do is ask your supplier if they can make a sample unit with your branding on it. However, this might not be possible because it's most likely going to be cost prohibitive, but it never hurts to ask. Or if you're in the middle of manufacturing, have your manufacturer pull the first unit off the production line and expedite the shipping to you so that you can get photos taken of it. Or a third method, and here's a little secret tip which I've actually done in the past. If you're having custom packaging done, such as a custom designed box, then have the box printed out and take photos of the box following the guidelines. And since you don't have to take photos of what's inside the box, you don't actually have to have your product inside. Make sense? And another option here is you don't even have to have a real box made. Print out the box design on your color printer in high resolution and glue it onto a generic box so that it looks like the real product packaging. Just make sure to do a good job so it doesn't look like a grade school art project. So upload at least one photo. I suggest actually uploading 2 or 3. And once you've done that, click on Next. Now on step 2, you need to provide your business information. First, choose whether you're a seller or a vendor. In most cases, we are the seller of the brand that we're enrolling, so choose seller. Then select the Amazon seller account that you're enrolling the brand for. Now enter your business details here. So in the first field, choose which state you registered your business in. If you didn't register a business, then choose the state where you live and enter the city and zip code here. Then choose the type of identifier you want to use to prove that your business is registered and enter that number here. You should be able to find these details on your business license. Then click Next. Okay, and now on the final step, you need to specify how you're currently manufacturing and distributing your products. In the first part, for most of us, we're selling private label products, so we're manufacturing our own products with manufacturers overseas, like in China. So choose, I have my own manufacturing. Now, since we're not actually manufacturing the products ourselves, we're hiring a third party to make them for us. You don't need to upload anything here. Now, upload a copy of your invoice. This is the invoice you would have received from your supplier or manufacturer, proving that you bought and paid for your inventory. And here's where a lot of people make another huge mistake. This must be an actual invoice. A pro forma invoice or a receipt will not work here. You can see that it says, upload a copy of any recent sourcing, manufacturing, supply invoice, one or more, published in the last 6 months, which includes one or more of your brand's products names. So make sure it's within the last 6 months and the invoice lists your brand and products on it. It must show your brand. Okay, in the distribution information section, for most of us, we're selling the products ourselves. We're not wholesaling the products to distributors, so choose no here. And since we chose no, we don't have to fill in this field here. And last, the licensee information. Does your brand license trademarks to others who manufacture products associated with your intellectual property? Again, for most of us, we're selling the products ourselves. We're not licensing it to other sellers or manufacturers. For example, Nintendo owns the Mario Brothers brand and trademark, and they license it to other sellers and manufacturers to make Mario Brothers products and merchandise. We're not doing that, so choose no. Okay, and once you've done that, click submit and wait. The approval process usually takes around 4 to 7 days, but it can take longer. So check up on it every few days. And if for whatever reason it takes longer than a few weeks, then contact brand registry support, not seller support. And keep in mind, in some rare instances, you may need to reapply. And once you're approved, don't forget to take advantage of all of the new seller incentives that I mentioned earlier. The biggest and probably the single most important benefit of brand registry is that it gives you brand protection. This is going to help stop 99% of hijackers and counterfeiters who can completely destroy your sales. Not only that, brand registered sellers get access to A+ content, and A+ content allows you to create detailed, information-rich, and themed product listings. For example, as you can see here, sellers that aren't enrolled in brand registry have low-quality, boring product descriptions. However, once enrolled in brand registry, with A+ content, you can create beautifully themed product descriptions like you can see here. You can include header images, infographics, more product details, and even product comparisons to promote your other products. In fact, by having A+ content, you can increase your conversion rate by as much as 3 to 5%. Now, if that's not enough, brand registry also has a huge host of other benefits. As a brand registered seller, you can access new seller incentives. So check this out. You can get started with $50,000 in incentives. Get 10% back on your branded sales. That means you'll get 10% back on your first $50,000 in branded sales, then 5% back through your first year until you reach $1 million. That's a massive savings. Basically, you're cutting the Amazon fees you would normally have to pay, which is around 15%, down to 5%. You also get a $200 credit on Amazon Vine. That makes enrolling your product in Vine to get your first 30 reviews absolutely free. That's a huge advantage since reviews play a huge role in giving your product social proof and increasing your sales. You also get a bunch of discounts and rebates, as you can see here. But it doesn't end there. 2 additional massive benefits you get is a $400 credit that you can apply to your FBA inbound placement service fee. This is a new fee that Amazon has added whenever you're shipping your inventory to Amazon's warehouse when you're doing FBA. So that's a huge savings. And the second massive benefit is you get a brand referral bonus. That means if you drive traffic from outside of Amazon, Amazon will reduce your referral fee by 10%. They're offering you this huge discount because you did all of the work to make the sale. Amazon didn't have to do anything to put your product in front of shoppers. That's another massive savings, dropping the referral fee from 15% down to 5%. You also get access to branded PPC advertising avenues. So in addition to running sponsored product ads, you can also run sponsored branded ads. These are the ads that you see at the very top of the search results where you can showcase your brand and multiple products. You can also create your very own brand store on Amazon. It's like having your very own custom branded website on Amazon where shoppers can find more information about your brand and product lines. And best of all, shoppers won't see any competitors on your brand store. You also get access to create virtual bundles, allowing you to bundle multiple ASINs together without you having to pre-package them as bundles before shipping them to Amazon. You can also create subscribe and save deals. This is where shoppers can get a deal on their purchase and automatically get refills sent to them on a regularly scheduled basis, increasing your sales without any extra effort or expense from you. You get access to so many more benefits that I have time to talk about here, but I'll mention one last one, which is brand analytics. The biggest benefit here is you get access to Amazon search term reports. So unlike the search term reports you get from your PPC ad reports, where you can only find what people are searching for in your PPC campaigns, with Amazon search term reports, you can now see what shoppers are searching for outside of just your PPC campaigns. That's a massive game changer to optimizing your sales strategies and boosting your sales. Okay, so once you've created your product listing, you can now send inventory to Amazon. And in order to do that, you need to create what's called a shipping plan. Selling your products on Amazon using Amazon's FBA or Fulfillment by Amazon service requires you to send your inventory to Amazon's network of fulfillment warehouses around the country. This can be quite confusing for first-timers since it requires you to notify Amazon ahead of time what you're sending in, when it will arrive, and properly package and label your shipment according to Amazon's strict inbound shipping guidelines. So in this masterclass, I'm going to show you how to send your inventory to Amazon by creating your first shipping plan, how to fill out the dozens of complicated fields, navigate the new confusing shipping plan options, and how to properly package and label your shipment so that you can avoid common mistakes that end up delaying your shipment, as well as potentially incurring numerous fines and penalties. So let's get started. Sending your first shipment of inventory to Amazon can be quite complicated, especially since Amazon made some big changes to their shipping plan workflow with the partnered carrier program and the new inventory placement options, which have made shipping inventory to Amazon more confusing and potentially more expensive. All right, so first things first. You don't always need to ship your inventory to Amazon's warehouses. You only need to ship inventory to Amazon if you plan to sell your products using Amazon's FBA service. FBA stands for Fulfillment by Amazon. This is where Amazon will handle all of the logistics for you, from storing your inventory, picking and packing your products, shipping, customer service, as well as handling any refunds and returns. If you plan to do FBM, which stands for Fulfillment by Merchant, where you plan to ship your products to your customers each time you make a sale, then you don't need to ship anything to Amazon. If you're wondering, I highly recommend going the FBA route since it makes selling so much easier. You don't have to worry about packing, labeling, shipping, or dealing with refunds and returns. Amazon does it all for you. And on top of that, your products will also get the Amazon Prime badge on your listings, meaning Amazon Prime members will get free 1 and 2 day Prime shipping, which helps boost your sales. Now, a common question I see sellers asking all the time is if they can just drop off their inventory to an Amazon warehouse since there's one close by to where they live. Well, unfortunately, you can't. Amazon does not accept drop-offs. You must create a shipping plan and have your inventory shipped to Amazon's warehouses through a shipping carrier like FedEx or UPS. You can't drop it off yourself. Okay, so if you plan to do FBA, then to get started with creating your first shipping plan, I'm going to assume that you already have an Amazon seller account. Of course, if you want to sell on Amazon, you need to have a verified account. So if you haven't done that yet, you can sign up by going to sell.amazon.com and register for a new seller account. Now, in order for you to ship inventory to Amazon, you also need to have created a product listing first. So if you haven't done that yet, then you won't be able to ship anything to Amazon. So to create a new product listing, you can click on Menu, Catalog, Add Products. Now, the specifics of creating a new product listing is beyond the scope of this video, so if you need help with that or with creating a new seller account, I'll leave links in the video description below to detailed videos that will show you how to do that. Now, once you've created your product listing, you'll see your product listed here on the Manage Inventory page. So to start the process of sending your products to Amazon begins with what's called a shipping plan. The shipping plan is how you inform Amazon what products you plan to ship, how many units of each product, how the products are packaged and labeled, and when Amazon can expect the shipment to arrive. So, as you can imagine, it's important that you fill out the shipping plan accurately. Otherwise, it will delay your shipment, or worse, Amazon will charge you penalty fees. Now, you can see that I'm out of stock on this item here. However, you don't have to be out of stock to send in more inventory. You can send in more inventory whenever you want, as long as you have the storage space available to do so, and I'll go over this later on in the video. So in order to stock up on this item, I can start a new shipping plan by clicking on the drop-down menu here and click on Send Replenish Inventory. You can also click on Menu, Shipments, and at the top here, click on Send to Amazon. Now, if you don't see the Send Replenish option like you can see on this listing, then your product isn't set to use Amazon's FBA service. When you created the product listing, you didn't choose that you wanted to use Amazon's Fulfillment by Amazon service. You can tell the listing isn't set to FBA because you'll see the option Change to Fulfilled by Amazon, like you can see here. If that's the case, then you can switch to FBA by clicking on Change to Fulfilled by Amazon and click List as FBA. Now, it may take a few minutes for this to actually update on your account, so if you don't see the Send Replenish option, just wait a few minutes and refresh the page. And once the option is available, click on Send Replenish. All right, now you can see that we're on step 1 of 3 steps. In this first step, we need to choose the products that we plan to ship to Amazon. You can see that we're on the pre-selected tab here, and down here it shows the SKU that we chose on the previous page. If you have more than one product that you want to ship to Amazon, you can actually click on the All FBA SKUs tab here and select the other products that you want to include in this shipment. In this case, we're just going to keep it simple and just send in one SKU. Now, if this is your first time you've ever created a shipping plan for this product listing, then you're going to have to enter the origin address. The origin here is usually going to be your supplier's address or wherever you're shipping your products from. It actually doesn't really matter what you put here. You can put your own address if you want, but I suggest putting your supplier's address. If you need to change it, you can also do so by clicking here. And a pro tip, if you're shipping your products from overseas to the US, you can potentially save some money by using a California-based ship from address here. Keep in mind though that doing this is actually against Amazon's guidelines, so do this at your own risk, but I haven't had or seen anyone run into any problems. By using a California address, Amazon will tend to have you ship your products to an Amazon warehouse that's located close to the port, instead of having you ship your products to somewhere in the middle of the country where you'd have to pay extra shipping costs. So if you can, find a California address that you can use. If you hired a freight forwarder, ask them if they have a warehouse near the port that you can use. Now, if you're selling in the US marketplace and you want to restock your inventory in the US Amazon warehouses, then choose United States here in the marketplace destination. Otherwise, choose the correct marketplace that you want to ship to here. Okay, now in the packing details, you can see that it says case packed 30. That's because I've already shipped this product to Amazon in the past, and I've already created a packing template for this product. But if this is your first time, then you'll have to create a new packing template by choosing Create New Packing Template. Now, before filling this out, you can see in the template type that there are 2 options. You can choose from case packed or single SKU pallet. For most people, you're not sending in a huge shipment, so your inventory is most likely not going to be palletized. You can see that it says here, template type indicates how you plan to ship your products to Amazon. Select case packed if you want to ship using boxes. Select single SKU pallet if you plan to ship using pallets, usually LTL, and the entire pallet contains only one type of product. So choose case packed. Now, what case packed means can be somewhat confusing for many beginners. As you can see here directly on Amazon's packing guidelines, case packed means all products in a box must have matching SKU and condition and must have been packaged together by the manufacturer. All boxes with the same product must contain equal quantities of that product in each box. For example, a case pack of 24 units must always contain 24 units, and the case pack limit is 150 units per case. So what does that actually mean? It means inside each box, or it's also called a shipping box or shipping carton or master carton, every carton must contain the exact same product. You can't mix and match different products. And inside each carton, it must also contain the same count of that product. You can't have different counts if you're sending multiple cartons. Now, to avoid further confusion, the product is also called a unit. One unit is what the buyer gets when they buy one item from you. For example, let's say you're selling a red toothbrush. The red toothbrush is considered one unit. Every case packed shipping carton must only contain the red toothbrush. You can't mix in green toothbrushes or blue toothbrushes. And if your supplier packaged 100 units in one shipping carton, then all the shipping cartons must also have 100 units of the red toothbrush inside. Does that make sense? Now, to drive this point home, let's say instead you're selling a pack of toothbrushes. It doesn't matter how many are in the pack. It can be a 2-pack or a 6-pack. The whole pack of toothbrushes is still considered one unit. It also doesn't matter if you're selling a toothbrush bundled with toothpaste. The bundle is still considered one unit. One unit is whatever the buyer gets when they buy one item from you. Okay, make sense? We'll talk more about this later on when we go over labeling in the video. So now that you understand what case packed is, give the template a name. I suggest naming it something descriptive so that you know exactly what the template is. For example, my supplier packages these in cartons of 30 units, so I'm going to call this template case packed 30 units. That way I know what this template is just by looking at the name. In the units per box, enter the number of units. In my case, 30. In the box dimensions, enter the size and weight of the carton. You can get this information from your supplier. Make sure this is accurate though. I noticed that this is in inches and pounds. If your supplier gave you the details in metric, make sure you convert it. Now, I also want to point out that there are size and weight limits here. If you exceed them, you will incur fees or penalties. As you can see here, the longest side of each carton cannot be more than 25 inches, and it cannot weigh more than 50 pounds. I'll post a link down in the description below to this page if you want to read more about it. Now, under the prep category, you can choose if you need Amazon to do any additional prep for you. You can see in my case, I want Amazon to bubble wrap this for me. There is a fee to have Amazon do any prep for you though. So if you need Amazon to do any prep, then you can choose what you want them to do by clicking here. Otherwise, choose no prep needed. And most important, you can choose which barcode type you're going to use on your product. My product here is using the Amazon barcode, which is also called the FN SKU. You can see that I can change it here to use the manufacturer barcode, which is also called the UPC barcode. Now, what I suggest is always choose use Amazon barcode and put the FN SKU barcode on your units, not the UPC. If you want to learn more about barcodes, where to buy them, how to change this setting, and why I suggest using the FN SKU, I'll post a link to a video down in the description below. Now, in the Who Labels option, you can choose who is going to put the barcode labels on your product. In most cases, your manufacturer is going to put the barcode on your product for you since it's the easiest and cheapest way to do it, so choose Buy Seller. However, you can have Amazon do it for you too, but Amazon is going to charge you a 55 cent per unit fee, as you can see here. And a pro tip to save some money is to actually have the barcode printed directly on the product packaging instead of using a sticker or label, which costs money. And once you're done, click Save. Okay, now you need to specify how many units you are sending to Amazon. So let's say I want to ship in 5 cartons, so a total of 150 units. You can see it automatically filled in the units here since it knows how many units are inside each carton from the packing template. Click Ready to Send. And if we take a look here, since we're not having Amazon do any prep, there are no additional fees. Click Confirm and Continue. Now you can see we're on step 2. However, before we do that, let's go back real quick so we can cover a few other common shipment scenarios. Let's say you have a situation where you have an extra shipping carton that you also need to ship that's not the standard case pack from your template. Let's say I want to ship in 160 units, so 5 cartons of 30, but I have one extra smaller carton of 10 units. Well, in this case, you can click on More Inputs, Add a Packing Line. Now you can enter the details of your extra shipping carton. If you have more than one packing template like I do here, I have another one that's cartons of 60, I can choose it from here. Or if you want to create a new template, you can do so by choosing Create a New Packing Template. That way you can pull it up again in the future if you need to. However, let's say this is just a one-off situation. So in this case, choose Individual Units, enter 10 units here, then click on Ready to Pack. Now you can see that I have a total of 160 units ready to send here. Now click on Pack Individual Units. Notice this time that instead of jumping directly to step 2, we're now on an intermediate step, step 1B. We need to provide some extra information. So remember, in this scenario, I'm sending in 5 cartons of 30 and an extra carton of 10 units. And all 10 of those extra units are going to be packed into one box. So choose everything will fit in one box. If it's not, then choose multiple boxes. Click Confirm. Now again, get the box details from your supplier and enter it here. And keep in mind, I'm just making all of these up for demonstration purposes, so none of this is actually accurate. Click on Confirm Packing Information. Now, if you see a warning here, Double check that you've entered the box details and quantities correctly. It's warning you because based on the details that you entered, it doesn't match what Amazon thinks the shipping carton size and weight should be for the number of units that you said that you're going to ship in. It calculates this based on the size and weight and volume of what a single unit is, so double check that you entered everything correctly. This is just a way to help you make sure that you didn't make any mistakes. I made all of these details up, so that's why we're seeing this warning here. So since I know that we're all good here, click on confirm and continue. All right, so now you can see that we're back on step 2, and here's where Amazon has made some big changes to how shipping inventory to Amazon works. You can see that the default recommended option here is to use Amazon's partnered carrier option. This option allows you to take advantage of Amazon's shipping discounts versus arranging the shipment yourself through a shipping carrier like FedEx or DHL. So if you do want to arrange a shipment yourself, you can choose the non-partnered carrier option here, which I'll go over in a minute. Now, regardless of which option you choose, Amazon now charges an inbound placement service fee. Here's where you can choose how you want to split up your shipment to Amazon's warehouses. You can see here it says, shipping your inventory to more locations will minimize inbound placement service fees and improve delivery speed to buyers. So basically, if you take on the responsibility to ship your inventory to multiple Amazon warehouses, then you'll pay lower inbound placement service fees. However, the fewer warehouses that you ship to, such as you can see here, I can choose to ship to 5 warehouses, which is free. There's no fee at all. Or I can ship to 3 warehouses, which costs this much. Or I can ship to just 1 warehouse where the fee is much, much higher. If you want to learn more about these options, you can read about them here, and I'll leave a link to this page that goes over the new inbound placement service fee down in the description below. Now, you can see that when I choose this default option, it shows down here the 3 different Amazon warehouses that it wants me to ship to, as well as how many units to ship. Make sure that you don't mix this up. You can see that for shipment number 1 and 2, there are 60 units each. However, shipment number 3 is only 30 units. If you ship inventory to the wrong warehouse, Amazon will charge you penalty fees. All right, next is the shipping mode. You can choose to ship by air or by sea. Air is always going to be the fastest, but it costs significantly more. For example, let's choose a ship date here. Choose a date based on when your supplier will have your inventory ready for shipment. Then click on Get Shipping Cost. Here, you can choose who you want to ship with based on the shipping service and estimated delivery date that you require. You can see how much it will cost, who the carrier is, and if you require them to pick up your shipment, what the additional fee is here. Then enter the shipping details here. Again, you can get all of this information from your supplier. Then enter a brief description of what you're shipping here for each shipment. And when you're done, check mark that you agreed to the terms and conditions and click on Accept Charges and Continue. Now, I want to warn you here, if you choose the partnered carrier option, you're going to get charged right away as soon as you accept the charges. However, if you decide to change your mind, you only have 24 hours to cancel the shipment to get a full refund. If it's beyond 24 hours, you can still cancel the shipment, but you will not get a refund. Now, before continuing, let's go over the non-partnered carrier option. If we choose the non-partnered carrier option, there's a few different options that we have to complete. You can see here you have to set the ship date. This is when you plan to ship your inventory. Now, it doesn't have to be exact, but you should try to be as accurate as possible. You can always change it later if you need to. And you can see that the shipment splits and inbound placement service fee options are the same. Next is the shipping mode. Basically, if you're just starting out on Amazon, you're always going to choose SPD, which stands for small parcel delivery. These are loose cartons that are not on a pallet. Pallet delivery is when you're shipping in much larger quantities where the cartons are palletized, but that's generally for once you've built your business to a much larger scale and you're shipping in more than just a few hundred units. Then you can save a lot of money by palletizing your shipment. Now, select the shipping carrier you're using from the drop-down list. It really doesn't matter which carrier you choose here, but again, you should be as accurate as you can. And if your carrier isn't on this list, then choose Other. Then choose how you're shipping your inventory. Air, ground, or sea. Again, it really doesn't matter which one you choose, but be as accurate as you can. And again, you can see how Amazon wants you to split up your shipments here. For each shipment, you need to enter a delivery window. This is when you expect your shipment to arrive at Amazon's warehouse. It's extremely important that you try to be as accurate as possible here. Amazon has a new policy now that if your shipment misses the delivery window that you specify, meaning that it arrives early or late, it can affect your account health as well as slow down the shipment processing. So if your delivery changes for whatever reason, make sure you update the shipping plan and adjust the delivery window accordingly. You can see here that it says, the delivery window is when you expect your shipment to arrive at the fulfillment center. This information will help us get your products in stock faster. Choose an estimated 14-day date range. You can update this when you enter your tracking details. Notice that it also says, this delivery window can be edited in the final step up to October 31st, 2024. Once this date arrives, you won't be able to edit the shipping details. If you want to learn more about how this delivery window works, you can read more about the requirements on this page here, and I'll leave a link to this page down in the description below. Now, once you've set the dates, you can review the summary here, and if everything looks good, click on Accept Charges and Confirm Shipping. Okay, and now we're back on step 3. Here's where we can download and print the box labels. These are the labels that need to go on your shipping cartons. So to download or print the box labels, choose the label size and click on Print. Now, if you're not the one shipping your inventory, then save the box labels as a PDF and email it to your supplier or freight forwarder for them to place on your shipping cartons. But make sure the correct label goes on the corresponding carton, especially since Amazon is specifying different unit quantities for each shipment. Remember, shipping to the wrong warehouse will cause delays and Amazon will charge you penalty fees. And a pro tip here, if you hired a freight forwarder, some might even make this whole shipping process a lot easier for you by actually creating the shipping plan for you on your account. So if you would like them to do that, ask them to see if they offer that service. Now, one issue that I want to cover that many beginners get confused over is these box labels here are for Amazon's internal use only. It's specifically for Amazon to identify the shipment when it arrives at the Amazon warehouse. These box labels have nothing to do with the actual physical shipping of your products. If you didn't use the Amazon Partner Carrier Program, then you or your freight forwarder still need to arrange the actual shipping through a shipping carrier like FedEx, UPS, or DHL. Once that's done, you'll get a second set of labels from the shipping carrier. So for example, if you hired FedEx to ship your inventory, then you'll get a FedEx shipping label that looks something like this. And this FedEx shipping label will also need to go on each shipping carton. Without actually hiring a shipping carrier to ship your shipment, you can't ship your products. Okay, now once you've completed the shipping plan, if your supplier or freight forwarder is handling the shipment for you, then there's nothing left for you to do. However, if you're shipping the products yourself, you can then drop off the shipment at UPS or FedEx or whoever the carrier is. If you don't want to drop it off yourself, you can actually arrange to have UPS or FedEx come to your house and pick up the shipment, but they'll charge you a pickup fee. And that's it. Once you have the tracking details, you can enter them into the shipping plan. If you have them already, you can enter them here. However, if you don't have them, you can enter them later. Just click on Shipments at the top of the page, Manage Shipments, then click on Track Shipment, and then click on the Track Shipment tab and enter the tracking numbers here. Now, back on the Shipment Events tab, you can track the entire status of your shipment. You can see when the shipment was created, when it was actually shipped, when it was delivered and checked in, when it was received, and the final summary here. Now, take note that once your shipment is delivered to the Amazon warehouse, it doesn't mean that your inventory is ready to sell in the marketplace. Your shipment still needs to be checked in and processed. What that means is Amazon needs to acknowledge that your shipment has arrived and scan all of your units to verify that what you've sent in matches what you entered in the shipping plan. This process can take a few days to several weeks, so don't be surprised if your shipment is stuck in the receiving status for weeks. And I've seen this take as long as 4 to 6 weeks to complete. So if you're planning to sell your product during Q4, or if you're trying to restock before you run out of inventory, make sure to send in your shipment way ahead of time and allow for any long delays. If you want to learn more about what all of these statuses mean, you can find a list of them here, and I'll leave a link to this page down in the description below. Now, 2 mistakes I see a lot of beginners make. First, if you get this error when you're entering how many boxes you're sending in, this product exceeds your current FBA capacity limit. That means you don't have enough storage space to send that many units to Amazon. Oftentimes, you'll see this error even when you haven't even shipped anything yet. That's because you created a shipping plan in the past, but didn't actually use it, so the inventory that you specified in that previous shipping plan is being allocated towards your storage capacity. So go to your shipments page and delete or cancel the old shipping plans to recover that storage space. And the second common mistake that I see is mixing up the unit size and weight with the shipping carton size and weight. I actually see this happening all the time. When you create your first shipping plan, you'll be asked to enter the dimensions and weight of your unit. Don't mix this up with the size and weight of your shipping carton. This will create huge problems for you. You'll get storage errors, and you'll notice that the FBA fees and shipping cost calculations are astronomically high, and that's because Amazon thinks your individual product is the size and weight of your shipping carton. And fixing this problem is a huge hassle. So if you made a mistake and you need to change or update the shipping plan, or even delete it altogether so that you can start all over, let's go over how you can do that next. We all make mistakes. Sometimes you create a shipping plan and you realize after that you need to make a change to it, or you messed up so bad that you want to completely start over. A few common reasons we would need to modify a shipping plan is because we want to change how many units we want to send in, or even more importantly, since Amazon's recent changes to the inbound shipping requirements is updating the delivery window so that our account health isn't negatively affected. So how can we do that? Well, in the next few minutes, I'm going to show you how. First things first. I'm assuming you've already created a shipping plan and now you need to make a change to it, cancel it, or delete it altogether so that you can start over. So let's start with editing a shipping plan. Now, depending on what stage you left off when you created the shipping plan, you'll have different options available to you that you can edit or modify. For example, if you haven't completed the shipping plan yet, meaning you started the first few steps of the shipping plan and then abandoned it, then you'll be able to make changes to it. So to edit or continue the existing shipping plan, if you head on over to your Shipments page by clicking on Menu, Inventory, Shipments, you won't find it here. You need to go to your Manage Inventory page and click on Send or Replenish Inventory from the drop-down menu, and then at the top here, click on Active Workflows. On this window, you'll see a list of shipping plan workflows that you've been working on and when you last worked on it. So find the shipping plan workflow you want to edit or continue working on and click on Switch to this workflow. Now you can see that it pulled up everything from the shipping plan where you last left off, and you'll be able to make changes to the shipping plan here. Now, if when you created the shipping plan, you completed step 2, meaning you clicked on the Accept Charges and Confirm Shipping button here, then you'll be limited on what you can change and edit in the shipping plan. So to make changes in this scenario, you can find the shipping plan by going to your Shipment Queue page. Click on Menu, Inventory, Shipments, and you'll be able to see the shipping plan that you created here. Click on Work on Shipment, and here, for example, you'll be able to enter the tracking number if you haven't done so already. You can also change the shipping carrier here, as well as the delivery window. Now, in this shipping plan, I'm using the non-partnered carrier option, so it doesn't really matter which carrier I choose here. However, it's very important that you set the delivery window accurately. This is when you expect your shipment to arrive at the Amazon warehouse. If your shipment doesn't arrive within the window you specify in the shipping plan, it will start to affect your account health. So if the original delivery window date that you set hasn't arrived yet, you can still make changes to the shipping plan and update this delivery window. Unexpected things happen, so if you realize that your shipment is going to arrive early or late and not within the delivery window that you set, make sure you update it here right away. Beyond that, the only other thing you can change is the shipment details and boxing configuration here on step 3. For example, if you need to print the box labels, you can do so here. Or if you click on View or Edit Contents, you can change the box size and weight, how many units you are sending, and if you need to add additional SKUs or boxes to the shipment. However, take note, it says here, unit quantity changes cannot exceed 5% or 6 units per SKU per shipment, whichever is greater. So if you want to send more units that you originally planned, you can only increase that number of units by 5% or 6 units, whichever is greater. Otherwise, you'll have to start over and create a new shipping plan. And a pro tip, I suggest you name your shipments to something more easily identifiable, especially when you get to the point where you have multiple products and multiple shipments so that you know what each shipment is for, rather than the default workflow name that Amazon assigns. As you can see here, this shipment workflow has this cryptic default name here. You can rename it by clicking here, and name it something you can identify, such as what SKU you're shipping and how many units. Can openers, 10 units. Now, if there's anything beyond these settings that you need to change or modify, your only option is to create a new shipping plan. Okay, so that's how you can edit a shipping plan. Now, what if you need to cancel or delete a shipping plan that you've already created? And there are a number of reasons why you would want to do that. Like, as I mentioned earlier, you need to change an option that you don't have the ability to anymore through the edit option. Or the most important reason that most sellers don't realize is that shipping plans that are not canceled or deleted in your shipping queue tie up your storage capacity. What I mean is, once you've created a shipping plan, regardless if you're actually going to use it or not, Amazon will allocate your available storage space for those units that you entered into the shipping plan, reducing the amount of storage space you have available for future shipping plans. So if you try to create a new shipping plan and you get an error saying that you don't have enough space available and you haven't actually shipped anything to Amazon, then the most likely reason is because you have old, unused shipping plans tying up your storage capacity. You'll need to delete those shipping plans to free up your available storage space in order to send in more inventory. You can check your storage and restock limits at the bottom of the shipping queue page here. The storage and restock limits are grouped by tier, not by product. For example, for the standard size tier, you can see how much space you are currently using and how much total space you have available. And also for oversized products, extra large, and the others here. So again, each time you create a new shipping plan, the amount of storage space that shipment takes up is allocated and deducted from your total available storage and restock limit. So make sure you delete unused shipping plans. All right, so how do you actually delete a shipping plan? Again, navigate to the shipping plan you want to cancel, click on Work on Shipment, scroll all the way down to the bottom, and you can cancel the shipping plan by clicking on the Delete Shipment and Charges link here. Now, keep in mind that shipping plans do expire automatically after 90 days, and the status will automatically be changed to closed, like you can see here. And you'll no longer be able to make any changes to it. However, a pro tip, if you have a shipment that's already on the way and the shipping plan gets closed by Amazon, that's okay. Amazon will still accept the shipment when it arrives at the Amazon warehouse. And also take note, if you created a shipping plan using the Partnered Carrier program, you can also cancel or delete it here. However, you only have 24 hours to cancel it to get a full refund on the shipping charges. If it's been more than 24 hours, you can see here that it says, your fees will not be canceled even if the shipment is canceled. Shipping inventory to Amazon for a single SKU is relatively straightforward, but quite often you need to ship multiple SKUs, products, or variations, and it would be so much easier and cheaper if you could ship them all together in one shipment. Now, there's actually 3 different ways to ship multiple SKUs to Amazon, so I'll show you the step-by-step process to save a bunch of time and money by shipping multiple SKUs in one single shipment by creating just one shipping plan. And I'll also show you how you can avoid paying Amazon's new inbound shipping placement fee by shipping multiple SKUs, as well as a new simple trick on how you can now send all your future shipments even easier with just one click. All right, so in order to ship inventory to Amazon, you need to have created a product listing for all of your SKUs. So if you haven't done that yet, you need to do that first. I have a video that goes over how to do that, and I'll leave a link to that video down in the description below. Now, once you've done that, log into Seller Central, click on the menu, Inventory, Manage Inventory. Okay, the first way to ship multiple SKUs, products, or different variations to Amazon is the pretty obvious way. You can create a separate shipping plan for each SKU, product, or variation. But doing that can increase your shipping costs since you're shipping multiple cartons and Amazon may require you to send each carton to a different warehouse. So if you're able to combine all of your SKUs into one single shipping plan, and especially if everything can fit into one shipping carton, you can save time and money by shipping just to one Amazon warehouse. All right, so in order to do that, there's 2 ways you can send multiple SKUs in a single shipping plan. The first way is where a lot of beginners get lost or confused. For example, if you started a new shipping plan by clicking on one of your SKUs and choosing Send Replenish Inventory, like this one right here, this is the process on how you would normally send just one SKU. But if you changed your mind or you're returning to an unfinished shipping plan, you can actually add more SKUs to the existing shipping plan by clicking on this tab here, all FBA SKUs, and then checkmark all the other SKUs that you want to add to the shipping plan. Then just add how many units or boxes that you want to ship to Amazon. Click Ready to Pack, and then click Confirm and Continue. Now, one thing to note, and pay close attention here because you're most likely going to have to do this. If you've never shipped any of these SKUs to Amazon before, like if it's a new product and it's your first time shipping it to Amazon, or in most situations when you want to ship multiple SKUs to Amazon, you don't want to ship entire cartons of a SKU to Amazon. You just want to ship a few units of each SKU. Then you'll have to click on the pencil icon here and create a new packing template. So for example, you can see on this SKU here, the default packing template is one that I've already created called Case Packed 60. That's because my supplier packages this product in single cartons with 60 units inside, and this is how I normally ship this to Amazon. For example, if I click on the edit button, you can see this template is case packed. There are 60 units per box, and this is the size and weight of one carton. I got this information from my supplier, so anytime I want to replenish this SKU, this is the default template that I use. However, if you've never shipped to Amazon before, you won't have a default template, so you'll have to enter all of the details here, and once you save it, you'll be able to reuse the template in your future shipments. And a pro tip here, I suggest naming your templates like I have so that it's easily identifiable. You can see that I named mine Case Packed 60, so I can recognize it from the drop-down menu. This is extremely helpful because sometimes your supplier may have different carton sizes. For example, your supplier may have a carton with 60 units and another carton with only 10 units. You can create a packing template for both carton sizes, and if you name them this way, you can easily identify and choose them from the drop-down menu when you're creating future shipments. Now, when you want to ship multiple SKUs, often you're not shipping entire cartons of each SKU, you just want to ship a few units. So as you can see, I only have the Case Packed 60 template for this SKU here. If I wanted to ship only 5 units, you can see that I can't enter that here. It's grayed out. I can only enter the number of boxes. So in this case, click on More Inputs here, then click on Add a Packing Line. And you can see it says Individual Units is now selected here. And now I can enter the number of single units that I want to ship to Amazon. All right, now once you're done here, click on Ready to Pack, and then click on Continue. Okay, if we head back to the Manage Inventory page, the second way to ship multiple SKUs to Amazon is to simply checkmark all of the SKUs that you want to ship here. Then down at the bottom of the page here, click on Select Group Action, Send Replenished Inventory. Then verify that these are all the SKUs that you want to send. If not, you can always click on the All FBA SKUs tab at the top like we did before and add more SKUs. Then this page should look familiar. We just went over it a minute ago. So fill in the shipping details for each SKU, click on Ready to Send, and then Confirm and Continue. Now on the next step here, if everything fits into one shipping box, then choose Everything will fit into one box. Otherwise, choose multiple boxes will be needed. Now, if everything does fit in one box, that's actually really simple. There's nothing special that you'll need to do. Just put all of your SKUs into one box and tape it up. However, if there are multiple boxes, then on this next step, enter how many boxes you're going to ship to Amazon here. Then you'll have to specify how many units of each SKU you're packing into each box. And then enter the weight of each box here, as well as the size here. Now, again, if you're not packing this yourself, you can always get this information from your supplier. Now, if all the boxes are the same size and weight, you can check mark them here. Otherwise, you can click on Add Another Box Dimension to enter the size of the other box here. And then check mark which box dimensions applies to which box here. And now, once you're done with that, click on Confirm. Now, if any warnings pop up like you can see here, make sure you've entered the details correctly. Based on the size and weight of your SKUs, Amazon is warning you that the shipping carton information doesn't look right for what you're saying that you're putting into each carton. In my case here, I just made up the box weight and dimensions, so that's why these warnings are popping up. Now, if you know what you entered is correct, then you can just continue by clicking on Dismiss Warnings and Confirm. Now, I'm not going to go into detail about what all of these other options are here. If you want to learn more about how to create a shipping plan, I'll leave a link to a step-by-step video that goes over all of this down in the description below. Now, what I do want to point out on this next step is down here. You can see in my case, it's showing there are 2 shipments. I need to send one shipment to this Amazon warehouse and the other shipment to this Amazon warehouse. And make sure you don't mix this up. Shipment number 1 is these 2 boxes that contain these 2 SKUs, and shipment number 2 is 2 boxes of this 1 SKU. And this is very important that you don't mix this up because you'll incur fees and penalties if you send them to the wrong Amazon warehouse. What helps is, especially if you have multiple boxes, is to not tape them up completely until you've already printed these box labels out. That way you can verify what's inside each box before sealing it up and taping the correct label on each box. Now, I mentioned earlier how you can save time and money by shipping multiple SKUs in a single shipment, so let's talk about that. First, if we take a look at this section here, notice that the only option for my shipment is this one. Which options are available here are based on the configuration of the shipment. And because I chose the Amazon partnered carrier option, this shipment will cost me $202 to ship to Amazon. This is the inbound placement fee. You can actually ship to Amazon and avoid having to pay this inbound placement fee if you're shipping multiple SKUs, and I'll show you how. If we take a look at the inbound placement fee guidelines page, it says here, to qualify for the Amazon optimized inbound option with no inbound fee, your shipments must include at least 5 identical cartons or pallets per item. Each carton or pallet must contain the same quantity per item and the same item mix. What that means is, if you ship multiple SKUs and package them into 5 or more shipping cartons with the exact same configuration for each carton, Amazon won't charge you the inbound placement fee. And that's because they're putting the onus on the seller to distribute your inventory across Amazon's network of warehouses instead of having to do it themselves. It says here, we are regionalizing our inbound network to improve delivery speeds to customers. Based on its design, shipping 5 or more identical cartons or pallets for each item provides the minimum quantity required to spread your inventory to all regions. You can see examples of how this works here. So if you take a little more time and put a little more thought into how you box up your multiple SKU shipments, you can potentially save a ton of money here. But there's a caveat. From my personal experience, sometimes paying the inbound shipment fee ends up being cheaper than trying to box them up to avoid the fee. And that's because I now have to ship to 5 or more Amazon warehouses. So make sure you compare and do the math to see if it actually makes sense for your shipment. Now, speaking of packaging, if you're packing multiple SKUs in a single box, make sure the box meets Amazon's inbound shipping guidelines and that the box isn't considered oversized. You can see the list of guidelines on this page here, but most notably is this. Boxes must not exceed these maximum size and weight requirements. No more than 25 inches on any side and no more than 50 pounds total. What I suggest is read through this to make sure you're packing and labeling your shipments correctly, and I'll leave a link to this page down in the description below. And also make sure that you're not inadvertently damaging your own products. If you package several units in a single box, they can bang around during shipping and the packages inside can get dented, or if you have fragile products, they can end up broken. So make sure you're packing them properly so that they don't get banged around, or split the products up so you're not mixing fragile with non-fragile products together in a single box. All right, now Amazon added a new feature that makes shipping in inventory so much easier, especially if your shipments are usually the same every time. If you navigate over to your shipments page by clicking on Menu, Inventory, Shipments, you can see right at the top here, it says, What's new? Send It Again feature is launched. Send It Again enables you to duplicate SKUs and quantities from a previously created shipment in one click. Now, instead of having to start from scratch every time you need to ship inventory to Amazon, you can now go to a previous shipment that you want to duplicate, click on the arrow here, and click on Send It Again. Now, all the previous options and settings are already set for you from the previous shipment. All you need to do is verify the packing details and complete the rest of the shipping plan. Now, speaking of packing, let's talk about how to package and label your products and shipping cartons. If this is your first time shipping products to Amazon, it's crucial that you properly package and label your shipments correctly because improper preparation can lead to your inventory being rejected, incurring penalties, or even losing your FBA privileges entirely. I'm going to walk you through everything you need to know from properly packaging your individual products, the different packaging types available to you, how to label your products including Amazon's barcode requirements, and finally, how to box and label your products into shipping cartons. All right, let's get started. Okay, let's first get a general overview of what the Amazon packaging and prep guidelines are so that you can understand the entire process. The Amazon Packaging and Prep Guidelines are the requirements that your product's packaging and shipping cartons need to follow. As you can see here, it says, follow these general requirements when shipping units to fulfillment centers. Certain products have other specific requirements. Amazon may refuse, return, or repackage any product delivered to the fulfillment center with an inadequate or non-compliant packaging at your expense. And I'll leave a link to this page in the description below so you can refer to it on your own. Okay, so let's go over how to properly package your product. There are three main types of packaging that's most commonly used. The first and most common type is a box. For example, iPhones and iPads are sold in boxes. Cereal and toothpaste are sold in boxes. These are usually custom designed boxes with graphics and other marketing information to add value to improve the customer experience, but you'll also commonly see products sold in plain generic boxes like you can see here. Another common packaging type is a poly bag. These are clear bags that can be plain or custom designed. They often have an adhesive seal or a Ziploc style seal on one end. You can spice up these by including an insert card to add your branding or additional product information. The third type is a blister pack. These are ideal for products where you want to show off the contents, like toothbrushes, marker pens, or toys. The type of packaging you choose should suit the product based on how much protection it needs, how to keep all the contents together, and the overall unboxing experience for the customer. Usually, the manufacturer will have a preferred packaging method, but you can always ask your manufacturer if there are other options or if you can change or customize it. If they're not able to accommodate your request, you might consider finding another supplier who can, or find a separate packaging supplier that can. Now, regardless of the packaging type that you choose, everything included in your product must be contained within one package. For example, if you're selling a product with multiple pieces or parts, such as a battery bank and a USB charging cable, both items need to be inside one single package. Or if you're selling a multi-pack of 5 USB cables, all 5 cables need to be in one package. Amazon will not assemble or box separate products for you. You can see here that for loose products, it says, Amazon does not accept units that would require Amazon to assemble multiple pieces. For example, wheelbarrows where the handles and legs are separate but are sold as one piece. Units that are not contained in a secure package, such as loose sleeves or pouches, must be bagged or secured with a non-adhesive band or removable tape. And products sold in sets, it says, units that are sold in sets, such as a set of 6 unique toy cars that are sold as one unit, must be marked as sets on their packaging. Add a label to the unit that clearly states that the products are to be received and sold as a single unit. For example, sold as set, ready to ship, or this is a set. Do not separate. You can see examples here. All right, now let's talk about the packaging requirements for each packaging type. And this part is extremely important because if you fail to follow these requirements, your shipment will get rejected, you'll incur penalties or fines, or you can lose your FBA privileges altogether. For boxes, make sure they meet these guidelines. Boxes must be 6-sided. Must have openings or a lid that will not easily open on its own. Use tape, glue, or staples if necessary. Must not collapse when medium pressure is applied to any of the sides. If the box unit has perforated sides or openings, it must pass a 3-foot drop test. If it doesn't, place it in a poly bag with a suffocation warning. Now for poly bags, they must meet these requirements. Poly bags with a 5-inch opening or larger must have a suffocation warning either printed on the bag or attached as a label. Failure to apply a suffocation warning may lead to the items being rebagged. Poly bags must be at least 1.5 mils thick, transparent, and have a scannable UPC or Amazon barcode. Poly bags must be completely sealed and not protrude more than 3 inches past the dimensions of the product. Now you can actually buy poly bags with the warning already printed on them like you can see here. In fact, you can buy them directly from Amazon or from a supplier. Another option is to put the warning on a sticker label. Now, if you want to learn how you can make your own warning labels or print them along with the barcode on a single sticker, which will help you save some money, I'll leave a link to a video down in the description below that shows you exactly how to do this. Okay, now products with bubble wrap must meet the following criteria. Tightly wrapped and taped shut so the product cannot fall out. labeled with a scannable barcode on the outside, able to pass a 3-foot drop test on a hard surface without the contents breaking, like you can see here. And bubble wrap may be required for items that are fragile and could be easily damaged during transit, heavy or dense and could damage other items during transit. And the overboxing section here, I'll cover later on in the video when I go over the Amazon branded shipping packages that are sent to your customers. Okay, now moving on. Let's talk about the product labeling requirements. There's 2 specific labels that new sellers often forget or get wrong. Correct labeling is crucial to avoiding shipment delays, fines, or rejections. The first requirement is actually not an Amazon requirement, but a US Customs requirement. If you're importing your goods from outside the US, you need to have the country of origin on every single unit and the master carton. For example, if your products are coming from China, every unit and the master carton needs to have Made in China on it, and it can directly be printed on the product itself or on the product packaging, or it can be a sticker like you can see here in these examples. In fact, on my very first FBA shipment, I wasn't aware of this requirement, and luckily, because I'm a little bit OCD, I was reading the Amazon forums and read another person's post dealing with this problem, and I realized that I didn't do this. Fortunately, I was able to fix it before my shipment left my supplier's warehouse. And the second label requirement is the barcode, and this is a huge source of confusion for sellers, so pay close attention here. Amazon requires that every unit must have either the UPC barcode, otherwise called the manufacturer barcode, or the Amazon barcode on it. The Amazon barcode is also called the FNSKU or FNSKU. Now, if you're doing wholesale or arbitrage, your products are already going to have a UPC barcode on them. However, if you're doing private label, your products are not going to have a barcode on it. You're going to have to buy a UPC barcode for each one of your products, and only buy directly from the GS1 website. Do not buy from third-party websites. Amazon may not approve them, and you can have your listing shut down, like you can see it says here. All invalid product UPC listings will be removed and may result in your ASIN creation or selling privileges being temporarily or permanently removed. Now, I have a separate video that goes over barcodes specifically, how to buy them, how many to buy, and why you should only buy directly from GS1, and I'll leave a link to that video down in the description below. Now, regardless if you're doing wholesale, arbitrage, or private label, my suggestion is to not put the UPC barcode on your product. Always put the FNSKU or Amazon barcode on it. So if you're doing wholesale or arbitrage, cover the UPC barcode that's already on each unit with the FNSKU. You can print the FNSKU on a sticker label and place it over the existing UPC barcode, or use a Sharpie and scratch it out so the UPC code is not scannable. You can see here that it says only one barcode can be visible on each unit. One important thing to note, the barcode label must be placed on the outermost packaging so that it can be easily scanned. It cannot be on the inside, covered, or hidden on a curved surface or in the corner of the package. The reason you want to always use the FNSKU barcode instead of the UPC is to keep your inventory separate from other sellers. If you use the UPC barcode, if you have other sellers on your listing or you get hijackers on your listing, all of your inventory will get mixed together, and you never want to do that since you can't ensure the quality of their inventory. They can be damaged, missing pieces, or be counterfeit. So you can download or print the FNSKU from the Print Item Labels option in Seller Central, or when you create a shipping plan. It'll have an option for you to print them there. If you're not going to be putting the barcode label on yourself, you can save the FNSKU as a PDF and email it to your supplier so that they can place it on your product for you. And a pro tip, if you're creating custom packaging for your product, you can have the country of origin and the FNSKU barcode incorporated directly into the package design so that they can just be directly printed onto the box rather than having to use a sticker. This will not only make the overall design look cleaner, but it'll also save you some money by not having to print additional labels and pay for the extra stickers. Now, if for whatever reason your supplier can't do the labeling for you or you don't want them to do it for you, you can have Amazon put the barcode label on for you. However, Amazon will charge you a 55-cent per unit fee. And I also want to point out that if you incorrectly label your products, Amazon will charge you an unplanned service fee to fix them. And if you continue to send in inventory incorrectly, you can lose your FBA selling privileges altogether. Okay, and one final label that I want to cover has to do with expiration dates. If you're selling beauty products or grocery items, for example, you also need to have the expiration date on each unit. And take note, the expiration dates must be in this specific format and follow these guidelines here. Again, I'll leave a link to this page in the description below so you can refer to it on your own. All right, so that covers the packaging and labeling requirements for the product itself. So let's move on to the shipping cartons. These are the boxes that you or your supplier are going to package and ship your products to Amazon in. These are also called the master cartons. Now, there's two ways that you can package your master cartons. You can either have them case packed or individually packed. Case packed means your shipment consists of boxes that contain identical items with matching SKUs that are also in the same condition. They also must meet these criteria. All products in a box must have a matching SKU and condition. All boxes with the same product must contain equal quantities of that product in each box. For example, a case pack of 24 units must always contain 24 units, and the case pack limit is 150 units per case. So an example of case packed would be, let's say you're shipping in 300 units of can openers and you've boxed them up into 2 cartons with 150 can openers in each carton. Each carton has the exact same product inside. There's the same quantity in each carton, and all the units are in the same condition, such as everything inside is new or everything inside is used. Now, individually packed means you pack the shipment cartons with different items or SKUs inside, or they're in different conditions. Individually packed cartons can contain different quantities of the same SKU in each case, and can contain more than 150 units in any case. So an example of individually packed would be, let's say you're shipping in 500 can openers and 100 garlic presses. You can throw them all into one shipping carton, or have multiple cartons with both SKUs mixed inside the cartons in no specific organization. How you package your products for shipping is very important because you need to know these specific details when you create a shipping plan. You need to create a shipping plan in order to ship your products to Amazon's warehouses. Now, if you want to learn more about this, I have a video that goes over how to create shipping plans, and I'll leave a link to that video down in the description below. Now, for most people just starting out, you're not shipping a ton of inventory that you would need to palletize, ship on a truck, or use an entire shipping container. So when you create your shipping plan, you'll be choosing the SPD or small parcel delivery option. In this case, the shipping cartons need to meet these SPD requirements. They must have an FBA shipment ID label and a carrier label. You'll get these from your shipping plan and shipping carrier or freight forwarder. They must not weigh more than 50 pounds and cannot exceed 25 inches on any side. And again, take note, it says here, important, box weight and dimension policies are strictly enforced. Sending overweight or oversized boxes to fulfillment centers may lead to the blocking of future shipments. Also, if we take a look at this section here, it says SPD shipments using an Amazon partnered carrier, the maximum units per box is 200 units and 500 units per carton for non-partnered carrier shipments. And a pro tip, you should always try to use the Amazon partnered carrier option whenever you can. If it's available, you'll see an option to select it here in the shipping plan. Because Amazon does so much shipping volume, they offer deep discounts on shipments to sellers versus arranging the shipment yourself through a shipping carrier such as UPS, FedEx, or DHL. The savings are sometimes more than half the price, and you can verify that for yourself by creating the same shipment directly on UPS or FedEx's website and comparing the prices. All right, now that you understand how your products need to be packaged for shipment, they also need to have specific labels on them. There are 2 labels that need to go on your shipping cartons, and what's confusing is that they're both called shipping labels, so pay close attention here. For all shipments going to Amazon, Amazon requires you to create a shipping plan. If you're shipping your products from your supplier to your house, then you don't need to create a shipping plan for that portion of the shipment. Amazon only cares about shipments going to Amazon's warehouses. Creating a shipping plan lets Amazon know what you're shipping in, when to expect the shipment, and it'll tell you which fulfillment centers that you need to ship your products to. When you create the shipping plan, you'll be given shipping labels that look like this that you'll need to print out and affix to your shipping cartons. 1 label for each carton. You can also download these shipping labels and email them to your supplier or freight forwarder if they're the ones handling a shipment so that they can put them on the shipping cartons for you. But be aware, if you're shipping multiple cartons of different products or quantities in each carton, make sure the correct label goes on the corresponding carton so that they go to the right fulfillment center, as Amazon may not have you ship everything to the same warehouse. And take note that the Amazon warehouse that they need to ship to is on the shipping label here. Now, here's where a lot of beginners get confused. These Amazon shipping labels are simply to identify the shipment when it arrives at Amazon's warehouse so that they know what it is and who they belong to. These Amazon shipping labels will not actually let you ship your products. These labels have nothing to do with the physical shipping of your products. In order to physically ship your products, you, your supplier, or your freight forwarder will need to arrange the shipment with an actual shipping carrier like UPS, FedEx, or DHL. The carrier will then provide you with their own shipping labels that look like this. These labels also need to go on each shipping carton, one label for each carton. But keep in mind, unless you're shipping the products to Amazon yourself, you most likely won't be dealing with this part. Your supplier or freight forwarder will be creating the shipment with the shipping carrier, and they'll get the labels and put them on the cartons for you. However, if you created a shipping plan and you chose the partnered carrier option, you'll also be able to download and print the carrier shipping labels at that time. Okay, now remember in the beginning of the video, I mentioned the overboxing option? It's crucial that you properly package your product to prevent any possible damage from shipping and handling. You can't rely on Amazon to properly protect and package your products when they ship it to your customers. In fact, they won't. And remember, your products aren't just shipping from Amazon's warehouse to your customer, they're also traveling a long distance to get to Amazon, especially if they're coming from overseas. You can see that it says here, we may require overboxing when there are safety concerns about shipping and handling. Overboxing involves placing a prepared or packaged product in a box for additional protection, even if the product is already boxed. For products over 10 pounds, use double-walled corrugated boxes for overboxing. Overboxing is required for the following types of products: sharp items that could puncture packaging materials, fragile items that failed a 3-foot drop test after bubble wrap was applied, or that could be damaged during shipping and handling, hazardous liquids in glass containers over 4.2 ounces, and vinyl records. And like I said, Amazon isn't going to take any extra measures or precautions when they ship your product to your customers. When you're doing FBA, which is fulfillment by Amazon, each time someone buys your product, Amazon will pick your product off the shelf, package it in a shipping box or padded envelope, and label it for shipping. This is all included as part of the Amazon FBA fees that you're paying each time you make a sale. And these packages are the Amazon branded boxes and padded envelopes that everyone easily recognizes, like you can see here. However, you don't know if Amazon will ship your product in a box or in an envelope. Shoppers might buy your product by itself or along with a bunch of other items in their shopping cart. Therefore, if your product is fragile, you'll want to make sure that your product packaging is sufficient to protect it from damage during handling and shipping. Never rely on the Amazon packaging. They often don't even add any extra packing material. The responsibility is on you to properly package your product. You'll get bad reviews if your buyers get damaged products. But here's a pro tip. Sometimes Amazon will ship your products in a padded envelope rather than a box so they can cut down on their shipping costs. In those cases, if your product is fragile and can be damaged or crushed because it wasn't shipped in a box, what you can actually do is contact Amazon and request to have your product to be always shipped in a box. Unfortunately, the thing is, you can't just contact them and make that request. What you need to do is prove to them that your product is being damaged and that it's not your fault with your packaging method, but it's due to Amazon shipping it in a padded envelope. What you want to do is collect any bad reviews or returns you received where the buyer left a message indicating that your product was delivered damaged. You'll need more than 1 or 2 of these though. Then submit these reviews to Amazon as evidence along with your request to ship it in a box instead in order to get them to approve the change. All right, so we spoke about barcodes earlier, and in this next section, I'm going to show you how you can download and print them. And in some cases, you may even want to customize the barcode label, whether that's to save money or simply add or remove information on it. When you're selling on Amazon, there can be many instances where you want to customize and print the barcode labels, such as if you're handling the prepping and packaging yourself, or if you want to make the labels look nicer by changing the size, color, text, or font, or you want to add the country of origin or any safety warning to them to save some money. So in this video, I'm going to show you how you can do all of that yourself for free. All right, before we dive into that, I want to point out that if you're doing FBM, which stands for Fulfillment by Merchant, meaning you're doing all of the order fulfillment and shipping the products yourself to your customers, then you don't need to put the barcode labels on your products. Or if you're selling wholesale or arbitrage products, then those products will already have the UPC barcode on them, so you don't need to do anything either, but I'll talk more about this later on, why you shouldn't use the UPC barcode. Now, if you're doing FBA, which stands for Fulfillment by Amazon, which is where Amazon stores all of your inventory and handles all of the order fulfillment for you, then each one of your products needs to have a barcode label on it. So if you're going to customize and print the label yourself, it's important that you know what the Amazon barcode requirements are, because if you do it wrong, Amazon will charge you fees and additional costs to fix them. You can see here that it says, Fulfillment by Amazon uses barcodes to identify and track inventory throughout the fulfillment process. Each item that you send to an Amazon fulfillment center requires a barcode. Now, there's 3 types of barcodes that you can use. There's the manufacturer barcode, which is the UPC barcode, the Amazon barcode, which is also referred to as the FNSKU or FNSKU, and the transparency barcode. Now, the 2 main barcodes we're going to focus on is the manufacturer barcode and the Amazon barcode. Basically, if you're selling wholesale or arbitrage products, then those items will already have the manufacturer's barcode on each item. This is the UPC barcode. UPC stands for Universal Product Code, and it's the barcode that gets scanned at the checkout counter when you buy stuff at the store. It's what identifies the product that you're buying. However, if you're selling private label products, then your products won't have a barcode, so you're going to have to buy a UPC barcode for them. The reason why you need to buy a UPC barcode is because basically every product that is sold worldwide needs to have its own unique UPC barcode so that it can be tracked in stores. No 2 products worldwide will ever have the same UPC barcode. Now, the Amazon barcode, also called the FNSKU, stands for Fulfillment Network Stock Keeping Unit. And Amazon also uses this barcode to track inventory at Amazon's warehouses. However, unlike the UPC barcode that's recognized worldwide, the FNSKU only works within Amazon, so it isn't recognized outside of Amazon's ecosystem. Now, when you're sending your inventory to Amazon to do FBA, Amazon requires your products to have one of these barcodes on them so that it can be tracked. You cannot have more than 1 barcode on your products. This is very important. Each unit must have an exterior scannable barcode or label and remove, cover, or render unscannable any existing scannable barcodes on the outside of shipping boxes. For example, cover existing barcodes with opaque tape or use a black felt tip marker to render the barcode unscannable. This prevents the incorrect barcode from being accidentally scanned during the receiving process. Now, it's important that you follow Amazon's labeling requirements precisely, otherwise Amazon will charge you fees to fix them. Okay, so now that you understand what the different barcode types are and what Amazon requires, which barcode do you put on your products? What I suggest is, regardless of whether your product already has the manufacturer UPC barcode on it or not, always put the Amazon barcode or the FNSKU on it. The reason is because if you use the manufacturer's barcode, your products will get commingled with other sellers' items, and because you can't guarantee the quality or the condition of the other sellers' items that they send in, you risk getting bad reviews. Whereas if you use the FNSKU, the items that you send in will be kept separate from all the other sellers. Make sense? Now, if you want to learn more about barcodes, I do have an in-depth video that goes into detail on this, including how many barcodes you need to buy and where to buy them. And I'll leave a link to that video down in the description below. So with that said, where do you get the FNSKU? Well, in order to get the FNSKU, you first need to create a product listing. So if you haven't done that yet, you'll need to do that first. And once you've created the product listing, the FNSKU is automatically assigned. However, in order to create a new product listing, you do need to buy a UPC barcode. Now, this is very important. Amazon requires you to buy official GS1 barcodes. Do not try to save money by buying cheap barcodes from third-party websites. Using non-GS1 barcodes can get your listing shut down. You can see here that it says, we verify the authenticity of product UPCs by checking the GS1 database. UPCs that do not match the information provided by GS1 will be considered invalid. Obtain your UPCs directly from GS1 and not from other third parties selling UPC licenses to ensure the appropriate information is reflected in the GS1 database. And you can see that it also says here, All invalid product UPC listings will be removed and may result in your async creation or selling privileges being temporarily or permanently removed. All right, so you can buy GS1 barcodes by going to gs1us.org. This is where you can find them at the best price. Now, you don't have to buy them from the GS1 website in your home country because UPC barcodes are recognized worldwide. You can see on the GS1 US website, barcodes only cost $30 each, and you only need to buy one UPC barcode for each product. So it doesn't matter if you have one item or 1,000 of the same item, you only need one UPC barcode for that product. If you have two different products, then you'll need to buy two UPC barcodes, one for each product. And because the price is so affordable, I don't suggest applying for what's called a GTIN exemption. It's simply not worth the trouble and hassle. They constantly expire and need to be updated. So I'll leave a link to the GS1 website down in the description below. Now, there's a couple of ways for you to download the FN SKU. The first way is on the Manage Inventory page in Seller Central. If you click on the drop-down menu, you can see that it says Print Item Labels. If you don't see this option, then what that means is you didn't choose the Fulfillment by Amazon option when you created the product listing. So in this case, you'll see the option Change to Fulfilled by Amazon like you can see here. In this case, just click on Change to Fulfilled by Amazon and make sure to choose the Amazon barcode and the barcode type so that you're using the FN SKU and not the manufacturer barcode. Now, back on the drop-down menu, you'll now see the Print Item Labels option. If, however, the option isn't there, you may need to wait 15 minutes for the listing to update. Now, once you click on Print, you can choose different barcode sizes from the drop-down menu. For example, the default here is 24.5 by 48.5 millimeters. And if you save it as a PDF, you can see that it looks like this. If you don't like this size, you can always choose a different option. For example, if we choose this option, you can see that the barcode looks different. So pick one that you like or suits your package design. Now, if it's not perfect, that's okay. I'm going to show you how to customize this so it doesn't really matter which option you choose. Okay, so another way you can print the FN SKU label is while you're creating a shipping plan. On the very first step, you can print the FN SKU by clicking on the Print SKU Labels link here. And again, you'll be able to choose the label size here and set the number of labels to 1 and save it as a PDF. If you've already created a shipping plan, you can also print the FN SKU from your shipping queue. From the menu, click on Inventory, Shipments, click on the shipping plan, then click on the Send to Amazon link here. Then in step 1B, click on View, View Contents, then click on Print Labels. However, the easiest way though is to just print them from the Manage Inventory page. And a pro tip, the FN SKU barcode is never going to change for the lifetime of the product. So it doesn't matter when you print it or where you print it from, the FN SKU barcode is always going to be the same. All right, so once you've downloaded the barcode, you can see that it has the barcode itself, the FN SKU number under it, the title of your product, and the condition. Take notice that the FN SKU in this case starts with an X0. This means that my product is using the Amazon barcode. If you see that your FN SKU starts with a B0, this number is your product's ASIN, then your items will not be kept separate from all the other sellers. It will get commingled. So to change this, make sure you set the barcode type to the Amazon barcode. You can do that by changing the default setting on your seller account to always use the Amazon barcode. Go to Settings, Fulfillment by Amazon, scroll down to FBA Product Barcode Preference, click on Edit, and set the option to Amazon barcode and click Update. Now, if you've already set this default option and the barcode still starts with a B0, then on your Manage Inventory page, in the drop-down menu, click on Add Another Condition. Set all the fields here to the same as you had before when you first created the listing. And down in the Fulfillment Channel option, choose Amazon will ship and provide customer service. And after you've saved it, download the item labels again, and the number should now start with an X0. Okay, so how do you edit or customize the barcode label? Well, obviously you can always hire someone to do it from websites like Fiverr.com, or if you have Photoshop or Illustrator skills, you can use that too, but I'm going to show you how you can do it for free using Canva. Just sign up for a free account and follow along. Okay, so once you're in Canva, click on Create a Design and choose Create a New Poster. Now it's important that you choose Create a New Poster, otherwise the units will be in pixels and we need them to be in inches. That way we can size our barcode design to fit our sticker label or package design. Now we need to import the FNSKU label that we downloaded. Because we can't directly import a PDF on Canva, the easiest way is to open the PDF we downloaded from Amazon and take a screenshot of it and save it as a PNG or JPEG. If you're on a Mac, press the Command-Shift-4 keys at the same time, then drag a box around the barcode and save it. Now, if you're on a PC, then you can use the snipping tool to do the same thing. Once you've done that, back on Canva, click on Uploads, then click on Upload Files, and select the screenshot. Now, click and drag the barcode onto the canvas. Then we can grab the handles on the box here to resize the barcode to whatever size we want. You can see that when I click and drag it, it shows the width and height of the barcode, and you can use this tool to make the barcode the exact size that you need. So if the barcode needs to be a specific size to fit on a sticker label or in your package design, you can set the size easily. For example, let's make it 1.5 inches wide. Now, if it's too small to see, you can always zoom in on it here. Okay, so what can we do to customize the barcode? Well, if you're OCD like me, I want to make it look perfect. Now, on your label, you may notice that the title that you see here doesn't match the title that you have on your listing. Now, I'm not quite sure why this happens, but the title it shows on the label is usually whatever the title was when you first created the listing. And so if you change the title, it doesn't always update the title on the label. But that's okay though. You can edit this and make the title how you want it. So to get rid of the current title, grab the handle on the box and crop off the title and the condition. Now, click on the text option here, and then the add a little bit of body text option. And let's say we want the title to say Acme Stainless Steel Can Opener, or whatever your brand name is. Then we can resize it so that it all fits on one line. And let's actually choose a different font. I like this one much better. And move and resize it so it fits nicely under the barcode. Okay, and because I'm OCD, I also want the FNSKU to match the new font. So let's click on text again and choose this body text option and type in the FNSKU, X028MJV63. Choose the same font as before, and let's make it bold. Now crop the old FNSKU out like this, and move the new FNSKU in place like so, and make sure it's centered. Now let's add the condition back. To make things easier, I'm just going to duplicate the FNSKU here, change it to say new, and move it over here. And there you go. We have a much nicer looking barcode label. Now, what you can do is select everything here and click on the group button. This groups everything together so you can easily resize it if you need to. Now, one way to save some money, instead of having to buy separate labels, what you can do is add the country of origin and any safety warnings onto the same label as the barcode. These are required by the federal government, not Amazon. As you can see here, if you're importing your products into the US, every article of foreign origin entering the United States must be legibly marked with the English name of the country of origin. And for polybags with a 5-inch opening or larger, measured when flat, must have a suffocation warning either printed on the bag or attached as a label. So for example, if we take a look on Google, we can see some examples of labels with the country of origin and warnings on them like you can see here. Like these ones have made in China on them. And for the polybag warnings, you can actually buy polybags that already have the warning printed on them. But if you don't, you can add the warning as a sticker label like you can see here. Okay, so let's add these to our label. Click on text and on body text again. Type in made in China or wherever your product is manufactured. Choose a font. And I think this one looks best if we resize and put it on top of the barcode here. And you can see that it automatically snaps to the center and aligns itself. All right, now let's add the suffocation warning. So first, let's take a look on Google for an example. So we can see that in this example, the warning has this icon and then the warning text next to it. And so I like this, so let's copy this. So first, let's find the icon. Let's do a search for warning icon, and let's find one that I like this one here. Save it to the computer. Now let's go back to Canva and click on Uploads, Upload Media, choose the icon that we just downloaded, and drag it onto the canvas. Now let's resize it and move it over here for now. Now let's add the warning text. Click on Text, body text again. Okay, so warning. Let's actually bold it and resize it to fit next to the icon here. Now let's add the actual warning message. Keep away from small children. Now I don't want this center aligned, so let's change that here so that it's left aligned. And let's resize it and move it over here. Okay, and so that looks pretty good, right? Again, you can group all of this together like this and then resize it if you need to. Now, once you're done, you can download it by clicking on Share, Download. Then download and save it as a PNG, or you can change it to a different file type here. Now, if we open up the file we just downloaded, you can see the final barcode label. Pretty cool, right? Now you can email this to your supplier and they can print it onto the sticker labels and put it on your products. Or if you have a package designer, they can place it into the package design template to have printed directly onto the packaging. However, if you plan to print it yourself, it's actually pretty easy to do. You don't need a thermal printer or anything special. All you need to do is buy pre-made sticker labels. Avery makes a ton of different label sizes for you to choose from, like you can see here. So choose a label size that you want to use and design your barcode to fit that label size. Then you can use Avery's free online label printing software to print the labels at home. I'll leave a link to the software down in the description below. To use it, all you need to do is sign up on Avery's website. It's free. And once you're logged in, choose the label that you want to use from the list. So for example, let's say you want to use this one here. We want a blank label, so select the blank template here. Now click on Image on the left, Add Image, then choose the file that we saved from Canva. Then using the handles, you can resize the barcode to fit on the label. And once you've placed it how you want it, click on Preview and Print. And that's it. Stick the label sheets into your printer and you now have new customized barcode labels. And here's a pro tip. Make sure the barcode you created actually works. Print out your final design and then open up the Amazon app on your phone. And in the search bar, click on the camera icon. Choose barcode at the bottom and try scanning the barcode. If the app recognizes the barcode, then you're good to go. However, if it doesn't see a barcode there, then the barcode in your design is either too blurry or too small, or it's formatted incorrectly. But be aware that if the app does recognize it as a barcode, it may not actually do anything or link anywhere because your product isn't available for sale yet in the Amazon Marketplace. The point of doing this is to just verify that the barcode is recognizable. Make sense? Now again, if you don't want to label the products yourself, you can have Amazon do it for you, but Amazon will charge you a 55-cent per unit fee. It's almost always going to be cheaper to have your supplier do it for you. They may actually do it for free or for just a few pennies each. And another option is to buy pre-made, made in China and suffocation warning labels. In fact, you can buy them directly from Amazon. Just do a search for suffocation warning label or made in China label, and you can see they come in rolls like these. And another pro tip here to save some money, if you plan to sell your products on Amazon and in brick and mortar stores, then what I suggest is printing the UPC barcode directly onto the package design. Then for the units that you are sending to Amazon, cover the UPC barcode with the Amazon FNSKU barcode label sticker. That way you don't have to have two different package designs or two different barcode labels, one for products going to Amazon and another for products that are going to the retail stores. Okay, so by this point, you should have a pretty clear understanding of how to find and source your products and how to ship your inventory to Amazon's fulfillment centers. Now you're one step closer to launching your product. However, before you actually launch your product and try to make your first sale, an important factor that you don't want to overlook is how to get your first reviews, since reviews play such a huge role in giving your product social proof, which leads to increased sales. So in this next section, I'm going to share with you several powerful strategies on how you can do that. The difference between a successful product launch and a huge flop is generating those initial sales right away, because that's how you're going to build momentum to get your listing onto the first page of the search results and capture those organic sales and go viral. But the key to getting those initial sales is, you guessed it, product reviews. So I'm going to show you my 5-step strategy to get reviews fast within the first 30 days of launching your product, as well as a powerful secret strategy to keep those high quality reviews rolling in long term. So first things first, how many reviews do you need to get for a successful product launch? Anything is better than zero, but from my experience launching my own products as well as helping my students, I found that the sweet spot where you see your first dramatic effect to your conversions is right around 10 reviews. Psychologically, shoppers tend to have more confidence when they see double-digit reviews. And this isn't hard to do if you follow my 5-step strategy. So, how do you get reviews if you don't have sales? Well, this listing right here is a product that one of my students recently launched, and by following my strategy, he was able to get his initial reviews fast and skyrocket his listing onto the first page. And here's how he did it without any sales. And the key here is combining strategies. Think about it this way. If you're fishing and you had only one fishing pole in the water, you only have one opportunity to catch fish. However, if you have 5 fishing poles in the water, then you just multiplied your chances by 5. And so we're going to do the exact same thing here. Number 1, enroll in Amazon's Vine program right away. It's the fastest and easiest way to get your initial reviews because it's officially supported by Amazon. With the Vine program, you can offer your products for free to trusted Amazon reviewers, and they'll review your product and leave an honest, detailed review in return. And things can start happening really fast once you enroll in Vine. In most cases, Vine Voices can start ordering units within 24 hours of the enrollment being completed. Vine Voices can start leaving reviews immediately after receiving units. And 25% of reviews received occur within 5 days of the order, while 99% of reviews received occur within 35 days of the order. So make sure to set aside 30 units for the Vine program because that's how many you can offer per ASIN, and you can get as many as 30 reviews in just a few weeks. And here's a pro tip. You can actually enroll in the Vine program for free. Normally, it would cost you $200, but Amazon has a program called the New Seller Incentives, and one of the incentives is a $200 credit for Amazon Vine. So make sure you enroll right away and get your first 30 reviews absolutely free, and I'll leave a link to this free credit below. Number 2, because the Amazon Vine program works so well, but you're limited to only 30 reviews, you can extend this strategy by reaching out to product testers outside of Vine to get the same results. There are excellent product testing services where people can redeem your products to test and leave an honest review. These services are extremely easy to use and set up, and in my experience, just like Amazon's Vine program, you can get reviews quickly and reliably, usually within 1 to 4 weeks. And I know a lot of people are worried about whether or not these services are against Amazon's terms of service, and the short answer is no. They are in fact 100% compliant, and that's because the product testers are not required to leave you a review. You can use services like Rebate Key, where you can offer your products to their community of shoppers that are looking for a discount, or FBAReviews.com, where you can offer your products to their community of product testers that they've curated who often leave high quality product reviews. And like I said earlier, they are both Amazon compliant. Reviews are not required. They will never ask testers to leave reviews, nor do we influence them. But nearly all of our testers are excited to leave reviews, and you're guaranteed to get honest, unbiased product feedback. Number 3, and here's where we dabble into a gray area. It is strictly forbidden by Amazon to have friends and family leave product reviews. However, if you're the type of person that is less risk adverse, and if you follow my specific guidelines here, you can do so without getting caught. First, you need to understand that in order for someone to qualify to leave reviews on Amazon, shoppers must have already purchased at least $50 worth of products on Amazon within the last 12 months. So if you plan to have your friends and family leave you reviews, make sure that they've spent at least $50 in the last year. And I cannot overstate how important it is to not underestimate the power and reach of Amazon. They have an uncanny ability to catch people trying to game their review system. So if you don't want to get caught, there's 4 basic rules that you need to follow. First, make sure that you've never shared the same Wi-Fi with your friends and family. 2, make sure you don't live in the same household, you don't have the same last name, and you don't live in the same zip code. And 3, and this may seem odd, but make sure you're not friends on Facebook. If you are, unfriend them first. Basically, remove anything that can connect you two together online. And rule number 4, you have to make these reviews appear like they're real reviews. So your friends and family members must buy your product. And the key here is to also make sure that they wait a few days or a week after they've received the product before leaving their review. It's a huge red flag if they don't buy your product or if they leave a review before the product has even been delivered. How can someone review a product if they didn't buy it or they haven't received it yet? Now, using your friends and family also has huge benefits. You have the opportunity to write whatever you want in the review. So to get the most value out of these reviews, Don't just have your friends and family write you some random review. You know your product best and what all of its features and benefits are, what your product's competitive advantage is, and why it's better than your competitors. So you write the review and have them post it. And here's a guide to help you write the best review. Answer the following questions. What problem did you have that this product solved for you? What was frustrating you the most dealing with this problem? What's different about this product compared to others that you've tried? And how has using this product changed your life? By putting more thought into the content of the reviews, this will help shoppers relate to your product and see its benefits beyond just seeing the review rating. And also use this opportunity to post more photos of your product, including short videos along with the review. That way, potential shoppers can see even more details of your product. Doing this is a highly effective method to boost your sales. But again, this method is definitely walking a tight line with Amazon's terms of service. So if you're not comfortable with this strategy, then you can skip it, but definitely incorporate the first two. So by combining these strategies, you can generate a bunch of initial reviews fast, usually within the first couple of weeks. And having reviews is the key to drastically increasing your conversion rate and sales to ultimately boost your listing rank so that your listing can go viral on the first page of the search results and get those organic sales. Now, once you've done this for your product launch, how do you keep the reviews rolling in? You can see all the other competitors with hundreds or even thousands of reviews. How can you get even more reviews and keep them coming in at a consistent rate and get the best reviews? Well, I'm going to share with you the best strategy that myself and my students have been using to keep the reviews rolling in long term. But first, you don't want to overlook the simple strategy of requesting reviews within Seller Central. Each time you make a sale, you can go to your order history and send an email to the buyer asking them to leave you a review. However, keep in mind, Amazon already sends out reminders automatically for you on your behalf, so you can only send one additional reminder. Now, doing this strategy every day can get pretty tedious, especially if you have a ton of orders. So there's actually a way to automate this task for you. What I use is an email automation tool included with Helium 10. You can easily set up filters to target specific shoppers or products and how long to wait before sending the review request. So if you already have a Helium 10 subscription, then definitely take advantage of this tool if you didn't already know about it. Otherwise, I have a free trial as well as a huge discount code for my community if you want to give Helium 10 a try, and I'll leave a link to it down in the description below. Now, the most powerful long-term review strategy is using product insert cards, but not the standard cards that you've all seen before. These standard insert cards typically say thank you for your purchase on them, and they have more information about the product, warranty details, or any other marketing or ads on them. And almost all of them also ask the buyer to leave a product review, like the example that you see here. Well, these product insert cards are useless. Almost everyone just takes one look at them and tosses them away in the garbage. And that's because they are one-dimensional. It's a massive hurdle to get your customers to actually take action and leave you a product review on your Amazon listing. It just doesn't work. What turned me on to this new strategy is this one time I bought something on Amazon, a USB extension cable to be exact, and inside the package was an insert card that said I can get another USB cable for free. I was like, really? Sweet, who doesn't want another free USB cable? So I scanned the QR code on the insert card and it took me to their website where I filled in my order details and my contact information so that they can send me the free USB cable. And on the final step, it asked me how I liked the USB cable that I bought and if I'd be willing to share my feedback on their Amazon listing. And that's when it hit me. This is genius. I never would have taken the time to do any of this in the past. This strategy is so powerful because it doesn't even mention reviews on the insert card. It's offering something that the buyer actually wants and sees value in, a free gift. So how can you incorporate this strategy for yourself? Because I know what you're thinking. This is awesome, but I don't have a website or I don't know how to create one that does this. So how can I do this? Well, guess what? There's a tool that does it all for you. Because so many people have been asking me how they can do this themselves over the years. Normally, you would have to hire a web developer to create a website with this functionality, but I've gone ahead and created a tool that does all of this for you. Head on over to reviewscango.com, and in just 5 easy steps, you can create a campaign, choose what type of gift you'd like to offer from a free gift, a coupon code, a digital download like an ebook or warranty, Or you don't even have to offer a free gift at all. You can just collect email addresses if you want, and the tool will automatically generate a QR code that you can download and print onto your insert cards. When your buyers scan the QR code, they're brought directly into your own personally branded funnel, like you can see here, where the tool will collect their order details so that you can verify their purchase, collect their information so that you can build your own email list, and then ask them for their feedback. And Review Scan Go has made this extremely frictionless for your buyers. With one simple click, it automatically copies their review and takes them directly to your Amazon product detail page where they can paste their review. How awesome is that? With this strategy, you can collect much more reviews as well as email addresses for your future marketing and retargeting needs. But here's what makes Review Scan Go even more powerful. If the buyer wasn't 100% happy with their purchase, for example, they didn't choose that they were 100% satisfied here, then on the last step of the funnel, it will only collect their feedback for your own internal use and analysis. It won't ask them to share their review on Amazon. Notice that the share on Amazon section isn't here in this case. This prevents bad experiences from getting shared onto your Amazon product listing. And guess what? Review Scan Go is 100% Amazon compliant. Your buyers are never incentivized to leave you only positive reviews, and they're not required to leave a review in order to redeem their free gift. Instead of just throwing the insert card into the trash, this strategy catches your customer's attention by offering them something of value, and all they have to do is scan the QR code on the card. We've been using this strategy for years, and now it's even easier for all of you as well. Now, I hope I piqued your interest on this powerful review strategy. In the next section, I'll dive deeper into exactly how Review Scan Go works and how me and my students have been using it over the past few years to get our reviews fast and keep the reviews coming in long term. These are product insert cards. Everyone uses them, but there's a problem with these cards. Let me explain. As shoppers, we see these all the time inside our packages, and guess what we do with them? They get tossed in the trash. And do you know why? Because these sellers are doing it wrong. But I have a better way, an advanced strategy that I'm going to reveal to you today that I've been using for years that's not only going to help you get even more reviews, but it will help you build your own email list because no one's ever going to throw them away again. Look, here's the problem. These are the typical boring product insert cards. They usually say thank you on them and they ask your customers to leave a review, but they're simply one-dimensional. They're one-dimensional because you want your customers to do something for you, like leave you a product review. But there's nothing in it for them. So these cards just end up as landfill. But check this out. These are my insert cards. Notice anything different? They don't ask for a review. In big, bold letters, I offer them a free gift like a $5 gift card or a discount on their next purchase. Who doesn't want that? And a pro tip, I print that on both sides so it doesn't matter which way the card is facing, they can't miss it. And here's the catch. All they need to do to claim their free gift is scan this QR code where it leads them to my own personalized lead funnel, and I'll show you exactly how easy this works in 3 easy steps. The first step asks the customer what they bought from me and what their order ID is so that I can verify the purchase. The funnel then asks them what they think of my product. They can choose from these options here, such as are they satisfied, somewhat satisfied, or very dissatisfied, which is key to what happens in the next few steps, so play close attention. On step number 2, it collects their contact details so that I can deliver their gift, and this info is saved so that I can build my own email list. Now on step number 3, it asks them for a written review, and here's where all the magic happens, and this is what makes this a smart funnel. Notice down here, it asks the customer to share their experience. The most difficult part is getting people to write reviews on your Amazon product listing. But this smart funnel has made it extremely frictionless for the customers. All they have to do is click this one button here, and with just one single click, it automatically copies the review that they wrote here and redirects them to my Amazon product listing, where all they have to do is paste what they already wrote here. And it's that simple. But what makes this funnel smart? Remember I said there was a catch? Back on step 1, if they didn't say that they were 100% satisfied with my product, for example, let's say they were only somewhat dissatisfied, then on step 3, the funnel won't show them the share your experience section like you can see here. Can you see how powerful this feature is? They can still write a review and the funnel will collect and save it for me, but it'll only be for my internal use only. I can reach out to them and see if there's anything that I can do to change their experience, but the best part is their feedback won't get shared onto my Amazon listing. Pretty awesome, right? With my strategy, instead of just throwing these cards into the trash, This method catches the customer's attention. And in order for them to claim their free gift, I get to build my own email list and collect more reviews. Something that Amazon doesn't let you do since Amazon owns all of your customers, not you. But I know what you're saying. This is an awesome strategy and I want to start doing this, but I don't have a website or I don't know how to create one that does this. So how can I use this strategy? Well, guess what? There's a tool that makes this whole process extremely easy. What you are looking at is an actual real-time smart funnel from Review Scan Go. And in just 5 easy steps, you can create your own campaign, choose what type of gift you'd like to offer, from a gift card, a coupon code, a free gift, a digital download like an ebook or a warranty. And if you don't want to offer a free gift, you can even just collect email addresses if you want. Review Scan Go will automatically generate a unique QR code for you that you can download and print onto your insert cards. And like I showed you earlier, when your buyers scan the QR code, they're brought directly into your own personally branded funnel like you can see here. You can add your own logo and even link to your own website, and the smart funnel will collect all the information for you, including their product review. And guess what? This is 100% Amazon compliant. Your buyers are never incentivized to leave you only positive reviews, and they're not required to leave a review in order to redeem their free gift. The 2 key rules that Amazon specifically says you cannot do. And handling your claims is extremely easy. Each time a customer makes a claim, you'll be able to verify and process each claim in your claims dashboard. You can see your stats about your claims here at the top, and you can even download all of your customers' data in a convenient CSV file so that you can add them to your own email marketing and customer tracking tools. You can also see a list of all of your claims here. You can see who made the claim, the order ID, which marketplace they purchased your product from, when they made the claim, what gift they're redeeming, their feedback, and if the claim has been processed or not. If you click on the customer's name, you can see their personal information, claims history, such as if they're a repeat customer and they've made more than one claim, you'll see it here. You can also see the review that they left you, and it even shows you if they clicked the share on Amazon button and was redirected to your Amazon product detail page here. You can also see the status of the claim here. If you need to process the claim or make any changes, you can click on this icon here. And as you can see on this page, you can see the details of the individual claim itself. What gift they're claiming, in this case, a $5 Amazon gift card that will be digitally delivered by email. You can see here, this is the coupon code that will be sent, and it will be delivered to this email address here. You can see that since this claim hasn't been processed yet, it says email has not been delivered. So once you've verified this order by cross-checking the order ID, you can deliver this coupon code to your customer by clicking on the Send Gift by Email button here. And once delivered, you can see when it was delivered and what code was actually sent to your customer. And as you can see, it automatically marked this claim as processed. However, if you made a mistake or you need to make any changes, you can unprocess it and resend the gift later if you need to. Now, if you're offering a digital download like an ebook or extended warranty card, like you can see here, you can see that instead of a coupon code or free gift, this warranty card will be emailed instead. And if you're offering a free gift like this snorkel mask, you can see that it needs to be shipped, and you can see the customer's address here. Or if you wanted to mail a physical gift card like this $20 off gift card, you can also see that you need to mail it to their address here. Now, creating campaigns is extremely easy. On your campaigns dashboard, you can see all of your current campaigns. You can see what promotion is linked to each campaign, how many products are linked to the campaign, how many customers have made a claim, when the campaign was created, and the current status of the campaign. Active campaigns are live, and your customers can make redemptions when they scan the QR code. If you set the campaign to inactive, then it's not accepting claims. You can even preview the funnel by clicking on the preview link here. You'll be able to see exactly what your customers see when they scan the QR code. To create a new campaign, just click on the Create New Campaign button here and give the campaign a name. You then have 2 types of campaigns to choose from. You can either create a campaign that offers your customers a promo of some kind, or if you don't want to offer a free promo, you can create a campaign that only collects your customers' email addresses. So for example, let's say you want to offer a promotion. Choose Promotions. Select a promotion to link to the campaign from the drop-down list here. This is what the customer will get when they complete the funnel. If the promotion doesn't exist, you can create a new promotion by clicking here. And I'll show you how to add a new promotion in a minute. Now, choose your products that are linked to this campaign. These are the products your customer would have purchased from you. The insert card included with these products that you choose would have this campaign's QR code printed on them so that when your customer buys one of these products, scanning that QR code will lead them to this campaign. I'll show you how to get the QR code in a second. Now, if your product isn't on this list, again, you can add a new product by clicking here, and I'll show you how to do that in a second. Now, in the marketplaces section, choose which marketplaces the products you've chosen are being sold. You need to choose this correctly because your customers will choose the marketplace they purchase your product from, and based on their selection, they'll be redirected to your Amazon product detail page to leave their review. Now, depending on your subscription plan, you can add your own branding to the funnel here. With personalized branding, instead of your customers seeing the Review Scan Go branding in your funnels, your customers will see your branding and a link to your website. You can upload your brand logo, brand name, and website URL here. And lastly, you can customize each campaign in the options section. If you want to make it so that your customers have to leave you a review in order to complete the claim, then check this option. Otherwise, your customers don't have to leave a review. This is the review that they're writing on step 3, not the review on your Amazon product page. You can set a minimum review length here. The default is 40 characters. And this option here will enable the Smart Funnel option. And like I showed you earlier, this is what makes Review Scan Go unique and your funnel so powerful. If you enable the Smart Funnel option, then if your customer chooses any feedback other than very satisfied or somewhat satisfied, for example, if they choose one of these 3 options here, then on the last step of the funnel, they will not be asked to share their review on your Amazon product detail page. Notice that the Share Your Experience section is missing here. How powerful is that? Now, with the Smart Funnel disabled, the funnel will always ask them to share their review on your Amazon product detail page. Okay, once you're done, click Create Campaign, and you'll see your new campaign on the dashboard. If you click on the Edit button, you can review the campaign settings or make any changes to it. And if you scroll down to the bottom, you can see that a QR code was automatically generated for you here. This QR code is unique for this campaign only. Anytime this QR code is scanned, it will take you straight to this campaign's Smart Funnel. If you want to test it out, you can actually scan this code with your mobile device or click the preview button here, and you can see exactly what your customers will experience. Pretty cool, right? So to print the code onto your insert cards, you can download the image file by clicking the download link here. Now, if you only wanted to collect email addresses, then instead of choosing promotions here, choose reviews. Then fill in the rest of the options like we did before. The only difference is there's no promotions section since you're not offering a free gift. And similarly, with a reviews only funnel, when someone scans the QR code, the funnel operates in the exact same way except there's no promo offer. Now, to create a new promotion, go to your promotions dashboard by clicking on promotions in the menu here. On the dashboard, you can see a list of all of your existing promotions. You can see the type of promotion here. For example, this one is a digital download. This one is a discount code. And this one is a free gift. You can see how many campaigns the promotion is linked to here and when the promotion was created. So to create a new promotion, click on the Add New Promotion button here. Give the promotion a name, and it helps to be descriptive so that you can easily identify it. If you want to upload an image for the promotion, you can upload the image file here. Otherwise, the default image shown here will be used in the funnel. Now, here's where we can choose the type of promotion that you want to create. You can choose from a gift card. This would be a physical card that you would mail to your customers, or a virtual gift card, a discount code, a free product, or a digital download like an ebook, warranty, or instruction manual. Each promotion will have slightly different options that you'll have to fill in. So for example, if you choose gift card, fill in a description here. You can provide details about the promotion, terms and conditions, or any other related information. You can also just copy the example here and modify it to suit your needs. Then choose the delivery method. If you're giving away a virtual gift card and you want to email the gift card code to your customers, then choose digitally delivered. If you're going to be physically shipping the gift card to your customers, then choose physically ship. Now in the code type section, if you chose digitally delivered, you can choose from 2 options. Does everyone use the same code or does each customer get a different code? If everyone gets the same code, then choose same code for everyone and enter that code here. This is the code that will be emailed to your customer. Now, if everyone gets a different code, then choose single-use code for each customer and then enter a list of codes here. And each time a customer makes a claim, the next code on your list will be assigned to the customer and then the code will be removed from the list. If you run out of codes, then you can add more to the promotion at any time. If you're physically shipping the gift card, then the code type section is not required, as you can see here, because obviously every gift card is going to have its own unique code printed on it. Now, in the approval method section, choose how you want to verify each claim. If you want to manually verify each claim, for example, you want to check if the order ID exists and the claim is a legitimate one, then choose manually approve and deliver. Otherwise, if you just want to automatically deliver the code, then choose automatic without approval. If you choose this option, then as soon as your customer completes the funnel, then the code or digitally downloadable file will automatically be emailed to your customer. And creating a discount code promo is exactly the same as the gift card option. Now, if you choose a free product, which means you're going to ship a free gift to your customers, you can see that you only have to fill in the description section here. The delivery method is already set to ship to customer, and the approval method is defaulted to manually approve and deliver. Since you have to ship the item out yourself, you can't automatically approve and deliver. And if you choose digital download, instead of entering a coupon code or list of codes, you need to upload the file here. This is the file that will be emailed to your customer. It must be in PDF format. And notice the delivery method is automatically set to digitally deliver. Okay, and once you've created your promotion, you'll be able to see and edit it from the promotions dashboard. And in your campaigns, you'll also be able to choose it from the drop-down list to link it to your campaigns, as you can see here. Now, to add products to your account, go to your products dashboard. On the dashboard, you can see a list of all the current products you've already added here. You can see the ASIN, how many campaigns they're currently linked to, and when the product was added. So to add a new product, click on the Add Product button here, enter the product's name, and copy and paste the product ASIN here. You can find the ASIN in Seller Central in your Manage Inventory page. It always starts with a B0, but make absolutely sure that you've entered the ASIN correctly. Review Scan Go needs the correct ASIN in order to redirect your customers to the proper Amazon product detail page for them to share their review. Then upload a photo of the product. I suggest using the main photo from your Amazon listing. Then click on Submit. If you need to make any changes to the product, you can edit it from the dashboard here. And now in your campaigns, you'll be able to choose this product in the drop-down list to link it to the campaign. And it's as simple as that. Once your first campaign is set up, simply download the QR code and print it on your insert cards and start collecting emails and reviews and boost your Amazon sales. Review Scan Go has a free trial, so you can join right now and create your first campaign for free and test it out for yourself. I'll leave a link to it down in the description below. Okay, so now that you have a review strategy in place for your product launch, before your listing goes live on Amazon, you also need to have a PPC strategy in place in order to get your first sales. PPC is Amazon's pay-per-click advertising system, and you need to use the PPC system to your advantage so shoppers can discover your product when you launch. And it's extremely important that you properly set up these PPC campaigns specifically for a product launch. So many people struggle with poor performing PPC campaigns and not seeing the results that they expect. And that's because they don't understand how PPC fundamentally works. And more importantly, they don't execute a proper strategy that works. So in this masterclass video, I'm going to dive deep into advanced PPC strategies specifically crafted for product launches that even a beginner can do. I'm going to cover fundamentals of PPC so that you can understand exactly what the PPC system is and how it works. Advanced keyword research. You'll learn how to find high converting keywords and properly organize them into strategic lists that will maximize your PPC efficiency and boost your product's visibility. Create effective campaigns. I'll show you how to properly set up PPC campaigns in a strategic, data-driven, and organized manner that makes analysis and optimization much, much easier. And you'll learn how to analyze and optimize your PPC campaign data. I'll demystify the PPC report and explain what the PPC metrics are so that you can finally understand what they mean and how to make strategic changes to improve your campaign performance. All right, let's get started. Most beginners are doing keyword research and PPC campaigns completely wrong. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, then you're probably one of them. What I mean is most beginners will just find the best keyword tool, but have no idea how to properly use it. You can't just take the results from a tool, stick them into a PPC campaign and expect it to perform. Doing it this way is extremely amateur and is precisely why you're not getting any sales, you're blowing through your budget, and your ACoS is too high. Imagine you're running a lemonade stand. And on the first day, you count how many people walk by and how many buy lemonade. And at the end of the day, you have two numbers, but no clue why some people didn't buy. So on the next day, you change your strategy. You know what time people stop by, their age, how hot it is, and whether they ask for samples. You discover that sales spike in the afternoon and that people buy more when you offer them free samples. Now, can you see the difference? It's paramount that you have a specific strategy in place before you even start. Otherwise, it's impossible to analyze and optimize your data. And today, I'm going to show you how, as well as reveal an advanced step that only the pros know of. Okay, so first of all, don't even try using the free keyword tools. You get what you pay for. Garbage in equals garbage out. The keyword research tool that I recommend is from Helium 10, and the first one we're going to use here is Cerebro. What Cerebro does is it allows us to enter our competitors' listings, and it will grab all of their top keywords. Basically, instead of having to start from scratch, we're going to steal all of the top performing keywords from the top sellers. And the key here is that these are keywords that are actually performing, keywords that actually convert and lead to sales. How powerful is that? That's why those free tools are pretty much useless. So obviously, to get started, we need a list of competitors. So let's take a look at these camping tent anchors. This is actually a new product idea that I'm working on, so I'm going to show you exactly how I'm going to do keyword research and set up PPC on this product. So the first thing you need to do is do a search on Amazon for your product using the main keyword phrase. So in this case, these are screw-in tent stakes. Now, I'm going to grab the ASIN of the top 3 listings. These are generally going to be the top 3 organic listings you see here, and quite often they're going to have the overall pick or bestseller tag. Make sure you do not pick the sponsored listings or products that are not the one that you want to sell. It needs to be the exact product or very similar. And I also want to point out here that it's important that you grab the ASINs in order. Get the top ASIN first, so in this case it's this listing here. Grab the ASIN and enter it into Cerebro. You can get the ASIN from the URL. It always starts with a B0, or you can scroll down the listing page and you can get it from this section here. Then paste it into Cerebro. Grab the next one, and then the third. And remember, the order matters. For products that have a lot of monthly search volume, 3 is typically all you need, but on lower volume products, you may need to grab 5 or 6 ASINs. So in this case, 3 is all we need. Click on Get Keywords. Now, if we take a look here, Cerebro returned over 2,000 keywords. That's way too many to go through, so we can tighten up the results by adding a few filters. The first filter we're going to use is the match type filter. So instead of pulling a list of all the keywords these ASINs are using, let's only grab the organic keywords. You want to always set this to organic anyway, since this will make the keyword results far more relevant. Notice that it cut down the list by over half. The next filter I'm going to use is the competitor rank. I'm going to set this to a maximum of 60. What this will do is it will show the keywords where the ASINs are ranking in the top 60 positions. I chose 60 because there's 60 listings on the first page of the search results. Again, notice it cut down the results even more. Now, this is still a bit too many for my liking, so let's see if we can narrow it down just a little bit more. I'm going to put a minimum of 2 in the number of competitors filter. What this does is it will only show keywords that are common between at least 2 of the ASINs in our ASIN list. Can you see how powerful Cerebro is? You're not going to find these types of features on other tools. In fact, I have a huge discount on Helium 10 for my followers, so if you want to try it out, there's a link down in the description for a free trial as well as the coupon code. All right, perfect. You can see that the results have narrowed down quite significantly to something much more manageable now. Usually somewhere around 200 to 300 is good. Now we have a highly targeted and relevant keyword list for the product, but we're not quite done yet. We need to clean up the list and then sort them into an actionable strategy. So the first thing we need to do is remove any irrelevant keywords and keywords that have any brand names in them. Now, for obvious reasons, you don't want to have any keywords that are unrelated to your product, and you don't want to use or advertise your competitors' brands. So go through the list and check mark these keywords and click the delete button up here. Now, if you're not quite sure if a keyword is relevant, you can hover your mouse over the keyword and take a look at the products that are pulled up. If they're not the product that you want to sell, then remove the keyword. If you make a mistake, you can always click on the View Deleted Words button here and add it back. Once you've gone through the list, checkmark all of the remaining keywords and save this list by clicking on the Add to My List button. Helium 10 calls them folders, so create a new folder and give it a name. Now, you want to be detailed and specific here so you can easily identify each list in the future. So in this case, I'm going to name this folder Tent Stake Master List, because this is going to be our master list of keywords. Now click Save. The new folder will show up here, and notice that it says 0. So click on it and add all the keywords to this list. Now, if you have more than one page of keywords, navigate to each page, checkmark the keywords, and add them to the list in the same way. Now, this is the time-consuming part. We're going to go through this master list a few times to create a few additional lists. The first list we're going to create is a list of main keywords. These are the keywords that are highly relevant to your product. For example, these are keywords that people would be searching for specifically to buy your product. Again, checkmark these keywords and create a new list. So in my case, anything related to screw-in tent stakes, I'm going to checkmark. When you're done, create a new folder, tent stake main keywords, and add the keywords to this folder. Now, to make things a little bit easier, delete these keywords from the list so we don't have to look at them. Now, don't worry, you have the master list already saved, so deleting them just makes this faster so you're not looking at these keywords that you've already saved in a list. Now, we're going to go through the list and checkmark any keywords that are related to the product. So, unlike the main keywords, these are keywords that the buyers might be searching for because they don't quite know what to call the product, or they're looking for something very similar, or they're using a broader search term. So for example, tent stake or tent anchor, gazebo stakes, and so on. Now, this may end up being most of the keywords that are left on this list, but just make sure you don't include any misspelled keywords. Now, save this folder as tent stake relevant keywords. Again, once you've saved it, delete these keywords from the list. And now we're going to go through the list and checkmark all the misspelled keywords. Save them in a new folder, tent stake misspelled keywords. Okay, now we're going to move on to step 2. Go up to the top of the page and click on Tools, My List Keywords, and here you can see the list of keywords that we've created. Click on the main keywords list and sort it by volume, highest to lowest. Now, copy the very first keyword here. This is the best and most relevant keyword phrase for your product. Then click on Tools, Magnet, and paste your top keyword and click on Get Keywords. Again, choose organic match type and aim for around 200 to 300 results. If you have too many keywords, you can try entering a minimum search volume to filter out only the more searched keywords, or add a minimum word count of 2. But in this case, we're around 200 results here, so we're good. So let's move on. Okay, now repeat the steps that we did back with Cerebro. Remove any unrelated keywords and brands, then checkmark all the main keywords and add them to the main keyword list. Then checkmark all the relevant keywords and add them to your relevant keyword list. And then finally, all the misspelled keywords, add them to the misspelled list. Now, the purpose of doing this additional step in Magnet is to find any additional keywords that the ASIN list didn't pull up. And don't worry, if there were any duplicate keywords in your list, Helium 10 doesn't add them. All right, now the hard part is done. We can move on to step 3. Here's where we're gonna go the extra mile and do something only the pros know of. We're gonna fully take advantage of any commonly misspelled keywords related to our product. So head on over to your keywords list, open up the master list, checkmark all the keywords and click on Download CSV. Open up the file in Excel, or in my case, Numbers, because I'm on a Mac and Mac is best. Copy the entire column of keywords. Then click on Tools, Misspellinator, and paste the keywords here. Click on Prepare at the bottom, then click on Select All, and then click on Find Misspellings. Now, what Misspellinator has done is it's gone through our master list and pulled up all the most commonly misspelled keywords, as you can see here. But the thing is, we don't need all of them. Amazon actually auto-corrects a lot of the frequently misspelled keywords for you. For example, if I do a search for screw-in tent stakes and intentionally misspell it, notice that it auto-corrected it for me. So in Misspellinator, make sure to checkmark Select Non-Auto-Corrected Misspellings. Then click on Export and choose Selected Misspells, not all misspells, and save the file. Then open it up in Excel or Numbers again and highlight the first column. These are the correctly spelled keywords, and delete the entire column. We don't need them. The first column you should see here now should be the misspelled keywords. So again, save this file and make sure to save it as a CSV. Then head back to your keyword lists and open up the misspelled keyword list. Click on Add Keyword, choose Import from CSV, and select the file that you just saved. You'll notice that all the keywords have been added here. Then click on Save. And that's it. Now we have 4 ready-to-use keyword lists for our listing optimization as well as our PPC campaigns. The reason why we went through all of this trouble is just like the lemonade stand example. We now have separate keyword strategies that we can test and optimize. We can use different matching and bidding strategies for each list, and the data collected for each strategy will be separate and much easier to digest and analyze. Now, the next step is to create actionable PPC campaigns with each one of these lists. So let's do this next. PPC is easily the toughest and most frustrating part of your Amazon business because it can quickly drain your wallet if you don't do it the right way, and I see so many beginners falling victim to this by incorrectly setting up their campaigns, simply because they're going in unprepared. They don't realize that you need to have a winning strategy in place right from the start. But in order for you to understand why my strategy works, I'm going to show you how the PPC system works on Amazon and why it's necessary for you to run PPC campaigns. All right, let's get started. Did you know that over 70% of all sales takes place on the first page of the search results? That's why it's so crucial that your product listing shows up on the first page. But guess what? When you launch a new product on Amazon, your listing isn't going to show up anywhere near the first page. Why? Because Amazon's search algorithm ranks listings based primarily on the daily sales velocity. That means the listings that sell the most each day will typically get ranked higher in the search results, which is why you find all of the best sellers on the first page, like you see here. And since your new product doesn't have any sales, it's not going to show up anywhere near the first page. Typically, it'll be on the last few pages or not even show up at all. But take a closer look here. Notice that these listings right at the top here say sponsored next to them. These listings aren't placed here based on their sales velocity. They're placed here from Amazon's PPC advertising system. You can find them here at the top of each search page and throughout the rest of the page, such as in the middle and at the bottom. You can also find them on the product detail pages themselves, like you can see here. So as you might have guessed, the best spot for your product listing to show up is here at the very top of the first page of the search results. But how do you get your listing here? Well, as you can see, these all say sponsored next to them, so these are all paid ads. And this is the first listing that doesn't say sponsored. These listings are organically placed listings. Like I said earlier, these organic listings are placed based on their daily sales velocity. No one paid to have their listing here. For the sponsored ads, sellers need to compete with each other and pay to get their ads placed here in the search results. Where a seller's ads gets placed is based on bids. Basically, the Amazon PPC system, which stands for pay per click, is like an auction. When a shopper does a search on Amazon, all the sellers that are competing for that keyword phrase the shopper is searching for compete for the ad spots. The seller that placed the highest bid gets the best ad spot, which is the one at the top of the very first page. The next highest bidder gets the second best ad spot, and so on. Make sense? So as you might have guessed, if you're the highest bidder, then you can get your ad placed prominently on the first page without having any actual sales or having to outsell the top sellers. This can help you generate sales, especially during a product launch when your new listing doesn't have any sales at all. And a common question I get asked all the time, when should you start doing PPC? Well, you should start it right away as soon as your product goes live. There's no sense in waiting. Just make sure that you have all of your ducks in a row and that your listing is ready to go the moment your listing goes live. That way you can start PPC right away and not be waiting around because your photos aren't ready or you didn't finish the listing. Remember, if you didn't know, there's a honeymoon period where Amazon helps boost your product rank whenever you launch a new product, and this honeymoon period starts the moment you have inventory in stock and ready to sell. So by delaying your PPC, you're wasting your short honeymoon period. So now that you understand how Amazon's PPC system works, how do you set up a winning strategy? Well, in order to use the PPC system, you need to create PPC campaigns. And in these campaigns, you can pick and choose which keywords you want to bid on. Choosing the right keywords and incorporating them into a winning strategy is the difference between an amateur and a pro. Okay, so once you've created your keyword lists, you'll have 4 of them. We can incorporate them into my advanced PPC strategy. But before we do that, there's one more thing that you need to know, and that's the difference between the keyword matching types, and you'll understand why in a moment. When you're creating PPC campaigns, there's a few matching types that you can choose from. There's exact match, broad match, and phrase match. Exact match means it will only match searches that are the exact same phrase, word for word, as the original keyword phrase, and nothing else. For example, if in your keyword list you have the phrase leather wallet, your ad will only show up when shoppers search for that specific phrase only, leather wallet. Broad match, on the other hand, means that your ad may show up for searches that are similar to your keyword phrase, including synonyms, misspellings, and related phrases. So for example, if your broad match keyword is leather wallet, your ad may show up for searches like small leather wallet red, or leather red wallet, and so on. Phrase match is a hybrid between exact and broad match where your ad will show up for searches that include your keyword in the exact same order, but may have additional words before or after it. So for example, your ad may show up for searches like small leather wallet or leather wallet red, but not for searches like leather red wallet or plastic wallet. In general, exact match will give you the most control over when your ad is shown, while broad match will give you the most exposure, but may result in less relevant clicks. Phrase match can be a good compromise between the two, providing some flexibility while still ensuring that your ad is shown to buyers looking for your specific product. But for my strategy, we're not going to use phrase match, because as you can see, any phrase match will already be included in a broad match, so it'll make it less work when it comes to analyzing and optimizing the campaigns. Okay, now that we have that covered, let's get started with creating the PPC campaigns. Head on over to Seller Central and choose Sponsored Products. We're going to create several independent PPC campaigns, each testing a different strategy with each of the keyword lists that you've created. Now, the first campaign we're going to create is an exact match campaign using our main keyword list. So in the ad group name, give it a detailed name so that you can easily identify what the campaign is in the future. So in this case, instead of the cryptic default name, let's call it Tent Stake Main Keywords, Exact Match. This way we know what product this campaign is for, which keyword list we're using, and the match type. Select your product from the list of SKUs. We're going to choose a manual targeting here and leave it on keyword targeting since we're going to specify a list of keywords to use in the campaign. Now choose Enter List. Leave the bid as Suggested Bid. Uncheck Broad and Phrase Match. And then head on over to our main keyword list and copy the list of keywords and paste them here. Then click Add Keywords. Now you'll notice that it set a default suggested bid for us here. Now here's where I suggest bidding extremely aggressive so that you can almost guarantee winning the top ad spot. What I suggest is overbidding the suggested bid by $1. You can see that for each keyword there's a suggested bid range. So overbid that range by $1. And this doesn't have to be exact, just overbid it. And a pro tip, use odd numbers for the penny amount. Since most people are typically going to use multiples of 5, you want to think outside the box and outbid them by pennies when you can. And don't worry about bidding so high. Remember, the highest bidder gets the best ad spot, but you only pay when someone clicks on your ad, not when your ad is displayed. So if no one clicks, you don't pay. And just because you set a high bid amount here, it doesn't mean that you're going to pay that amount for every click. For example, if you set your bid to $10, it just means that you're willing to pay up to $10. If the highest bid is only $1, then the PPC algorithm will outbid that seller for you, so you'd only be paying $1.01. Does that make sense? So by being super aggressive here with your bidding, we'll almost guarantee that you'll get the best ad spot for all of the keywords on your list. And that way, you can get faster results by collecting data quicker and make better optimization decisions. Now, if you don't want to be as aggressive for whatever reason, then just outbid the suggested bids by 25% or so. Now, once you've done that, scroll down and choose Dynamic Bids Up and Down. I suggest choosing this option during product launches. Now, if you're not doing a product launch, or if you want to be slightly less aggressive, then choose Down Only. But I never use fixed bids. Set the campaign name to the same name you entered at the top. You can just copy and paste it here. Leave the start and end date as default. And then for this campaign, set the daily budget to what you can afford. I suggest setting a minimum of $10 to $20. But here's a pro tip. Because this is an exact match campaign using our main keywords, these are the keywords that are the most relevant to our product. I suggest setting the daily budget to $100, even if you only want to spend $10 to $20 a day. And here's why. If you think about it, Amazon's PPC algorithm is going to show your ads to shoppers throughout the day. If you set the daily budget to $10, then the algorithm knows that it only needs to show your ad a few times throughout the day to try to use up your $10 budget. However, if you set your budget to $100, then the algorithm knows that it will need to show your ad way more often in order to try to spend your $100 budget. But remember, you don't have to pay when your ads get shown. You only pay if someone clicks on them. So it's to your advantage to get your ads shown as many times as possible, and you can do that by gaming the system in this way. Now, if in reality you only want to spend $20 a day, then every hour or so throughout the day, check how much your budget has been spent and simply turn off the campaign when it reaches $20 or whatever your budget is. Then turn the campaign back on again the next day when it resets. Make sense? Now click on Launch Campaign. Keep in mind, it can take about an hour or so for your ads to start running. So give it some time and then do some searches for your keywords on your list and see where your ads are appearing in the search results. If it's not showing at the top ad spot on the first page, then you're being outbid. So raise the bid. And again, if you don't want to be so aggressive, having our ads show up on the first 2 pages is okay. Now let's move on to creating the 4 remaining campaigns. The next campaign is exactly the same as the one we just created, but this time we're going to use the relevant keyword list. So for the ad group name, let's put tent steak, relevant, exact. Choose the product, select manual targeting, keyword targeting, enter the list, uncheck broad and phrase, copy our list of relevant keywords and paste them here, and click add keywords. And again, overbid the suggested bids like we did earlier. Set the bidding strategy to the same as you did earlier, so in this case, up and down. Set the campaign name, leave the dates, and again, set the daily budget to $100, and click Launch Campaign. Okay, and the third campaign, we're gonna do exactly the same thing again, but this time we're gonna do a broad match using the master list. So let's name this campaign Tent Steak Master Broad. Everything else is the same as before, except choose broad match and copy and paste our master list. Set everything here the same as before, but this time set the daily budget to $20. All right, now the fourth campaign we're going to create is going to be a broad match campaign using the misspelled keyword list. So again, let's name this campaign Tent Steak Misspelled Broad. Set everything as we did before, except choose broad match. Copy paste the list of keywords. Set all these the same as before. And in the daily budget, set it to $10. All right, and now we're done with our keyword lists, but we need to create 2 more campaigns. Here's where we're gonna let Amazon do the heavy lifting for us to capture any potential keywords that we didn't mine ourselves. So in the 5th campaign, we're gonna use keywords that Amazon suggests for us. So let's name this campaign Tent Steak Suggested Broad. Set everything the same as before, but this time in the keyword targeting section here, we're going to leave it as suggested. Check broad match only. Add keywords. Leave the bids as is. Again, set the bidding strategy like we did before. In this case, up and down. Set the name, leave the dates, and set the daily budget to $10 and click on Launch Campaign. And in the second campaign, this campaign is going to be an automatic campaign. We're going to let Amazon control this campaign for us. So let's name this campaign Tent Stake Auto. Set everything the same as before. However, this time choose automatic targeting. Leave the default bid as is. Set the bidding strategy to up and down. Set the name, leave the dates, and set the daily budget again to $10 and launch the campaign. All right, now you have 6 distinct PPC campaigns, each testing a separate list of keywords using a specific strategy to help you get the best results. I hope that you can see by doing it this way and keeping the data separated, it allows you to analyze and optimize the campaigns much easier since you know exactly what strategy each campaign is testing and how well it's performing. What I suggest at this point is letting the campaigns run for at least 7 to 10 days in order to collect enough data for you to make informed decisions on how to optimize them. Don't fall in the trap of checking the campaigns every day and making knee-jerk changes. So in this next part of this masterclass, let's talk about how to actually analyze and optimize your PPC campaigns. Most sellers struggle with poor PPC performance and optimization because optimizing PPC campaigns isn't just about choosing the right keywords, adjusting bids, and the ad placements. It's far more nuanced than that. In fact, I can almost always pinpoint why making changes to your PPC campaigns isn't helping to 2 main contributing factors. Okay, so the first main reason why you're not seeing results when you make changes to your PPC campaigns is due to external factors. These are root causes that are not related to your bids and ad strategies. For example, there's 4 main metrics that I look at when analyzing PPC campaigns. The first is impressions. Impressions refers to how often your ad is shown to shoppers. If you have low impressions, it could be due to several key factors. If your bids are too low, your ads might not be competitive enough to win ad placements. Remember, the PPC system places ads based on bids. The highest bidder gets the best ad spot. That's the one at the top of the first page of the search results. The second highest bidder gets the next best ad spot, and so on. So if you're getting low impressions, that means your ads aren't getting shown at all, or they're being shown in places where people aren't looking. So make sure your bids are competitive to get your ads shown. Low impressions can also be due to poor keyword relevance. Using keywords that are not relevant to your product or that have low search volume can result to fewer impressions. Your budget can also play a role. Running out of daily budget early in the day can limit the number of times your ad is shown, so make sure your budget is sufficient to last throughout the entire day. The second key metric is the click-through rate. Click-through rate measures how often people click on your ad after it's been seen. So if you have low CTR, it can be due to irrelevant targeting. If your keywords or targeting criteria are not relevant to your product, shoppers are less likely to click on your ad because your product isn't what they're looking to buy. Or you could have a poorly formatted title. Unattractive or unclear titles can discourage clicks. Make sure your title is compelling and relevant to your audience, clearly describing what your product is and what its key benefits and features are. Next, it could be a bad main image. The main image is what gets shown in your ad, so a low quality or unappealing main image can deter shoppers from clicking on your ad. So this isn't an area that you want to try and save money on. Always invest in high quality images. You could have poor reviews. This should be pretty obvious. Products with poor reviews or low star ratings can reduce the likelihood of clicks. Never sell low quality products. Only sell high quality, premium products that solve a problem and have real world value to your customers. If your product has issues or problems, identify and fix them and work on improving your product ratings. Now, the third key metric is the conversion rate. The conversion rate indicates the percentage of clicks that result in a sale. What that means is, once a shopper clicks on your ad and visits your product detail page, they're not convinced to purchase from you, so a low conversion rate might be due to these culprits. A low quality listing. Poorly optimized product listings with bad images, descriptions, or titles can hinder your conversions. It can also be due to a bad pricing strategy. If your product is priced too high or too low compared to your competitors, it may result in fewer conversions. So a high price with poorly communicated value or a low price can have the perception of low quality. Negative reviews or a lack of reviews can also reduce trust and social proof, leading to low conversions. And also irrelevant traffic. Attracting traffic from shoppers who are not interested in purchasing your product can lower your conversion rates. Always be sure that your ads are targeting the right audience. And metric number 4 is the ACoS. And this is the metric that so many people struggle to understand, yet it plays such a significant role in your PPC performance. ACoS is the ratio of the dollars you spent on ads versus the sales that they've generated from ads. So for example, if you spent $100 on ads and generated $500 in sales from those ads, your ACoS would be 20%. That's calculated by dividing your ad spend from your sales and then multiplying that by 100. So $100 divided by $500 equals 0.2, and multiplied by 100 equals 20%. And why is this figure important? Because if the ACoS is greater than your profit margin, then you're actually losing money with every sale that you make. So for example, let's say you're selling a product for $50 and your total costs of the product is $30, giving you a profit margin of $20 per unit, or expressed as a percentage, $20 divided by the $50 sale price equals 40% profit margin. Therefore, if you spend $10 on advertising to sell 1 unit, your ACoS is $10 divided by $50, which equals 20%. But now, let's say you spend $30 on ads to sell 1 unit. Then $30 divided by $50 equals 40%, which is the same as your profit margin. That means you broke even. So with that said, if the ACoS is greater than your profit margin, you're actually losing money each time you make a sale. That's why ACoS is so important to understand. So what factors contribute to a high ACoS? There's high bids. Overbidding can lead to high ad costs without generating more sales, which raise your ACoS. Ineffective keywords. Bidding on keywords that do not convert well can increase your ACoS. Or a low conversion rate. If you get a lot of clicks with very few sales, you'll spend more on clicks without generating enough sales, which increase your ACoS. So understanding these 4 key metrics can significantly improve your Amazon PPC performance because, as I mentioned earlier, there's 2 main reasons why poor PPC performance isn't always related to just your bids and advertising strategies. And so the second main reason is not setting up your PPC campaigns correctly right from the start. You can't just use a keyword research tool and slap together a random list of keywords into a campaign and expect it to perform. Constructing PPC campaigns that work starts with having a strategic plan, beginning with proper keyword research, arranging the keywords into strategic lists, each one with a specific strategy in mind, and then creating separate PPC campaigns that can properly test each strategy. Keeping the data that you collect in separated and distinct reports that make analysis and optimization easier. Okay, so now that you understand these 2 main reasons that affect PPC performance that are unrelated to your bids and ad strategies, how do you analyze and optimize your PPC campaigns? Well, you need to break this down into 2 steps, and it's important that you do this in order. The first is to take a look at your bid placements. So in your campaign manager, if you followed my campaign strategy, you'll see 6 campaigns here. And so starting with the first campaign, click on it, and then click on placements. Here's where we can see how well your ads have been performing based on where Amazon has been placing them. You can see the top of search, which is the best ad spot. That's the very top of the first page of the search results. There's the rest of page, which is anywhere else in the search result pages, and the product pages, which is the ads shown on the product detail pages. Now, what we're going to do here is make some global changes to our campaigns. If the ads are performing well in a specific placement, then we want to bid more aggressively there. If they're not performing well, then we want to be less aggressive. You can see that in my case, the top of search is doing really well for me. So in my case, the profit margin for my product is 36%, and the ads here have an ACoS of 22%. So it would be to my advantage to increase my bids for the top of search ads. So what I suggest doing is increase it by 10% at a time and monitor the results. Increasing it by too much can drastically affect your ACoS since you're paying more per click. Now you can see that the rest of search is performing really bad. The ACoS is at 54%, way more than my profit margin, and there doesn't happen to be any product pages data here. So what I want to do is lower the bids for the rest of search. But the problem is, how this bid adjustment works is you can only increase your bids by a percentage that you set here. You can't decrease it. So basically, let's say I'm bidding $1 on a keyword. By increasing the top of search bids by 10%, Amazon will now bid $1.10 for all the top of search keywords, but continue to bid $1 everywhere else. So here's a hack to lower the bids where I want to. Go into your campaigns, and for each keyword in the campaign, lower all the bids by the same percentage that you put in the bid placements. So for example, I want to raise the top of search by 10%. So lower all the bids in the campaigns by 10%. So again, for example, if I'm bidding $1 for this keyword, now set it to 90 cents. Basically, by doing it this way, all of the top of search bids will remain the same since they're performing well and I increased it by 10%. But everywhere else, we lowered the bids to lower the ACoS in those placements. Does that make sense? Now repeat this for all the other campaigns. And like I mentioned earlier, it's important that you do this step first and make this global change, since in the next step, we'll be making changes to individual keywords. Okay, so once you've done that, we can move on to step 2. So download your PPC report so that you can analyze the data and develop a strategic plan. What I see a lot of people doing is just going through their PPC data inside the Amazon Ads Manager and making a ton of changes there. And that's not the best way to do it in my opinion, and you'll see why in a minute. Okay, so again, if you followed my proper campaign building strategy, once you've downloaded your PPC report and open it up in Excel or Numbers if you're on a Mac, you'll see that you have 6 reports, like you can see here for a product that I launched. Here you can see there is one report for each PPC strategy. Main keywords exact, relevant keywords exact, master list broad, misspelled broad, suggested broad, and automatic. Again, I go over why you need to structure them this way in the video that I mentioned earlier. Now let's start with the first campaign, main keywords exact. This is probably always going to be the shortest list of keywords that you have here, since the main keyword list is only going to have the most relevant keywords for your product. So now we're going to focus on 3 main metrics: spend, the 7-day total sales, and ACoS. The first thing we're going to do is sort the ACoS from highest to lowest. Remember, the ACoS is how much money we spend on ads that turned into a sale, and we want this number to be equal to or lower than our profit margin. So again, in my case, this product has a profit margin of 36%. So what I want to do is remove any keywords where the ACoS is way over my break-even point, which is 36%. So as you can see here, these 2 keywords are way over at 81 and 63%. So what I do is I highlight these 2 rows in red, marking them for removal. You can see that I spent $476 and $35 on these 2 keywords, but they weren't profitable at all, so I'm going to remove them. Now this keyword here is just over my break-even point at 37%. Now it's not necessarily a bad keyword since I'm pretty much breaking even on it, and the sales is helping me generate sales velocity, which helps in the search ranking. So I'm going to keep it for now, but I'm going to keep a close eye on it. So what I'm going to do here is highlight it in yellow. The next keyword is performing awesome, and it's extremely profitable with an ACoS of 4%. So I'm going to highlight this one in green. And this last keyword doesn't have an ACoS. So keywords that haven't made a sale, like you can see here, there's 0 sales, they won't have an ACoS. But that doesn't mean you haven't spent any money on it. As you can see here, there's been 3 clicks, which cost me $2.36 per click for a total of $7.08. So in this case, this isn't a red flag yet. So what I want to do in these cases is just leave them alone and let them run. The reason is because the very next click could turn into a sale and suddenly the ACoS would be profitable. And since I don't have enough data yet, I'm going to leave it alone for now, and we'll talk more about this particular situation in a minute. Now, some people prefer to use the ROAS, and there's nothing wrong with that. If you prefer to use ROAS, then you'll want to look for keywords where the ROAS is less than or equal to your break-even ROAS. I just prefer to use ACoS because it makes more sense to me. Okay, so now this report is done. So let's move on to the next one. Let's take a look at the relevant exact report. This is a list of keywords that are closely related to my product. Keywords that are similar to my main keywords where shoppers might not know exactly what to call the product. So again, let's sort this by ACoS, highest to lowest. And let's highlight the keywords that are way over my break-even point, like we can see here. These top 3 keywords are way over 36%. And this keyword right here is right at my break-even, so let's highlight this one in yellow. And these 4 keywords here are profitable, so let's highlight them in green. Now again, we see a ton of keywords that have no ACoS. Remember, just because they don't have an ACoS doesn't mean you haven't spent any money on them. You can see here that they've all gotten clicks, and I've actually spent quite a bit of money on a few of them here. So let's resort this report by spend in descending order. Now, here's where we're going to focus on the keywords that aren't highlighted yet. And in my case, my product has a profit margin of 36%, but expressed in dollars, that translates to $10. So I'm making $10 on each sale. So what I'm going to do is any keywords where I've spent more than 3 times my profit margin, I'm going to highlight them in red and mark them for removal. So in this case, you can see that this keyword, I've spent $69 with no sales. So let's highlight this one in red. And this keyword here, I've spent $34 with no sales. So let's also highlight it red. And all the remaining keywords, I've spent less than 3 times the profit. So I'm going to leave them alone. Again, remember, there's not enough data on these. So if the next click turns into a sale, the ACoS will turn profitable. However, there is one exception with this keyword. You can see that I've spent $21 on it and it has 13 clicks. So in my opinion, even if the next click is a sale, the ACoS will still be unprofitable. I would have spent over $20 just to make $10. So basically doing some mental math, the next 2 clicks would have to turn into sales for this keyword to break even. But you never know what's going to happen. So with keywords like this, I'm going to mark it in yellow so that I can keep an eye on it. But all of the rest of these keywords have very few clicks. As you can see here, most of them only have 1 click. So let's let them run and see what happens in the next 7 to 10 days. Okay, so analysis on this report is done. Pretty simple, right? Once you understand the metrics and how they work, you can make actionable strategic plans. So repeat this process for the rest of the reports. You want to let your campaigns run for at least 7 to 10 days in order to collect enough data before analyzing and optimizing again. And this is because sales can fluctuate wildly from day to day. In fact, on average, sales are the best from Thursday through Mondays. So if you start making changes too frequently, you can be looking at an incomplete picture of your PPC performance. Now, what you can do with the keywords that you've highlighted in red is remove them from the campaigns so that you're not bidding on them anymore. You can do that by turning them off in the campaigns by flipping the switch next to the keyword. You can also copy and paste the keywords into the negative keyword list if you want, but if a keyword that you don't want to bid on is already in the campaign, just flipping the status to inactive will do the same thing. The negative keyword list is more for keywords that you don't want to bid on that aren't already in your campaigns. Now, for keywords that you've highlighted in yellow, you can try to improve their performance by lowering their bids instead of removing them altogether. By lowering the bid, you are paying less per click. So although the conversion rate may fall, you can still perform well and lower the ACoS at the same time. This is something that you have to test to see. There's no way to know without trying. So what you can do is lower the bids by 10 cents at a time and see what happens. Now, for the keywords that are performing well, these are the keywords that you've highlighted in green. What I suggest doing is moving them to a new campaign. And I like to name the campaign my product name, good keywords. And make sure to use the same match type for that keyword. So if the keyword is an exact match, then you want to make sure the new campaign is also an exact match. Then set your daily budget very aggressively, like to $50 or $100 or more. Remember, these keywords are profitable. So the more money you spend on these, the more profitable sales you're making. But you also want to keep an eye on this campaign too, because things can always change. A profitable keyword today might suddenly turn into an unprofitable one in the future. Now, if you haven't already realized, doing it this way in Excel is a much better strategy than just making changes directly in Amazon's Campaign Manager. This way, as you saw, you can make changes in Excel before committing them to the campaigns, and you have a record of all of the changes that you've done from week to week so that you can reference them at any time to see what you've done and if the strategy is working or not. Now, I have an even more advanced strategy to help you get your listings ranked even faster and reduce your PPC ad spend that's based on an entirely different concept. So let me show you how that works next. These are 10 stakes, and this keyword has nearly 50,000 searches every month. Stakes for camping, on the other hand, has 299. Which keyword do you think is the best one to help rank your listing and use in your PPC campaigns? Before you answer that, let me show you something. When you do a search on Amazon, did you know that product listings that show up in the results are sorted or ranked in a particular order? It's not random. Ignoring the sponsored listings here at the very top because sellers paid to be here, the first or top organic listing here typically is the best seller. They have the most sales. The second best seller is the second organic listing, and so on. So going back to my original question, do you see a problem? Amazon sellers are so hyper-focused on using high search volume keywords in their product listings and PPC campaigns, but listings are ranked by sales volume, not search volume. So now with that knowledge, what if I told you that 10 Stake has a conversion rate of 6%, which means there's 6 sales out of every 100 searches for that phrase, whereas the other keyword, stakes for camping, has a conversion rate of 52%. 52 sales out of every 100 searches. Now which keyword would you choose? High volume keywords might seem attractive, but they can severely hinder your efforts to rank organically because they don't convert. You want to focus on using high conversion keywords in your product listings, not high search volume keywords, because you want the Amazon search algorithm to index your listing for high conversion keywords, since it's sales that determine your listing rank, not search volume. On top of that, high search volume keywords can also negatively affect your PPC ad spend. When you pay for keywords that don't convert well, you end up spending a lot of money on clicks that don't result in sales, which eats into your profits. Let me show you what I mean. I want to sell these screw-in camping tent stakes, and these are the top 5 keywords based on sales. And these are the top 5 keywords for this niche based on search volume, and you can see that on average, they have 25 times more search volume. However, when we take a deeper look, the conversion rate for these keywords are nearly 26%, whereas the high search volume keywords have a conversion rate of only 15%. That means if you index for the high search volume keywords, you not only get far less organic sales, if you pay for these keywords in your PPC campaigns, you'd also be spending way more money since they don't convert as well. Remember, the goal is to generate sales. And if we take a look at the market availability metric, you can see that it says 82% here. What this metric is out of all of the total sales in this niche, the top 3 sellers are only getting 18% of the sales. All the other sellers are able to capture 82%. This is great because when you launch your product, your listing isn't going to be in the top 3. And you can see for the high search volume keywords, this is only 76%. Not only that, if we take a look at the CPR metric here, this measures how many units you would have to sell over an 8-day period in order to get your listing ranked on the first page of the search results. You can see here that you need to sell 13 units, whereas with the high search volume keywords, you have to sell nearly 5 times more, 50 units. Can you see how this strategy is far superior to getting your listings ranked faster and much cheaper? So how do you put together a list of these high conversion keywords? Well, obviously we need a unique keyword research tool to help us. The tool we're going to use is from Sellerize called Keyword Hunter Pro. And like with any other keyword research tool, we need to provide a seed keyword to get a list of relevant keywords. So let's do a search for camping tent stakes. Keyword Hunter will then generate a list of relevant keywords. However, unlike other keyword tools, it also provides how many sales each keyword has generated. Exactly what we're looking for. And this is reflected by the semantic core metric that you see here. Keyword Hunter pulled up 751 keywords from the past 3 years of historical data. And these keywords are not only relevant to our seed keyword, but they are only keywords that resulted in organic sales. And this is a very important factor. We don't care about keywords that didn't generate any sales because they're not going to help us rank. Remember, listing rank is based on sales volume, not search volume. Can you see how powerful this is? If you want to follow along or give this tool a try yourself, I'll leave a link down in the description below to a free trial and a coupon so you can save some money if you decide to upgrade. Now, as you can see, this strategy is a completely different approach to keyword research. And what makes this even more powerful is this metric here, the average market availability that I showed you earlier. You can see that it says it's 70%. This means that this list of keywords that I generated, the top 3 organic listings are only capturing 30% of the total sales in this entire niche, making it a great opportunity for all the other sellers. If the market availability was low, like say 10%, that means the top 3 sellers are getting 90% of all the sales in the niche. And that's a huge red flag since it would make it nearly impossible for you to get any sales if you were to try to break into this market. Pretty powerful insider information, right? So what do we do with this keyword list? Well, like I said earlier, Keyword Hunter pulled up 751 keywords, but we're not going to use all of them. We need to clean this up a bit. We only want to use the best keywords to use in our product listing and PPC campaigns, so we're going to focus on 2 metrics, the conversion rate and the market availability. What we want to do is remove all the low conversion keywords. These are keywords that have a conversion rate of less than 20%. That means out of 100 searches, 20 sales or less were made. And we can easily do that by clicking on the filter settings and in the conversion rate field, enter 19% here, just so we can capture those keyword phrases that are right on the borderline. Similarly, in the market availability field, we want to remove keywords where the top 3 sellers are getting most of the sales. We want to make sure that the rest of the sellers are capturing a good portion of the sales, since when you launch your product, you're not going to be in the top 3. So let's keep the keywords where the rest of the sellers are able to capture at least 40% of the sales. And like before, let's enter 39% here just so we can include the ones that are right on the border. Click apply. Now let's download this new list of keywords and open it up in Excel. And if you're on a Mac like I am, I use numbers. Notice that after applying those filters, we've narrowed down the list to 273 keywords. Now it says 273 because the first row is the column heading, so it's one less. Notice that we can see more details here. We can see the total sales each keyword has, as well as the total sales the top seller has, the second best seller, and the third, as well as all the other sellers in the niche here in the other sales column. We can also see the conversion rate and the market availability. So what we're going to do now is whittle this list down a little bit more. The first thing we're going to do is sort this list by sales. We want only the keywords that have relatively high sales. Keywords with low sales isn't going to help us rank. So this sales column is the total sales in the last 30 days. I suggest removing keywords that don't have at least one sale per day. So again, just so we can capture the keywords that are on the borderline, remove all the keywords that have less than 25 sales per month. Now, we're going to remove all the keywords that are unrelated to the product we're selling. So resort this list by relevance in descending order. Relevance is a metric that indicates how closely related the keyword phrase is to our seed keyword. So typically, anything 10 or lower is most likely not related to our product. Now, as you can see, there's a ton of keywords here that are unrelated to camping tent stakes. So go through the list and remove them. Like, these are definitely not camping tent stakes. Hurricane tie down for sheds, stakes for trampoline, heavy duty, camp broom and dustpan set, playground anchors, and so on. I noticed that there are some keywords like this glow-in-the-dark tent stakes. It's a tent stake, but if you're not selling glow-in-the-dark tent stakes, then I want to remove this keyword too. Someone searching for glow-in-the-dark stakes isn't going to buy my non-glow-in-the-dark stake, so I don't want to rank for this keyword or pay for it in my PPC campaigns. I also want to remove keywords for stakes that are not specifically for tents, like swing set anchors for metal swing set, RV rug stakes, sand screw for beach umbrella, metal landscape stakes, and so on. I only want to keep keywords that are my product. Okay, once you've done that, make sure you also go through the rest of the keywords too. Sorting it by relevance just makes it easier to identify the most likely unrelated keywords. For example, you can see we have tarp stakes, stakes for canopy tent, stakes for tarp, yard stakes, and so on. And make sure to remove any keywords with brand names in them too. Like you can see here, Coleman tent stakes and Easy Up stakes. Now, once you're done with that, you can see we've narrowed this list down to 66 keywords, but this list might not be complete because this list is only relevant to the seed keyword that we used. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take a look at the top 3 competitors and steal their best keywords. So navigate over to the top related products tab. Make sure it's sorted by sales, highest to lowest. And this first product here, click on the Amazon logo and then make sure it's the same product that you're selling. If it isn't, then ignore this product and pick the next one. So in this case, it is related. So go back to Keyword Hunter and click on the button here. This will open the product in another tool called Keyword Re-Ranker. This will grab all the keywords that this listing is ranking for, as you can see here. There are 161 keywords. Now, like we did before, we're going to filter out all the low conversion and low market availability keywords. You can see we've narrowed this list down to 98. Download this list and open it in Excel. Then repeat this step for the other top 3 related products. Then copy and paste all the data from the top 3 products into one spreadsheet, as you can see I've done here. And because all 3 competitors are trying to rank for the same product, there's going to be duplicate keywords here, so let's clean that up. Now, this step is going to be a bit different depending on if you're using Excel or numbers, but if you're using numbers like I am, click on Organize, Filter, Add a Filter, column A, choose Cell, and picked Is Distinct. Now all the duplicates are gone. Okay, and now just like we did before, remove all the keywords with low sales and all the unrelated keywords. Once you've done that, copy the entire spreadsheet and paste it into our original Keyword Hunter spreadsheet so that we have one unified list of keywords. The keywords we generated from our seed keyword and from the top 3 competitors. Now again, create a filter to remove any duplicates. Okay, and now this is a very important step. And depending on the size of the list, it can take some time to do, but make sure you do this. Do a search on Amazon for every keyword phrase on your list. Make sure to set the search to all departments and verify in the search results that most of the listings are indeed the product that you're selling. Remember, the product we're selling here is the screw-in camping tent stake. The key feature here is the screw-in type, so it doesn't easily pull out of the ground. So if we do a search and we see a lot of products that are not quite the same, then we're going to highlight this keyword phrase. For example, metal stakes. Most of these aren't the screw-in camping style tent stakes, as you can see here in the search results, or J-hook stakes. You can see these results are showing stakes, but not for tents. So for these keywords, we're going to highlight them and only use them for keyword indexing. So let's highlight them in yellow. Continue doing this for all of the keywords on your list, and when you're done, you'll have 2 groups of keywords. So separate the 2 groups by copying the highlighted ones and pasting them down below. Okay, and once you've done that, we now have our finalized list of the best keywords based on sales volume. The top group is the best keywords for your product, and you're going to use them in your product listing and back-end keyword list to index your listing for the Amazon search algorithm. And you're going to use these keywords in your PPC campaigns to help generate sales and boost your listing rank. Now, the bottom group of keywords that you've highlighted, however, are not good keywords to use in your PPC campaigns, because shoppers that search for these keywords might not be looking to buy your specific product, so you don't want to pay for ads in those searches. You can find a link to a free trial for Sellerize, as well as a huge discount if you want to incorporate this advanced keyword strategy for yourself down in the description below. All right, now with those product launch strategies in place, you're ready to launch your product. However, in order to make sales on Amazon, you need to have control of the buy box, an important factor that most beginners aren't aware of. This is the buy box, and I recently lost it to another seller, and my sales dropped by over 85%. Fortunately, I was able to win the buy box back, and I'm going to show you exactly what caused the problem and how I fixed it by applying some simple strategies. All right, so I'm guessing you either lost the buy box recently or you're having trouble winning it and your sales is suffering, which is why you're watching this video. So in order to understand why this is happening and how you can win and keep winning the buy box, let's go over what the buy box is and how it works. Okay, so the buy box is this section of the product detail page you see here that has the buy now and the add to cart button. Hence why it's called the buy box. There's literally a box around these buy buttons. Now, I'm sure everyone is familiar with this buy box. We've all bought stuff on Amazon before, but have you noticed that whenever you bought something on Amazon, who you were actually buying the product from? If you take a look right here under the buy box, you can see that it says sold by. This is the seller you're buying this product from and is who we call is winning the buy box. The seller that is currently winning the buy box is getting the sale, and I'll explain how that works in a second. But with that said, it should be obvious now that if you want to make sales on Amazon, then you need to make sure that you're winning the buy box, not someone else. But there's actually another way that you can be losing sales, and that's if the buy box doesn't appear at all. For example, if we take a look at this product listing here, there's no buy box at all, and I'll explain how this can happen to you in a second. But in this scenario, when there's no buy box, or if you're not currently the winner of the buy box, this is called losing the buy box. Now, if you're in this situation where you've lost the buy box, that doesn't necessarily mean that you won't get any sales. It simply means that it's more difficult to get sales since shoppers now have to navigate a few more steps in order to buy directly from you, rather than just being able to click the buy now button. For example, if there's no buy box, like you can see here, most shoppers will just leave the product detail page and find another seller to buy from because they don't realize that they can click on the See All Buying Options button here to see who they can actually buy the item from. In this case, there's only one other seller, but as you can see, they can still buy this item if they knew how to get to this page. Additionally, if you lose the buy box to another seller, for example, as you can see here, This is the current buy box winner, but down below it, it says other sellers on Amazon. And if we click on it, it shows all the other sellers that are selling this same product. Now, I'm guessing most of you didn't know that this option was even here, right? Well, most shoppers don't know either. So if you lose the buy box, the likelihood of shoppers navigating over here to buy from you is much, much lower. In fact, 82% of sales are through the buy box. That's why it's important that you win the buy box as much as possible. Okay, so now that you understand what the buy box is and how important it is to win it, let's talk about what can cause you to lose the buy box. Most sellers mistakenly believe that the buy box is tied solely to the sale price, that whomever has the lowest price will win the buy box. And although the price does play a huge role, it's not the only factor. The lowest price seller doesn't always win the buy box, and I'll explain why in a second. First of all, in order to even be eligible to win the buy box, you need to have a professional Amazon seller plan. That's the plan where you're paying $39.99 a month. And this is where so many beginners get confused. If you have the free individual plan, then you'll never be able to win the buy box. And if you're doing private label, then your product listing will never have the buy box like you can see here. So if you signed up with the individual seller plan, you'll have to upgrade. And you can upgrade and downgrade your plan at any time by going to Settings, Account Info, Selling on Amazon, and change your plan here. Now, if you do have the professional plan and you're selling private label products, then you should always have the buy box on your product listing page, and you should always be the winner of the buy box since no other sellers should be on your listing. So if you've lost the buy box, then there's a few factors you need to consider. First, if you had the buy box one day and then you suddenly notice that another seller has won the buy box, then you've got a hijacker that's jumped onto your listing. This can be extremely frustrating, and it's happened to me many, many times. In fact, it's guaranteed that'll happen to you at some point. A hijacker is someone selling their own same or similar product under your listing, basically taking advantage of all the hard work you've done to get your listing optimized and ranked, and then stealing the buy box from you. So if you discover that the buy box suddenly belongs to another seller, or if you scroll down and you notice that there's more buying options like you can see here, then you have a hijacker. So in this scenario, don't get into a price war with the hijacker in an attempt to win the buy box back. Instead, what you need to do is to get rid of them and have them removed from your listing. And I have a video that goes into detail on how to deal with this, and I'll leave a link to that video down in the description below. Now, if it's not a hijacker and the buy box has simply disappeared from your product listing, then the first thing to check is your inventory levels. Again, if you're doing private label, then you're the only seller on your listing. So if you run out of inventory, the buy box will simply disappear. However, if you're not doing private label and you're competing with other sellers, then even if you don't completely run out of stock, if you just run low on stock, you can lose the buy box. Basically, in this scenario, your opportunity to win the buy box is also dependent on whether Amazon believes you have enough inventory to efficiently fulfill orders to shoppers anywhere in the country. In other words, when you're low on stock, you may only have inventory in 1 or 2 warehouses, so Amazon won't be able to efficiently fulfill orders around the country. Therefore, your chances of winning the buy box will decrease, and Amazon will rotate the buy box to other sellers that have more inventory spread out to multiple warehouses around the country. So always keep track of your inventory levels and make sure that you never run the risk of running out of stock. And a pro tip, you can't win the buy box if you're selling used items. The buy box is only for products in the new condition only. Now, along those same lines as I just went over, the buy box eligibility also depends on how quickly your products can be delivered to the customer. So when it comes to competing for the buy box, sellers that are doing FBA have an advantage. FBA, which stands for Fulfilled by Amazon, this is where Amazon handles all of the order fulfillment, packaging, shipping, and customer service. And because Amazon is handling all of this for you, products being sold through FBA are also eligible for Amazon Prime, which means shoppers typically get their purchases delivered within 2 days. These are the listings that have the Prime badge next to them, like you can see here. But this isn't to say that sellers that aren't doing FBA can't win the buy box. It just means that FBA sellers will get priority. So for example, sellers that are doing FBM, which stands for Fulfilled by Merchant, which means you're doing all the order fulfillment, packaging, and shipping yourself, they can also qualify for Prime with SFP, which stands for Seller Fulfilled Prime, and therefore also get the Amazon Prime badge on their listings. However, to qualify for SFP, sellers have to maintain an excellent sales record and meet all of these requirements here. And this is why FBA and SFP sellers have a massive advantage when it comes to winning the buy box over FBM sellers. All right, now your seller account health and seller rating also play a role for winning the buy box. Every seller on Amazon has a rating score out of 100. And the higher your rating, the more likely you are to win the buy box. Metrics such as customer response time, order cancellations, A to Z claims, customer feedback, and other factors all have an impact on your seller rating. For example, you need to maintain your Amazon order defect rate to less than 1%. Otherwise, Amazon will penalize you and your chances of winning the Amazon buy box will be affected, especially if you have a poor seller rating and your customer experience is subpar. Now, the most frequent factor to why the buy box is lost has to do with the price. Because every shopper appreciates low prices, Amazon's goal is to provide its customers with high quality goods at reasonable prices. That's why product pricing plays a role in determining who wins the buy box. So sellers with the best prices are more likely to win the buy box. However, when competing for the buy box, you need to exercise caution and make sure that you're not selling your products at a loss because remember, pricing is only one of the factors that determine your ability to win the buy box. If your other metrics are excellent, you can still win the buy box even if you have a higher price, such as if you're doing FBA, you can win the buy box even if you have a higher price compared to another seller doing FBM. But there's a caveat here. The buy box can also be lost if your price is too low. If your price is lower than $9.99, Amazon might consider the product to be what's called an add-on item and therefore take away the buy box. And this is an automated system, so be careful pricing your products below $10. It may not be an add-on item one day, but suddenly become one another. You can also lose the buy box if you've priced your product too high compared to your competitors. Amazon sees this as price gouging. Now, you might be surprised, but even if you're the only seller on your listing, you can actually lose the buy box to yourself. That means there's no buy box even though you're the only seller. One way this can happen is if you change your price too frequently, so don't do that. You can also lose the buy box to yourself if you make drastic price changes, like if you make a sudden $5 or $10 jump in price. If you do need to make a large change to your price, then what I suggest you do is set the new price to what you want and then see if you still have the buy box. If you do, then you're good to go. However, if the buy box is gone, then set the price back to what it was, verify that the buy box is back, then slowly raise the price $1 or $2 at a time until you get to your new target price point. But one thing to note, you need to check your product listing using an Amazon account that isn't your seller account because you can't buy your own products. If you look at your own listing with your seller account, there'll never be a buy box there. Now, I have a hack to help prevent you from losing the buy box due to price changes. What I suggest is when you first create your product listing, set the your price and the list price field to the highest price you can ever imagine selling your product for. Then set the actual price you want to sell the product for in the sale price field. Make sure to set the start date to today's date and then the end date to sometime in the future. And by using this strategy, you can make changes to your product pricing and Amazon won't think you're making drastic price changes or price gouging and remove the buy box from you. Another huge advantage by doing this is that your listing will also show the product on sale in the search results like you can see here with the limited time deal badge, as well as a strikeout price, and even show a percentage off amount like you can see here, attracting more buyers and helping you generate more sales. Now, taking advantage of pricing strategies to help you win the buy box is only one huge advantage. In the next section, I'll show you how you can apply pricing strategies to get even more badges on your listing and generate more sales. These deals stand out all over the Amazon marketplace, but how do you get these coveted badges, savings, and deals on your own product listings? Well, there's two key stages, the product launch stage and the growth stage. Optimizing your pricing strategy is one of the most crucial aspects of selling on Amazon, especially during the launch stage. So in this video, I'm going to show you how to properly price your product for each stage, as well as how to add those badges to your product listings in order to maximize your sales and profit without losing the buy box. All right, let's start with the first stage, the product launch. This is the crucial period when you don't have any sales or reviews. The goal here is to build momentum and generate those all-important initial sales and reviews. And because sales is tied very closely to the reviews, not having any reviews when launching a new product can make it tough, but there's a strategy to overcome that hurdle: competitive pricing. First, let's talk about your launch pricing strategy. When you're just starting, it's essential to focus on competitive pricing to overcome the hurdle of low review counts. Research shows that around 30 reviews are often seen as a threshold where customers begin to trust the reliability of a product. This means you need to be willing to sacrifice short-term profitability for long-term gains. And here's what I recommend. Undercut the average market price. Take a look at the top 20 or 30 sellers on the first page of the search results and get an average. If they're selling at an average price of around $20, consider pricing your product at $16. This 20% lower price point will make your listing more appealing to potential customers and help you gather those initial reviews. Another strategy is to sell your product at the break-even point. This is the cost to manufacture and ship your product to Amazon plus all of the Amazon fees. But be careful here. If the break-even point is too low compared to your competitors' prices, shoppers can perceive your product as low quality. Plus, you're leaving yourself without a buffer to accommodate any marketing or advertising costs, such as if you run any PPC campaigns. Now, with that said, another excellent strategy is to offer shoppers incentives to make your product even more irresistible. And there's several ways that you can do this. You can offer a sale price. This is where your listing has a limited time badge and your standard price is crossed out like you can see here. And on the product detail page, it shows the savings in red in both dollars and percentage. And I'll show you exactly how to create this deal to get this badge in a minute. Next, you can offer a coupon. These are displayed as a green discount badge, as you can see here. And on the product detail page, customers need to tick a box to redeem the coupon. This is actually a great gimmick, since a lot of shoppers will forget to actually tick the box and you end up making a sale at full price. You can create coupons by clicking on the menu, advertising, coupons, create a new coupon. So to create a normal coupon for a percentage or dollar amount discount, choose standard. Or you can create subscribe and save coupons, which I'll go over later on in the video. You can also create reorder coupons for customers that haven't reordered a product from you. But in this case, choose standard. Then choose an audience. Select all customers. Then copy and paste your product's ASIN here and click search. Checkmark the product to select it and then click continue here at the top. In the first field, choose when you want the coupon to start and end. But take note that same-day coupons can take up to 6 hours to activate, as you can see here. Then choose what type of discount that you want to offer. I like doing percentage discounts, so set it here. Now there's a minimum of 5% and a maximum of 50%, like you can see here. And make sure you checkmark this option here. Limit redemption to 1 customer. Otherwise, someone can clear out your entire inventory, especially if you have a huge discount. And I've seen this happen before, so be extra careful. Now set your budget. The minimum is $100. There's a fee for offering coupons. Like you can see here, it costs 60 cents per coupon redemption. So by setting a limit, you can set how many coupons you'd like to hand out. Then give your coupon a title. This is what your customers will see on your listing. Then click continue. Review your settings and click on submit. It's that easy. Now, a third strategy is adding a strike-through price. This is where your price is crossed out with a lower sale price displayed next to it, as you can see here. Now, setting a strike-through price is a bit more complicated, and I'll show you exactly how to set this up in a minute as well. So, using these incentives will help you generate initial sales despite not having any reviews or low reviews, such as during a product launch. And you can actually combine these incentives and incorporate some or all of them at the same time, and I'll show you how to do that in a moment. All right, now let's move on to stage 2, the sales and profit stage. Once you've built up some sales and reviews and your product has some social proof, now it's time to focus on maximizing your profits. This is where you can slowly increase your price to your target price, but there's a specific strategy to doing this in order to maximize your sales and profit as well as not lose the buy box. The key here is to not raise your price too much at once. Raising or lowering the price or making too many frequent price changes in a short period of time can cause you to lose the buy box. This is the buy now button that you see here. And there's also several different ways that you can also lose the buy box, and I have a video that goes over this in detail, and I'll leave a link to that down in the description below. Now, there's a couple ways that you can accomplish this to transition smoothly from the launch stage to the growth stage. Each week, slowly increase the price, either 10% at a time or by $1 or $2 at a time, gradually approaching your target price. Alternatively, you can increase the price incrementally based on the reviews. Every 10 positive reviews received, increase the price by 10% or $1 or $2. Basically, Choose a strategy that works best based on your sales velocity. But as I mentioned earlier, avoid drastic price jumps to prevent losing the buy box. But don't be afraid to target a price point that's higher than you originally planned or is higher than your competitors. If you've done your homework and you've added value to your product and your product has a real tangible competitive advantage, you can actually command a much higher price. For example, on my very first product, I was able to charge close to $10 more than the previous bestseller because my product was better and solved a unique problem that the shoppers had. So once I reached my original target price, I continued to slowly raise the sale price $2 every week, and to my surprise, the sales remained the same. So I kept raising the price until the sales peaked and began to fall, and that ended up being close to $10 more than I had originally planned, massively increasing my profit margin. And I wouldn't have known this unless I actually tried it. Now, another pricing strategy you can employ is offering a subscribe and save option. This is where buyers can get a deal on your product by subscribing to scheduled weekly or monthly deliveries like you can see here. This can help you secure recurring revenue and improve customer loyalty. But this option is highly dependent on the product that you're selling. Not all products would make sense to buy repeatedly on a regular basis. And don't forget about taking advantage of holidays or special events. During high demand periods like Black Friday, Christmas, or Amazon Prime Day, you can offer deals or you can even raise your prices instead of offering discounts, especially if your product is in high demand. Doing this can significantly boost your profits when demand is at its peak, but you have to be prepared ahead of time to make sure your pricing strategies can take effect during the holiday season or event. Okay, now that you understand these different pricing strategies for each stage of your product launch, let's go over how to set these up in Seller Central. Now, if you navigate to your product listing and click on the Offer tab, you can see a few fields related to the product's pricing, like you can see here. The first field is the Your Price field. Now, depending on your product or category, the field names might be slightly different. It might say something like Standard Price instead. Either way, it'll have an asterisk next to it since it's a required field, and if you hover your mouse over the question mark, you can see exactly what it's for. You can see in this case, the Your Price field is the base price of the item. Now I know that can be confusing. What's the base price? Well, the base price is what you want to sell your product for. This is what the buyer is going to pay, like you can see here. This product has no deals or coupons, so the price that you see here is what the buyer is going to pay. This is the Your Price or Standard Price. So if you want to sell your product for, say, $27.97, then enter that price here. Now, if you want to offer your product on sale at a lower price and have the limited time deal badge appear on your listing, like you can see here, you can enter a sale price in the Sale Price field. So say, for example, let's say during the product launch, you can enter the lower price here. This lower price is what the buyer will pay, and it's displayed like this on your listing with the limited time deal badge and discount highlighted in red with the original price crossed out. Now, by entering a sale price, the sale start date field is now required. So enter the date that you'd like this sale to begin. Also choose the date that you'd like the sale to end. But if you don't want the sale to end, then you can just leave this field blank. Okay, and now down here, you can see a list price field. If we hover over the question mark, you can see that it says, list price is the suggested retail price of a product as provided by a manufacturer, supplier, or seller. This is not the offering or cost price. If you're unable to provide a value, enter 0. Now, if you're doing private label, then you're the manufacturer, so you can make up the list price. Now, in most cases, the list price will be the same as what you've entered in the Your Price field. But here's where we can do 2 price hacks. The first hack is the strike-through price. This is where the original price is crossed out and the new lower price is highlighted next to it, like you can see here. Notice that this product isn't on sale since it doesn't have the limited time deal badge, and it also doesn't have a coupon. But the higher price is crossed out, a strike-through, and the lower price is shown here. To show the strike-through price, a couple of things need to happen. You need to set the Your Price field the same or higher than the list price, and within the past 90 days, made sales at that price. You can see here on the strike-through price guidelines, it says, Amazon will only display a list price if the product was purchased by customers on Amazon or offered by other retailers at or above the list price in the past 90 days. So if you've done that, then if you leave the list price as is and set the Your Price lower, then Amazon will show the list price crossed out like you can see in this example. However, there is a second way you can show a strike-through price, and that's called the typical price, like you can see here. Again, notice that this product isn't on sale and doesn't have a coupon, but there's a lower price with the typical price struck out below it. To get this effect, you need to set the Your Price field lower than the median price over the last 90 days. Again, if we take a look at the guidelines, it says, the typical price is determined using the 90-day median price paid by customers for the product on Amazon. The median price is similar to an average. However, median is the middle value in a set of values when the values are arranged in order from least to greatest. But also take note, the median price does not include prices paid by customers that included limited time promotions. So a pro tip here, if you want these strike-through prices to always show up on your product listings, it's a good idea to keep your list price and the Your Price high in order to maintain your price history and use limited time deals to offer discounts to your customers. Combining these strategies also has the added benefit of showing more badges on your listings, such as showing a sale price along with a coupon offer and a strike-through price all together, like you can see here, creating better visibility and incentives in the search results pages. All right, let's switch gears. I'm sure you already know that selling on Amazon isn't free. As sellers, we have to pay fees in order to sell products in their marketplace. So it's important that you understand what all these fees are so that you can accurately calculate your expenses and profit. Not understanding all of the Amazon fees can lead to disaster and quickly eat through your profits. And Amazon is constantly updating and revising the seller fees throughout the year, so if you don't stay on top of them, you can be in for a huge surprise. So in this video, I'm going to explain to you all of the Amazon seller fees so that you can properly factor them into your Amazon business, as well as factor ways on how you can avoid overpaying fees, and even some pro tips on how you can save money by reducing the fees altogether. All right, so starting right from the beginning, let's talk about the Amazon seller account fees. In order to sell on Amazon, you need to have an Amazon seller account, and you can choose between two seller plans. There's the free individual plan and the paid professional plan. With the individual plan, there's no monthly fee. However, each time you sell an item, you have to pay a 99-cent fee. With the professional plan, it costs $39.99 a month, but there isn't a per item fee each time you make a sale. So as you can see here, if you sell more than 40 items per month, then the professional plan is the better choice. With the professional plan, you also get access to all of these extra features as well as marketing and advertising tools such as coupons, promotions, and PPC. Now, a lot of beginners get confused on which plan to choose. These plans have nothing to do with whether or not you're setting up your seller account with a registered business entity or as an individual. Regardless of how you set up your seller account, you can choose any of these two plans. You can also upgrade or downgrade your plan anytime and as often as you like. So one way to save some money up front is to start with the individual plan, and when you're ready to start selling, upgrade to the professional plan so you can avoid having to pay the $39.99 monthly fee when you're not ready to take advantage of all the extra features. Now, when it comes to actually selling products on Amazon, Amazon charges fees each time you make a sale. The first is the referral fee. The referral fee varies depending on the product category, but it's usually going to be around 15% of the sale price. For example, if you're selling this snorkel mask for $35.99, the referral fee is 15% of that, which is $5.40. However, keep in mind that the referral fee is based on the price that the item actually sells for. So if the item is on sale, like you have a coupon or promotion, then the referral fee is 15% of the discounted price. Remember this, as a lot of beginners often get this confused. You can actually lower your referral fee from 15% down to 5%, or even lower by as much as 30%, and I'll explain how you can do that later on in the video. Now, if you're selling products with Amazon FBA, which stands for Fulfillment by Amazon, this is where all you have to do is send your inventory to Amazon's warehouse, and each time you sell an item, Amazon will handle all of the order fulfillment, picking and packing, shipping and handling, customer service, and even the returns and refunds. You literally never even have to see or touch your products. With FBA, Amazon charges a FBA fulfillment fee. This is the fee Amazon charges you for handling all of the order fulfillment for you. The fulfillment fee is calculated based on the size and weight of your product. Amazon has several size and weight tiers, as you can see here. For example, if your product weighs less than 16 ounces and is smaller than 15 by 12 by 3/4 of an inch, then it falls under the small standard tier. And for small standard size products, depending on the weight, Starting on April 15th, 2024, the fulfillment fee can range from $3.06 all the way up to $3.65. And if you take notice, the fees increase much higher as the product gets bigger and heavier, up to $7 or more. And of course, if you don't do FBA, meaning you plan to do all of the order fulfillment yourself, which is also referred to as FBM or fulfilled by merchant, then you don't have to pay the FBA fulfillment fee. You're only charged the referral fee. Okay, now most beginners are already familiar with these three fees that I just went over. However, most aren't aware of all the hidden fees. These are the fees that can drastically affect your bottom line. The first is the Amazon storage fee. This fee is often overlooked, but all sellers utilizing Amazon's FBA service has to pay this fee. This is because if you're doing FBA, then you're storing all of your inventory at Amazon's warehouses, taking up their limited warehouse space. That's because if you're doing FBA, then you're storing your inventory at Amazon's warehouses, taking up their limited warehouse space. Now, the storage fee is based on your product size, how much space or volume it takes up in the warehouse. As you can see here, the storage fee is calculated based on the product size tier, as well as the category that it falls under. For example, if you have a product that's considered non-dangerous goods, then the storage fee between January and September starts at 78 cents per cubic foot. And between October through December, it's $2.40 per cubic foot. And you can see the storage fees for dangerous goods is significantly higher here. Now, you might be wondering why the fees are so much higher between October and December. Well, that's because the last quarter of the year, Q4, is when most businesses can make over half of their annual revenue or more because of all of the holiday sales. And because sellers want to take advantage of the holiday rush, sellers are flooding Amazon's warehouses with their inventory. So one way to save yourself from overpaying storage fees is by making sure you don't keep too much inventory at Amazon during Q4. Track and analyze your sales history and only keep enough inventory at Amazon to cover your estimated sales. Now, an excellent way for you to see what your actual FBA and storage fees are going to be is to use Amazon's free FBA calculator. Now, I highly encourage everyone to do this before you invest or decide to sell any product. This way you can make sure that what you plan to sell will actually be profitable. To access the FBA calculator, just do a search on Google for Amazon FBA calculator, or I'll leave a link to it in the description below. To see what the fees are, find a similar product on Amazon and grab the ASIN. You can find the ASIN in the URL. It always starts with a B0, or by scrolling down on the product listing page, you can find it down here. Copy and paste the ASIN here, and you can see what all the fees will be. You can see the referral fee, fulfillment fee, storage fee, and what the profit margin is here. And you can also see what the storage fee is for different times of the year by clicking here. In fact, you can even adjust the sale price and your unit costs here to see what the new fees and profit would be. Now, speaking of storage fees, Amazon also charges long-term storage fees, which is called the aged inventory surcharge. This fee is charged on products that you've stored at Amazon for more than 180 days. You can see here that the aged inventory surcharge fee starts at 50 cents per cubic foot for items aged 181 to 210 days and skyrockets to 690 cents per cubic feet for inventory aged over 365 days. So if you have inventory that's not selling, consider removing it from Amazon and store it somewhere else and only keep what you estimate in sales turnover at the Amazon warehouse. If you need to remove inventory from Amazon, you can do what's called a removal order. However, removal orders aren't free. You can see that Amazon charges you a removal order fee based on the product size and tier. For example, a standard size product that weighs less than half a pound will cost you $1.04 per unit, and so on. But one thing to note, you can see that it says here, it can take up to 90 days or more for a removal order to process and the shipment to leave the fulfillment center, and an additional 2 weeks for the carrier to deliver the shipment. And Amazon will only ship removal orders within the local marketplace. So if your inventory is in the US, you can't ship a removal order outside of the US. If you do need to ship it outside of the marketplace, you'll need to ship it to a friend or a 3PL within the country and have them ship it outside the country. Now, if you don't want to remove the inventory, you can actually have Amazon dispose of the inventory for you. For example, if it's a product that you simply don't want to sell anymore and doing a removal order is just going to incur more costs, or you have unsellable inventory, such as from a customer return, you can have Amazon dispose of those units for you. Again, the disposal fee depends on the product size and tier, as you can see here. And I'll leave a link to these rate cards down in the description below. Now, speaking of inventory, Amazon is charging sellers a new low inventory fee. That's right. Not only will you pay more fees for storing too much inventory at Amazon, now if you're doing FBA and you run low on inventory, Amazon charges a low inventory fee. And that's because as you run low on inventory, you don't have adequate inventory spread across Amazon's network of warehouses across the country. So it's more difficult to fulfill orders to shoppers around the country. Basically, if your inventory levels fall below your historical 28-day average, your fees will go up by as much as $1.11 per unit, depending on the tier. But don't worry, this penalty doesn't apply universally. For example, you can see here, the fee only applies to standard size products, and it doesn't apply to new professional sellers for their first 365 days, as well as on new FBA products for the first 180 days. And the fee doesn't apply to products that have sold less than 20 units in the past 7 days. All right, and moving on. Another new fee Amazon has implemented is the inbound defect fee. This applies to sellers who keep sending in inventory that doesn't meet the inbound shipping guidelines. By not following these guidelines, it slows things down on Amazon's end when they're processing inbound shipments. So to incentivize sellers to follow the shipping guidelines, if you send in inventory with problems, Amazon is going to penalize you. For example, if you ship inventory that doesn't comply to the FBA shipping requirements, Amazon can outright refuse the shipment altogether, or if you ship to the wrong warehouse, you'll get fined a minimum of 4 cents per unit. Now, that might not sound like much, but if you sent in, let's say, 10,000 units, that's a $400 fine. And keep in mind that if you don't properly prep the inventory that you're shipping to Amazon, and Amazon has to fix your shipment, you'll be charged an unplanned service fee. As you can see here, if your products show up with no labels, Amazon will charge you 20 cents per unit on top of the labeling fee. And if you keep sending in products with missing labels, the unplanned service fee can be as much as 40 cents per unit. And if you continue to send in improperly prepped shipments, you can lose your FBA selling privileges altogether. Now, speaking of labels, if you send in products that are improperly prepped or require Amazon to do the final prep for you, for example, if you improperly label your products or you need Amazon to place the barcode label on the products for you, Amazon will charge you a labeling fee of 55 cents per unit. And that can add up quick. So in this scenario, having your manufacturer do it will almost always be cheaper. Or in other scenarios, if you need Amazon to do other prep services such as bubble wrapping or bagging your products, you can find the associated fees here. Again, I'll post a link to all of these pages down in the description below. Okay, now one of the biggest changes Amazon has implemented is the new inbound placement service fee. Starting April 15th, 2024, these fees apply to shipments going to Amazon's warehouse for FBA, and it affects products in the standard and large bulky sized tiers. In the past, Amazon would just have sellers ship their products to different warehouses across the country with no additional fees. However, now in an effort to lower their operating costs, you can see here that Amazon is charging fees depending on how many warehouses you ship your products to. For example, if you want to ship all of your inventory to one warehouse, you'll be charged anywhere from 21 cents per unit to 68 cents per unit. And if you ship to 2 or 3 warehouses, the fee is lower, starting from 12 cents per unit to 23 cents per unit. And if you ship to 4 or more warehouses, there's no fee. Now, this can make a huge difference on your shipping costs, so make sure you do the math now when you're creating your new shipping plans and see which option is best for you. For example, getting shipping quotes from your freight forwarder or shipping carrier and see what it would cost to ship to multiple warehouses versus paying Amazon's inbound placement fee to just ship to one warehouse. Okay, moving on from shipping, Amazon recently introduced a returns processing fee. Because Amazon has always had such an excellent no questions asked return policy, which is great for buyers, it's not so great for sellers. As you can see here, as of June 1st, 2024, a returns processing fee will go into effect for all products except apparel and shoes, with a high return rate by category to address the operational cost of returns and to reduce waste. That means you need to be hyper aware of your product's quality. If you exceed the return rate threshold, Amazon will start charging you the return processing fee, which, as you can see here, starts at $1.65 on small standard items to as much as $3.69 on large standard, and can be even as high as $157 per return on extra large items. And to make things worse, Amazon has also increased the removal, disposal, and liquidation order fees, making dealing with returns even more expensive. So for those of you that don't follow my Amazon strategy, you need to be conscious of these new fees and make changes to your product and sales strategy to reduce your return rate. That's why I only sell quality premium products that have value, and always make sure that my product listings easily communicate the features and benefits of the product and clearly describe what it can and cannot do so that the buyer knows exactly what they're getting. This will help drastically lower your return rate and generate better product ratings. Okay, so that covers all of the Amazon fees. Let's talk about how Amazon has lowered the fees and how you can pay less in fees. Amazingly, Amazon has actually reduced the fees for specific scenarios. You can see here that the fulfillment fee has been reduced for standard size products by 20 cents per unit and 61 cents per unit on large bulky size products. And items priced below $10 will get an additional 77 cents per unit discount. So in order to take advantage of that, work with your supplier to make sure you package your products in the smallest way possible as far as the overall size and weight so that you're not overpaying in fees. Even a 1/4 inch too large or 1 ounce too heavy can bump you into the next higher, more expensive tier. And a huge bonus to those of you that are selling apparel, Amazon has slashed the fees from 17% to 5% on items priced under $15 and 17% down to 10% for items priced between $15 and $20. And speaking of packaging, Amazon has also introduced a brand new program called SIP, which stands for Ships in Product Packaging. Basically what this is, it's an effort to be more environmentally friendly. You know, when you buy something from Amazon, they'll typically ship the item in one of Amazon's branded boxes or padded envelopes. Well, they're now encouraging sellers to package their products in a shippable package that doesn't require Amazon's branded shipping boxes or envelopes. Basically, if your product qualifies and Amazon can ship your product in its own packaging, you can save anywhere from 4 cents to $1.32, depending on the size and weight of your product. That's a huge savings. So definitely consider taking advantage of this discount by talking to your supplier to make sure your product can be properly packaged and protected to avoid damage during shipping in its own original packaging. You can also use this opportunity to build your brand and increase your brand exposure. Think about how many eyes are going to see your product during shipping or just sitting outside of the buyer's house. Ask yourself how you can redesign your packaging to enhance your brand recognition and exposure. Now, most sellers don't know that this exists, but Amazon actually has a program called New Seller Incentives. And you can take advantage of these options to offset some of the Amazon fees that we just went over. For example, I'll highlight a few here. For brand registered sellers, you can get a 10% bonus on your first $50,000 in sales, $200 in Amazon Vine credits, basically making it free since it costs up to $200 just to enroll, $100 in credits in inventory shipping fees for using Amazon's partnered carrier program, $400 in credits that apply to the FBA inbound placement service fee, $50 in promotional clicks for using sponsored products, $50 in coupon credits. And here's a big one. You can drastically lower your FBA referral fee. Remember, the typical referral fee is around 15%, but there's a way to lower that fee down to as little as 5% through Amazon's brand referral bonus. Basically, if you drive outside sales traffic to Amazon, Amazon will reduce your referral fees since you did all of the advertising and marketing yourself. You can see here that the average discount is 10%. And you can see what the referral bonus is for each category here, and it can be as much as 30%. So as you can see, these are some huge benefits that you can take advantage of to offset the fees, but only if you know about them. I'll leave a link to this page down in the description below. All right, so now that you understand the Amazon fees, let's talk about another important yet confusing topic, and that's the Amazon sales tax. Taxes can be quite confusing, and let's be honest, nobody wants to deal with it, but unfortunately, we have to. However, for Amazon sellers, some recent changes in legislation has made it much easier for us. So I'm going to show you how dealing with sales taxes on Amazon works now and what you need to do. First off, it's important to differentiate between sales tax and income tax. I see way too many people getting the two confused. Sales tax is what you pay extra when you buy something, like when you buy a pair of shoes that's for sale for $100, but you're charged sales tax on top of that, so you end up paying a total of, let's say, $110. That extra $10 is sales tax, and how much sales tax depends on where you're buying the item at. There can be city sales tax, state sales tax, and federal sales tax. So as an Amazon seller, you're selling items on Amazon, so you don't pay sales tax on the products you sell, the buyer does. And I think this is where a lot of people get confused. For example, if you're selling an item on Amazon for $20, the buyer is going to pay $20 plus whatever the tax rate is, not you. Now, income tax, on the other hand, is a tax that you have to pay based on how much money you make from working. This is usually a deduction that you see on your paycheck, but that's an entirely different topic on its own. However, I will touch on how Amazon handles this later on in the video to help you file your income tax. Now, before moving on, I just want to be clear that I'm not a tax expert, so consider everything you see in this video for informational purposes only. If you have any specific questions about your circumstances, you should consult with a tax professional. Okay? Now, due to recent changes in legislation for online retailers like Amazon and eBay, which are considered marketplace facilitators, they're now responsible for handling sales tax for their sellers. What that means is, as a seller on their platform, Amazon will calculate, collect, report, and remit sales tax on your behalf. So what does this mean for you? Simply put, you don't have to worry about the complexities of managing sales tax. Amazon does it all for you, and I'll explain a bit more about this in a minute. There are a few caveats though that I want to go over, and this is specific to the US. I'm not sure how this works in other countries, but when you register your business, most states will require you to obtain a sales tax permit. And that's because when you start a business, you're obviously selling something, so they expect you to collect sales tax. But even though Amazon is now handling the sales tax for you, you might still need to file in your home state to show your annual sales. However, because Amazon is collecting and remitting the sales tax for you, your taxable sales will just be $0, meaning you owe nothing. Because again, Amazon is collecting and remitting to your home state for you. This is because your home state sees your total sales as a deduction, meaning that you report the sales, but you don't actually owe anything, thanks to Amazon's facilitation. Now, there might be another scenario where you might still have tax liability, and that has to do with FBA, which stands for Fulfillment by Amazon. If you're doing FBA, which means you're sending your inventory to Amazon's warehouses, Amazon will distribute your inventory to their warehouses around the country to better fulfill their Amazon Prime shipping service to their Amazon Prime members. In this situation, you could establish a physical presence in various states, known as Nexus, which might require you to register and file in those states. Nexus is when you meet specific minimum sales thresholds for that state. For example, in Arkansas, the physical presence or economic threshold is $100,000 in sales or 200 sales in a year. Or in California, it's $500,000 in a year. You'll need to consider if this will affect your tax liability. So if Amazon doesn't collect sales tax on your behalf in any state where you do have Nexus, then you may have to file in those states. You can actually check to see where your inventory is being stored using Amazon's inventory detail report. Similarly, for states without sales tax, such as Delaware, Montana, New Hampshire, and Oregon, you should consult with a CPA to ensure that you're fully compliant with their local regulations. This might involve registering in those states and understanding any nuances in their tax laws that could affect your business. So basically, what I'm suggesting is, if you're more of a risk-adverse type of person, then it might be helpful to be proactive about your potential tax liabilities for states where you have Nexus, states that don't have sales tax, and states where Amazon isn't collecting sales tax for you. By consulting with a tax professional to make sure that you stay compliant with their state tax laws and avoid any surprises during tax season. Now, you can actually check to see which states are actively being managed by Amazon in Seller Central. Click on Settings, Tax Settings, and take note that it says here, marketplace tax collection states have been added rapidly. So as legislation continues to evolve, Amazon is updating these settings. So as you can see here, if you scroll through this list, you can see all the states that Amazon is currently collecting sales tax for me. If you click on the Add States button here, you can see that there's a few states on my list here that are unchecked. These are the states where Amazon currently isn't collecting sales tax on my account, such as Delaware, Montana, New Hampshire, and Oregon. But this makes sense because these states don't have sales tax, so no tax needs to be collected. So basically, as you can see, every state that does have sales tax is already pre-selected by default, and Amazon is handling all of the tax collection and remittance for me. But you should log into your own Seller Central account though, just to verify that for yourself. Now, as I just showed you, because Amazon is handling all of the necessary states for me, I personally don't worry about filing due to FBA or having Nexus in each state. But like I said, if you're more risk adverse, then definitely speak to a CPA. Now, one more thing that I want to mention here is that each year, if you do more than $20,000 in gross sales or have more than 200 transactions or $600 in total sales with no transactions, Amazon will provide you with a 1099-K form. A 1099-K form is what's used to report income earned through online platforms for tax purposes, and Amazon will provide this form to you by January 31st of that year for you to file your tax return. You can download your 1099-K form from the Reports Tax Document Library page. And if you need help on how to file your tax return, you can find more information in this section here. And I'll leave a link to this page down in the description below. One of the best moments of selling on Amazon is when you make your very first sale. But do you know what the worst moment is? When you get your first customer return. Unfortunately, it won't be the last, but it doesn't have to be as bad as you think. So in order for you to understand how to make the best out of each return, I'm going to explain to you how the entire Amazon return and refunding process works, including strategies that you can use to reduce or even prevent getting returns altogether, as well as how to make sure you get all of your reimbursement money owed to you back whenever Amazon does decide to give you your money back. Especially now that Amazon has started charging us sellers a new return processing fee, which I'll tell you all about in a minute. All right, so first of all, if you're doing FBM, which means you're doing all of the order fulfillment yourself, and you're not doing FBA, which stands for Fulfillment by Amazon, where Amazon is handling all of the order fulfillment from picking and packing, labeling, shipping, customer service, and all of the customer returns and refunds, then you need to deal with the customer and handle all of the returns and refunds yourself. So all of that is on you. However, if you are doing FBA, then this is how the Amazon returns and refunds process works. Now, I'm sure all of us have bought things on Amazon and even returned some items we didn't like, and the whole return process was smooth and painless, right? Well, that's because Amazon has a pretty open stance when it comes to customer returns. Amazon has always put the buyer first, and therefore they offer a 30-day return policy with pretty much no stipulations. Now, during the holidays, and some categories actually have extended return policies, like baby items and birthday gift lists have a 90-day return policy. So what actually happens when a customer makes a return? Well, two things take place. The first has to do with the Amazon fees that you paid as an FBA seller. When the customer initially bought the item from you, they paid the sale price that you charged for the item. Now, within that price that they paid, Amazon deducts the FBA fees, which consists of the fulfillment fee and the referral fee. And whatever the remaining balance is, that's credited to your seller account as your gross profit. So for example, let's say you sold an item for $30. And let's say the total FBA fees are $9. Then the buyer is charged $30. Amazon deducts $9 in fees, and then Amazon will credit your seller account with the remaining balance of $21, which is your gross profit. But here's the thing. If a buyer returns the item, you don't get to keep that $21. You're probably going to end up losing money on that sale and more, depending on several factors. So let's go over these different scenarios. In the first scenario, if the buyer wants to return the item and they request a refund, but they don't send the item back to Amazon within 45 days of the refund, then in most cases, Amazon will end up charging the customer for the original sale price, and you get to keep the revenue from the sale as if the return never happened. This is the best case scenario. However, if the buyer does send the item back to Amazon, then when Amazon receives it, it goes through their return evaluation inspection process where they'll evaluate whether the item is in resellable condition or not. If Amazon determines that it is in resellable condition, meaning that it's in its original new condition, then Amazon will put it back into your inventory to be resold. But there's a caveat here that I learned the hard way, which we'll talk about in a minute. Now, what also happens is they'll deduct the revenue of the sale from your account. So if we were using the previous example, they'll deduct the $21 from you. And not only that, Amazon will not reimburse you any of the FBA fees. So you also lose the $9 in FBA fees that you paid. So essentially, instead of making $21, you're losing $9 out of your pocket because of the return. But that's not all. As of June 1st, 2024, Amazon is now charging an additional returns processing fee. Yeah, it's exactly what it sounds like. So if you're getting more returns than what Amazon deems as normal for your product category, it's actually all explained on this page here. Then depending on the category your product is in, you'll be charged an additional processing fee on each returned item, which can be as much as 12.8%. I know it sucks, but that's just how it is. But later on in this video, I'll show you how you can reduce your returns and mitigate this problem. Now, if Amazon determines that the returned item isn't in resellable condition, then Amazon is going to determine who's at fault. You can see here on this table the different possible conditions. If the item is damaged or carrier damaged, then Amazon will take full responsibility. They'll take ownership of the item and fully reimburse you for the item, including the cost of the item, making you whole again. You don't get to keep the profits though. You just don't end up losing any money. It's as if the sale never happened. Now, if the item is customer damaged, defective, or expired, such as if it was due to poor manufacturing or quality control, then Amazon will not take responsibility and you will not get reimbursed the cost of the item or the FBA fees. I'll leave a link to this page down in the description below if you want to read more about it on your own. Now, one thing to note, if the item is not in resellable condition, Amazon will not return the item back to your inventory to be resold. Obviously, what will happen is it'll be placed in your inventory as unsellable, and you'll have the option to either have Amazon destroy the item, donate it, or you can have it shipped somewhere, such as to yourself if you want to inspect it, refurbish, or do whatever you want with it. However, in these cases, there are fees involved. So for example, to have Amazon remove or dispose of it, it'll cost you around $1.04 per unit, depending on the size and weight of the item. Now, you can actually automate this action in your seller account under Automate Unfulfilled settings here. For example, if you enable this option, you can enroll the unfulfillable items to either have them refurbished or grade and resell, or you can have it liquidated in order to try to recover some of your losses. Or you can choose to just have them returned to you or disposed of here. Now, one thing you need to be aware of, if a customer contacts you directly about returning an item or getting a refund, and you issue the refund to them yourself, meaning the buyer doesn't go through the normal product return process on their Amazon account order history, Amazon will not reimburse you anything. So always ask your customer to go through the standard Amazon return process through their order history. And speaking of reimbursements, when Amazon owes you money, such as reimbursements for returns and damaged items or lost or missing inventory, quite often it doesn't get processed and you don't get paid. In fact, it's happened to me in the past and quite often it goes unnoticed. What I've found is that it's so much easier using a tool to help me get all the money that Amazon owes me instead of trying to find all of the missing money manually. Helium 10's Refund Genie tool is an absolute game changer to help ensure you're not leaving any money on the table, especially when it comes to customer returns and refunds. The reality is, Amazon's reimbursement process can be tedious and complex, often leading you to missing out on the reimbursements that you're entitled to. And Refund Genie simplifies this by automatically identifying any inventory discrepancies, such as customer returns that were not properly refunded. So if you already have a subscription to Helium 10, make sure to give Refund Genie a try. But if you're new to Helium 10, I have a link to a free trial and a coupon so you can save some money if you decide to upgrade, and you can find the link down in the video description below. Now, with that said, sometimes Amazon may send replacement items to your customer instead of a refund if they requested it. In those cases, Amazon will ship a replacement item to them for free from your inventory, so you as the seller won't get paid for it. So basically, you end up eating the cost of that replacement item, although you still get to keep the revenue from the original sale. And before moving on, a pro tip. When I first started, anytime I had a customer return, I was glad that the item was in resellable condition since I can resell it and not lose more money on it. But here's the problem. I started getting bad reviews from customers saying that the item looked used or was damaged. And I figured out that it was because whoever does the product inspections with returned items isn't very good at their job. They're marking unsellable items as resellable. But you can't really blame them. They don't know what your product is supposed to look like and things slip by. So in my opinion, it simply isn't worth it putting any returned item back into my inventory to resell. But here's the problem. there's no setting to make all returns unsellable. So how I got around this is on my packaging, I made sure that in order to open it, the package gets damaged somehow. So if it is returned, there's no way it will be in resellable condition. One easy way to do that is to use extremely sticky sticker seals on a box or poly bag, kind of like what you see here. So when they're ripped off, it damages the box or poly bag. Or if the customer cuts it, it's obvious that it's been opened. Okay, so now that you understand how the entire returns and refunds process works, how can you reduce the number of returns that you get? Well, first of all, returns are unavoidable. It's part of the business of selling any product. In fact, on average, about 5 to 10% of in-store purchases are returned. However, that rises to 15 to 40% for online purchases. That's why I stay away from those types of products. One way to lower the amount of returns that you get is to listen to your customer. And that's one issue that I had with one of my products. I thought I had everything covered from the listing quality to every aspect of the product itself. But then I got a couple of returns and both customers said that the item was smaller than they expected. And that's when I realized that I wasn't clear enough in my product listing on how big the item was when used in the environment. And I wouldn't have known this unless I did my due diligence and fixed the problem. When you get returns in your FBA returns dashboard, always check to see if the customer left a reason for the return. Now, most of the time it'll be useless information like you can see here, or if they did leave a comment, it might not be helpful. But sometimes it can be. It helped me identify a small problem that I was able to make a quick fix for in my listing and never got a return because of that reason again. That's why it's important to always be very detailed in your product description. Clearly state what the product can and cannot do so that there's no ambiguity. Accurately describe the materials, size, and color, and this way you can avoid getting returns due to a misunderstanding. The key is to be proactive here. That way you can avoid returns altogether, since returns usually come with bad reviews. Now, if it is a product or quality control issue, then you need to make sure that you're always having a product inspection done before your product leaves your manufacturer's warehouse so that you can ensure the quality of your products. If you do start to get returns, and regardless if the customers are leaving a reason or not, especially if you just launched a new product, I suggest having the items sent back to you so that you can inspect them yourself to see if there is a quality control issue. That way, if you do find that there is a defect or a problem, you can have it resolved with your manufacturer. And of course, you want to always avoid getting too many returns, not just because you're losing money and getting bad reviews, but because you can lose your selling privileges. Amazon tracks your account health based on several metrics. One of them is the ODR, or order defect rate. This is a measure of your ability to provide a good customer experience. An ODR above 1% may result in account deactivation. Amazon also tracks your return rate ratio. As I said earlier, returns can vary from 5 to 15% or higher depending on the category, but if your return rate ratio gets too high, not only will Amazon start charging you the return processing fees, but if you continue to keep getting returns, Amazon will suspend your listing and you'll have to submit what's called a formal plan of action, explaining exactly how you plan to fix the problem. And if approved, only then will Amazon reactivate your listing. But like I said, no matter what you do, returns are going to happen. So you really should just focus on getting more sales and growing your Amazon business. And while you're doing that, there will come a time when you encounter problems with your Amazon account. So in this next section, let's talk about how you can get help from seller support. How do you get help when you have questions or problems with your Amazon seller account or Amazon business? Ready? Let's go. Okay, so when you need help with your account, whether it's something critical or not, naturally you can contact a support agent to get help. There used to be a convenient chat message option, but they've removed that. And so now the only options you have is to email seller support or speak to an agent over the phone. Now, if you don't have an Amazon professional account, meaning you're not paying the $39.99 monthly fee, then you only have the option to email. The same is true if you've signed up for a seller account and your account is still in the verification process. You can only contact support by email or by smashing the like button for the YouTube algorithm. Turning that thumb blue may not help you get in contact with seller support, but it does help get this video out to more people just like you, and I'd appreciate it. Now, if you're on a desktop, you can contact seller support by logging into Seller Central and clicking on Help. And in this section here, it's going to offer you help on topics that it thinks you need assistance with. However, what we want to do is speak to an agent, so you'll want to scroll down to the bottom and click on Get Support. Selling on Amazon. Skip this section here and click on Browse for your issue, your account, other account issues, and then describe your problem or question that you have. I'm just going to put something random in here like unrecognized charges on my account. Click on Continue, and then click on My issue is not listed. Click on Continue, and you'll notice now that you have the option to email and to phone. For me, if it's an issue that isn't critical, like I just have a question or something, I'll just contact seller support by email. They'll usually get back to me pretty quick. If it's urgent, like I have an account issue or a problem with one of my listings, then I'll use the phone option. Just enter your phone number here and seller support will call you. Usually you'll get a call within just a few minutes. Just make sure that you have all your information, details, and questions ready so you're prepared to speak to the agent and you're not wasting anyone's time. Speaking to an agent over the phone is actually easier if you use the Amazon mobile app. So if you haven't already, download the app from the App Store and log in. Tap the 3 bars on the top left, tap on Seller Support, then choose Contact Seller Support, Fulfillment by Amazon, then FBA Issues. And bam, you can enter your phone number here. All right, and that's it. It's really that easy. Now, one thing I want to mention in my experience over the last 3 years of helping other people, I've noticed that a lot of people seem to be hesitant to contact seller support, almost like they're afraid to speak to a support agent. Now, I'm not sure where that fear comes from, but I can assure you, if you have a problem, the best way to resolve it is to speak to the person that can fix it for you. And this is the first place that I turn to when I have account issues. On that note, you can also get help online. I have a huge Facebook community with over 25,000 members, and there's many knowledgeable and helpful people there, including myself, that are very active in answering people's questions. I'll leave a link to my group in the video description below if you're not already a member and you'd like to join. Everyone's welcome. And lastly, answers to countless questions are already at your fingertips. Amazon has its own community forums that you can do a search on, and you can also do a quick search on Google. And although I think that I have the ability to do everything, I certainly don't have all of the answers. And when I have a question, I want the answer right now so I can keep moving forward. I can usually find the answer on my own in just a few minutes rather than posting a question somewhere and waiting and hoping for someone to reply with a satisfactory answer. Just remember, one of the key attributes for success is the ability to be resourceful and not rely on other people. All right, now that you know where you can get help when you need it, let's talk about the most exciting part of your Amazon business. How do you actually get paid by Amazon for the sales that you've made? Did you know when you sell an item on Amazon, you don't get access to that money right away? In fact, you might not even get access to it at all. The thing is, if you're planning to start an Amazon business, Amazon doesn't actually make it very clear upfront on how you get paid. And in reality, the process isn't as simple as you might think. My name is Crescent, and in this video, I'm going to show you the exact process of how Amazon pays you, how long it takes to get your money, and how you can get your money faster so that there's no surprises on your end so you can properly manage your business and cash flow. You know, with a regular 9-to-5 job, most people normally get paid with a paycheck every 2 weeks, or they might even get a direct deposit into their bank account. And for others, their boss might even pay them with cash. It may sound pretty obvious, but how you get paid is something that you should be very familiar with so that you can manage your finances, right? Now, when it comes to getting paid on Amazon, Amazon pays its sellers in pretty much the same way. The payouts from your sales are called disbursements. And disbursements, by default, are paid out every 2 weeks or 14 days. When that 14-day cycle starts is based on the calendar day that you registered your Amazon seller account. So not everyone is going to get paid on the same day. It depends on when you signed up. Okay, so I know you're probably thinking that sounds pretty simple enough. What's so difficult to understand about that? Well, the thing is, if you sold $1,000 worth of products, Amazon doesn't actually pay you out $1,000. They hold on to a portion of it. Of course, I'm simplifying this example considerably. You'd have to deduct the Amazon fees and some other things, but even then, you won't get paid out the entire remaining balance. or what's called your proceeds. What they hold back is called the account level reserve. The reason why they hold back a portion is to ensure there's enough funds in your account to cover any claims or chargebacks. Now, how this process works is the confusing part. If you do a search in the Amazon help documentation, you'll find this page. You can see here that it says, we typically reserve your sales proceeds until a certain number of days after the delivery date of an order to ensure you have enough funds to fulfill any refund requests from buyers. We determine the exact number of days based on an assessment of your overall risk and historical performance, with the default being 7 days after the delivery date. So what does that actually mean? Well, conveniently, here's a graphic that describes the process. So let's say a buyer makes a purchase on January 1st. The item is shipped out and the actual delivery date is on January 6th. So January 6th is when the 7-day reserve period starts. As you can see here, the funds for that sale are available on January 14. Now, those of you that are quick at math are like, wait, that's not 7 days, that's 8. Well, you're right. After the 7-day reserve period, the funds are made available the following day, so on the 8th day. Okay, does that make sense? So what does that mean that the funds are available? What it means is that on your next payout date, which in this example is on the 24th, the funds for this sale are available to be paid out to you. However, remember the disbursements are paid out every 14 days. So back on January 10th, you also got paid out, as you can see here. But the funds for this sale weren't available for that January 10 payout date because the reserve period had not yet expired. Make sense? So in summary, all of your sales that are eligible for payout prior to your next payment date will be paid out to you on the next disbursement. The sales that weren't eligible will be rolled over to the next payout date, and you'll see it in your account as the starting balance. Okay, so a couple of things to be aware of. First, if you're doing FBA, Amazon is going to know the exact delivery date because Amazon is doing the order fulfillment. But if you're doing FBM, the delivery date is based on the estimated delivery date, and the 7-day reserve period will be calculated based on that estimated date. And second, Amazon may hold back additional funds based on your seller account age, account status, or seller feedback. So if you're a new Amazon seller, or if you have less than average selling status or feedback, then expect to see more of your funds being held back. In fact, as a new seller, I wouldn't expect to see your first disbursement payout for at least 4 to 6 weeks. All right, so now that you understand how the process of getting paid works, how does Amazon actually pay you? When your disbursement date arrives, Amazon initiates an ACH transfer directly to your bank account. The bank account is the one you set up in your Seller Central account. You can find the account details or change the bank account under Settings, Account Info, Deposit Methods. Keep in mind that the ACH transfer can take up to 5 business days to post to your bank account. So if we go back to our previous example, if your scheduled payment date is on January 24, then you may not actually see the money in your account until January 29. Now, if you want to track the status of your disbursements, you can actually track that in Seller Central under the Reports, Payments, Disbursements tab. You can see your payout statuses here. And one thing to keep in mind, in order for you to get a disbursement, you must have a positive account balance, a valid credit card on file, a valid bank account on file, and have eligible funds to transfer. Otherwise, you won't get a disbursement on your scheduled payment date. All right, so this is the default payment schedule that Amazon uses. But what if you need access to your money sooner? What if you don't want to wait, or you can't wait the 14 days? Like you need cash to buy more inventory, pay advertising, bills, or whatever. Well, you can use the request payment option to get paid sooner. It'll calculate the eligible funds that you can access up to the current date, rather to the end of the payment period, and initiate a transfer to your bank account now, rather than on the scheduled 14-day payment period. Although, Keep in mind that it can still take up to 5 business days for the money to post to your bank account. And by requesting a payment, it'll also reset that 14-day payment cycle to the day you requested this payment. And so this is actually a pretty common technique sellers use. Instead of having to wait 14 days, some sellers will request a payment every week or even every day so they can put that money to use right away. So what if even the request money option isn't fast enough for you, or you need access to more money than is available? Well, that's where Payability can help. Payability is the financial toolkit for e-commerce sellers, empowering e-commerce sellers with friction-free cash flow and working capital solutions. Instead of waiting days or weeks to get your cash, Payability provides accelerated daily payouts for marketplace sales, marketplaces like Amazon. When you need cash flow to fund your business now, with Payability's instant access, you get paid out the next day. That's right, access your cash in less than 24 hours each day, every day. Just apply using my link, join.payability.com/crescentko. There's absolutely no credit checks, and e-commerce businesses get approved for funding in as little as 24 hours. Instant access is available to you even if you don't live in the US. And if you need working capital to grow your business, Payability's Instant Advance offers capital advances of up to $250,000 that you can use to purchase more inventory, launch a new product, marketing, or anything else you need to take your business to the next level. And best of all, instant access isn't a loan. Funding is revenue-based. Payability is buying a small portion of your future sales, so sellers like you don't have to take on debt or give up any equity. You can learn more by clicking the link in the video description below. Again, applying is quick and easy. There's no credit checks, and you can get funds directly to your bank account in as fast as the next business day. And as an exclusive offer to my community, apply now and you'll get a $250 sign-on bonus when you get funded. Just click the link in the video description below to find more information and get started. Again, there's no credit checks or obligations, so apply now to take advantage of this exclusive offer. All you have to do is click the link in the video description and you can get your money as soon as 1 business day. All right? So this is how you get paid as an Amazon seller. One of the most common questions I get asked about getting paid is why a payment didn't go through. Well, if you're expecting to get a disbursement payment and you don't see it, the most common reason is because you have incorrect or invalid bank account or credit card information in your seller account. Or you have a negative balance, meaning you actually owe Amazon money, so there's no money to pay out. So make sure you check those out first. All right, so now that you understand the step-by-step process of how to start selling on Amazon, let's talk about how much money you need to get started. If you're considering starting your Amazon business today, just like starting any other type of business, one of the first things you should consider is the financial investment. Today, we're going to talk about what the realistic costs are and factoring in the recent Amazon changes. I'm also going to share with you some bonus tips at the end of the video on how you can save a ton of money that I've discovered and put together through my experience. Now, I'm going to try to keep this as simple and organized as possible since there's going to be a lot of numbers flying around. But first, I want to dispel some bad information that I see floating around on the internet. I see a lot of people claiming that you can start an Amazon business with like $500 to $1,000 with excellent results. And that might be the reason that enticed you to look into starting your own Amazon business. But I want to tell you right now that it's highly unlikely to happen. I'm not saying that it's impossible. I've actually seen people do it, but it's not likely or realistic. So don't expect to be one of those few. Amazon isn't a get-rich-quick scheme, and it will take commitment and dedication from you, not just with money, but with your time if you want to succeed. So if that's not something you're willing to do, then Amazon probably isn't the right business model for you. All right, so with that out of the way, what are the realistic costs involved? Well, there's the core expenses, which everyone will incur. There's optional or recommended expenses, and then there's the unknowns. So let's start from the beginning and I'll go over everything that's involved and which parts are required and which parts are optional and why, and then we'll total everything up in the end. Okay, so first, it should be pretty obvious if you want to sell on Amazon, you'll need to have an Amazon seller account. There's 2 plans you can choose from, the individual account and the professional account. The individual account is free, but you are charged a fee for each item that you sell. The pro account is $39.99 a month. And as you can see here, if you sell more than 40 units a month, it's not worth it to get an individual account. You also don't get access to all the seller features with the individual account. So what I suggest you do is get the professional account right away so you can play around with the system and learn how to use it. If you're really penny pinching though, you could start with the individual account, but you'll want to upgrade to the pro account when you've found your first product and you're ready to move forward with it. To be quite frank though, if spending $40 a month is a struggle for you, you'll want to save up some more money so you can start this business off on the right foot with the ability to get everything you need to set yourself up for success. Okay, so when setting up your seller account, you can either set up your account as a business or as an individual. Now, selling on Amazon as an individual doesn't cost you anything. You'd just be claiming any revenue as personal income, but you don't get any tax or liability benefits. Setting up a registered business has many advantages, such as a tax shelter and liability protection. There are different business types you can set up, from a sole proprietorship all the way to an LLC. And the prices can vary from $50 to as much as $800 or more, depending on the type of business and what state you're registering in. Now, if you don't have a registered business, you can still sell on Amazon as an individual. You don't need to have a registered business to sell on Amazon. But once you do reach a certain level of sales, such as $10,000 a month, then definitely register a business at that time. One thing to note that a lot of people don't realize is that Amazon's terms of service does state that all professional seller accounts need to have liability insurance. Now, this might sound scary, but don't worry, it's not. I didn't get insurance until like 7 or 8 months into selling on Amazon. Amazon doesn't actually check if you have insurance or not, but it's just like having home insurance or car insurance. It's not something you want to get caught without in case something does happen with one of your products. What I suggest is, if you sell products that you think can in any sort of way injure someone or their property, then get insurance right away. Products like food, creams or lotions, anything someone would ingest or put on or in their body or plug into the wall can cause a fire, swallow, or hurt themselves in any way, then definitely get insurance. If it's a product where you don't think any of this can happen, then if you have higher risk tolerance, then wait. But keep in mind that liability insurance isn't that expensive. If you get insurance from popular companies like Wells Fargo or Geico, for example, it's as little as $50 to $80 a month. Okay, moving on. The most important part of selling on Amazon is choosing the right products to sell. I can't stress this enough. I see so many people choosing products based on intuition, a feeling, or what they think is a good product, or just seeing what's already selling well on Amazon, and that's simply not the right way to find products to sell. You need to find products that have consistent sales, high demand, and low competition. And nowadays, there are powerful tools out there that can help you do this and make it far easier than in the past, where this type of data wasn't even available. The product research tool that I use and recommend is Jungle Scout. There's 3 tiers you can choose from, but the one I suggest you get is the Suite. It has all the options and features you'll need, from product research, keyword research, listing creation, and product launch. If you subscribe annually, it's $49 a month, which you get a huge discount of $240. Otherwise, if you prefer to subscribe monthly, it's $69 a month. What I suggest you do is not actually lock yourself in for a whole year. When you're just starting out, get the monthly subscription while you're doing product research. Product research typically takes around 2 to 3 months, so once you've found your first product, you can go ahead and cancel the subscription and rejoin later when you're ready to find your next product. Or if you want to continue to use the tools while you're doing your product launch, for example, then use it until you're done and then cancel. But I've got an extra step for you. I actually have a coupon where you can save up to 30% off, and I'll leave a link to this coupon in the video description below. All right, so once you've used Jungle Scout and found a product, you'll want to contact some suppliers to get the product manufactured. However, before committing to a manufacturer, it's important to get some samples of the product from multiple manufacturers in order to vet their quality. This is a step that I see a lot of people overlooking because they feel that it's too expensive. Suppliers will typically tell you that the samples are free, but you do have to pay for the shipping. And this is pretty much industry standard. Shipping usually costs around $50 to $100 depending on what it is. And if you're talking to 3 or 4 suppliers, yeah, I agree, it does seem to get overly expensive. But realize that if you don't vet the suppliers, you risk getting products that don't match what you expect, are completely different, or are of poor quality. And believe me, it happens. And as usual, there are ways you can save some money. First, there are services that will consolidate all of those samples that you order and ship them together for you. Just do a search on Google for sample consolidation. And second, the supplier will generally reimburse you the cost of the sample when you place your first order. So make sure you bring that up to them when you place your order. And a pro tip here, a lot of people overlook the fact that you're competing against all the other sellers of the same product on Amazon, and that if you want to beat them, you should know what the top sellers are doing with their products by ordering a unit from the top 3 or 4 sellers, so you can see the quality of their product, how they're packaging it, and what promotional material they're including. It's like spying on your enemy. So an average unit cost of a competitor's product is probably going to be around $20. Sun Tzu even said, "Know the enemy and know yourself. In 100 battles, you will never be in peril." So once you've decided on a supplier, you need to place an order for your product. The cost here can vary drastically based on the product itself and how many units you're ordering. Whether you're customizing it or modifying it, adding a feature, changing the material, or bundling it with another item, all will affect the cost. A typical first order is usually around 300 to 1,000 units. And the thing is you don't want to guess this amount. When doing your product research, you should have a good idea of how many units the product sells each day and month. You'll want to order enough units to last you at least a month, or enough to last you until you can reorder without having to run out of stock. So figuring out how many units to order is beyond the scope of this video, but if you want to learn more about it, I'll post a link to a video on this in the description below. And as an example, if you're doing a product like these silicone rings, they'll cost around 5 cents to 10 cents each. Whereas if you're doing something like my favorite can openers, you can see they're somewhere around $2 each. This price is for what suppliers call the MOQ, which is the minimum order quantity. And typically, the more you order, the cheaper it is per unit. So like I said, the cost of inventory varies. So I would give it a rough estimate of around $1,000. Now, in order to list your products to sell on Amazon, you need to have what's called a UPC barcode for each of your products. Amazon's barcode policy states that you need to buy your UPC barcodes directly from GS1, and that if you use third-party barcodes, you risk having your listing or selling privileges removed. GS1 barcodes normally cost $250 for 10 barcodes with an additional $50 annual renewal fee. Whereas third-party barcodes from places like Nationwide Barcodes are around $10 each. So as you can see, it's tempting to buy third-party barcodes. The thing is, Amazon hasn't really enforced their GS1 barcode policy. I've always used third-party barcodes and never had a problem. However, a pro tip here, recently, it's no longer worth it anymore to use third-party barcodes or even get a GTIN exemption. If we take a closer look on the GS1 website, they've recently updated their pricing, and as you can see here, you can now get a single GS1 UPC barcode directly from GS1 for only $30 with no annual fee. Now, when your product is manufactured, you need to have it shipped from your supplier's warehouse to Amazon. Your supplier is most likely overseas in China, so you have 2 options. You can ship it by air or by sea. Air shipping is the fastest and usually takes around 7 to 10 business days, but is expensive. Whereas sea shipping is the cheapest way to ship, but can take 3 to 8 weeks. What I suggest is for your first shipment, which is usually pretty small, like around 300 to 500 units, I would ship it all by air and start selling as soon as possible. On subsequent orders, when you're ordering 5,000 or 10,000 units, that's when sea shipping would make more sense and you can save a lot more money and you can plan for the 3 to 8 week delivery time. The price for shipping by air depends on the size and weight of your shipment, but products that are in Amazon's standard size tier, which is generally something that can fit inside a shoebox and weighs less than a pound, you can expect to pay around $700 to $1,000 for shipping. And don't forget about shipping insurance too. Shipments go missing, planes crash, ships sink, and who knows? It's a cheap investment to protect your shipment. It's as little as around $75 for a $10,000 insured value. Also keep in mind that the time of year can affect the cost of shipping too. Prices are the highest during Q4 because of the holiday rush as well as the time around Chinese New Year. COVID-19 has also affected shipping costs and shipping times, with the quarantines and lockdowns affecting workers at the warehouses, shipping facilities, and ports. Okay, so one crucial step before you ship your products, make sure you have a product inspection done. I can't stress enough how important this step is. I've seen too many times where the production units weren't up to par, or there was a miscommunication somewhere and the products ended up being manufactured incorrectly, like the wrong color, wrong size, or assembled incorrectly. I've also seen times where the quality of the final production units didn't match the quality of the samples that were originally sent. Now, you don't want that to happen to you, right? So for at least the first 2 or 3 orders, have an inspection done. It's a small investment for your peace of mind and to protect your large investment. Inspections aren't that expensive. They cost around $150 to $300 depending on what you want done. Now, in some cases, if your product is stupidly simple that no one can possibly mess it up during manufacturing, then you may not need to have an inspection done. For example, if your product is something as simple as these silicone rings, you can just have your contact at your supplier send you detailed photo updates during the manufacturing process, or even do a live Skype or FaceTime session so you can see your products and make sure they're how you expect them to be. Now, onto the items that will add value to your product. Firstly, you want to put your brand or logo on the product. Doing so gives your product credibility and will help prevent other sellers who may want to copy you, called hijackers. Now, if you're not artistic, you can hire a designer to create a logo for you. A popular place to find a logo designer is on Fiverr.com. Logos can cost anywhere from $25 to $50 or more. However, keep in mind that you typically get what you pay for here. So look through the designer's portfolios and see if their work is what you had in your mind before hiring them. A good place to find designers where designers have already been vetted is on Jungle Scout's market. I would personally hire a designer from here, as all the designers have been vetted by Jungle Scout, so you can be assured that the quality will be top-notch. A pro tip is to hire a designer that will design your logo as well as your packaging. You can usually get a far better deal, and the design is more cohesive since it's all done by a single designer. Which brings us to the next item, which is the package design. Don't underestimate the value of having good packaging. The perceived value as well as the unboxing experience can add a lot of value to your product. Opening a plain plastic poly bag or a cheap cardboard box just isn't the same as a well-designed package like an Apple product. It screams quality and doesn't add much to the cost. As you can see, you can get a package design with logo for around $100 or more. And finally, the most important part of your Amazon product listing is the photos of your product. The quality of your photos will make or break the success of your product. Poor quality photos is an immediate turnoff to potential buyers, as it doesn't show off the quality of your product. It's not doing it any justice. So don't try to take photos yourself. Unless you're a professional product photographer, always have professional photos taken by a professional. Just like with the logo design, you really get what you pay for with professional photos. Expect to pay around $150 to $700 or more for a set of product photos. The more complex you want the photos, such as having to hire models or having a custom set, will increase the cost. And once again, you can find product photographers on Fiverr.com, Upwork.com, or on Jungle Scout's market. All right, so that pretty much covers all the known costs. So you can see over here that I've totaled up all the costs, and you can see the lower and upper range depending on what certain things cost. Now, there's also the unknowns that I want to go over so you're aware and can be prepared. You should keep a buffer on hand so that you can cover any expenses that come up. For example, if you ordered, let's say 500 units and you're selling really well and you need to reorder, will you have enough funds on hand to do so? The thing is, as you're making sales, you don't get that money paid back to you right away. Amazon pays you every 2 weeks. So you can't count on using that revenue to pay for expenses like future orders. Now, there's also a couple of things that you need to consider that's a bit different during COVID-19 and its effects on Amazon and shipping. For example, right now, Amazon has a 200 unit storage limit on all new ASINs. So if you order more than 200 units from your supplier, you're going to have to find a place to store your extra units and send in more inventory as you sell on Amazon. You can store the extra inventory at your house, a storage unit, your freight forwarders, or at a 3PL service. So that's an extra cost that you'll have to bear. How much that ends up costing depends on what you can negotiate with whoever ends up storing that extra inventory for you. If you store it at your house, you can probably do that for free. But a storage unit, depending on the size, can be $20 a month and up. A freight forwarder or 3PL will probably charge you based on how much space your inventory takes up, which might end up being just a few dollars per square foot. Another unknown is your marketing and PPC costs. There's really no way to estimate what this is going to cost, so it really depends on how competitive the niche is and what your budget is. More competitive niches will generally have higher ad costs since the sellers are driving up the costs on those ads. So ultimately, how much it costs depends on what you can afford to spend, whether that's $10 a day or $10,000 a month. The thing is, once you've put together an optimized ad campaign, the advertising dollars isn't a net loss. For example, for every dollar you spend on ads, you're actually making $1.50 back in revenue. All right, and lastly, let's talk about education. What price can you put on properly learning this business so you can set yourself up for success? For some reason, there's a negative connotation when it comes to educating yourself with anything that's tech related. For some reason, a lot of people feel the best option is to learn on your own. Sure, you can do that, but how far can you really get on your own? If you are aspiring to be a professional athlete, do you think playing with your friends in your backyard every day will get you there? Or do you think taking it seriously and having a professional trainer and a professional coach would be the best strategy to achieve that goal? Lawyers, doctors, pilots, every person at Google and SpaceX went to school to learn their trade so they can get their dream jobs. So ask yourself, if money wasn't an issue, what do you think the best option would be for yourself? So I'm not going to try to sell you on a course. That's entirely up to you, but I strongly suggest that you consider your education and how it will affect your path through this business venture and what the end result will be. Find a mentor you can relate with and follow their footsteps. Why learn from your own mistakes when you can learn from someone else's? I went to college for 7 years and I have 2 degrees, yet I've taken countless courses to learn whatever it is that I need to learn, including Amazon. I took a course and learned the entire Amazon business over 1 weekend. You could scour YouTube and Facebook groups for months and still not learn everything. The problem is you don't know what you don't know. And it's those little things that can cause your business to fail. So how much is your time and that knowledge worth to you? I've seen courses range from under $100 to well over $5,000. The thing is you really get what you pay for. So again, find someone that's already been through the hard knocks and is already successful that you can connect with and learn from them. My advice is learn from people that you would want to trade lives with. To be quite frank, if your friends, family, or parents don't have the life that you want to live, then taking their financial advice probably isn't the best thing to do. All right, so let's summarize all of the costs. If you include everything that I discussed, you can see that to start your Amazon business, you're looking at around $3,600 to $5,600. Now, if you want to slim things down by removing the optional items or items that you can add later, like the professional Amazon account, registering your business insurance, the product inspection, and a course, then you're looking at a budget of around $2,300 to $3,400. If you're in a situation where you don't have enough capital yet to start the business, I don't suggest cutting corners. You'd only be shooting yourself in the foot. Spend a little more time and save a little bit longer until you have enough capital set aside to properly start your new Amazon business.
And recently, I started a coaching and mentorship program where I work directly with other people to help them start and grow their Amazon businesses. And you can see the results and what they have to say straight from their mouths. If you want to see if you'd be a good fit to work with me, you can find more information about my program on my website, elitesellerformula.com, and book your free action call. I look forward to chatting with you.